And we're up and running. Let's go. We passed the Mictlan Observatory in the 7th stratum and will soon be entering the 8th. It took us 6 hours to reach the 3rd underworld boundary in the 6th stratum in the shadow border. You're going to have to walk the rest of the way, but the King of Dinosaurs gave me a job to do, and I'm going to see it done. It'll be way faster if I carry you through the jungle, and you three weigh practically nothing. You're giving us a wonderfully steady ride, Wak-chan. Even at this speed, you're not getting jostled at all. It's like your legs and your torso are completely separate beings. When it comes to pure riding comfort, you even surpass the Sphinx. Thank you, Wak-chan. You can take me after we've made it to your destination. Even I'm scared of what's up ahead. It's very fortunate you were still in Chichen Itza, Wak-chan. I was concerned that Chaldea would lack transportation for their operation, but that's no longer a problem. On a related note, how are you doing back there, Da Vinci? I'm sorry I can't provide the same stability as Wak-chan, but I can at least float and glide a little bit. Are you kidding? I'm having the time of my life. I didn't know your feathered arms could also work as wings. They're mainly to stabilize my posture, but yes, they do. If I use the spell Professor taught me, I might even be able to fly like Demazid. Anyway, I know the 7 of us, her, Mash, Nitocris, Da Vinci, Wak-chan, myself, and Habatra in her base state, are making our way to the bottom stratum as quickly as we can go. But do you happen to have any questions about the 8th stratum, the final level of the underworld, before we arrive? Have any information on it, Tepo? There are a few legends passed down orderly among Chichen Itza's priests. The 4th level of the underworld is known as Yahuhui, the Black Line. It's a range of underground mountains devoid of sunlight. It's said to be covered by a steep mountain range, but that those mountains are actually hollow, and there's another mountain range inside them. It is essentially a cavern which contains an underground mountain range entirely devoid of sunlight. It's also that terrible bat Camazot's nest, so I suppose it makes him the 4th underworld guardian. You're gonna fight the vampire bat? Oh man, if only Lady Kukulkan were here too. Wak-chan, you know that Kukulkan would never fight Mictlan's own denizens. In fact, she's probably far more likely to attack Chaldea at this point. Be careful not to greet her casualty if you should happen to see her. She'll probably chop the people on your back right in half, and you along with them. Oh man, really? Then again, that does sound like her. Whenever Lady Kukulkan decides something's threatening to Mictlan's peace, she wastes no time obliterating it, like unintelligent dinos. Hey there, Nuffle. Oh well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I could dodge 1 or 2 of her attacks, but after that, it'll be up to you guys to figure out what to do. Are you okay with fighting her, Wak-chan? There's no law that says we can't defy our god. Besides, people and gods are both living creatures. All that matters is whether or not you can get along, and whether or not your goals align. Lady Kukulkan wants to protect Mictlan, and you guys want to save your world. I figured both of you are right, so I'm going to help the side I can. Oh, but you'll have to let me think about it if Lady Kukulkan asks me to join her side. She wouldn't ever do that, though. The Teachings of the Sun's whole thing is letting us roam free rather than tying us down. I see, so Kukulkan's not a dominant father figure, but a watchful mother figure. I suppose I always knew this Lost Souls King would end up being our enemy. But it still sucks, knowing how naturally big-hearted she is. Big-hearted? Are you sure you don't mean big-muscled? We'll certainly need to watch out for Kukulkan, but we shall also be wary of you, Ogla Marie. There is a very good chance that she and Rasputin are moving to acquire Ord for their own ends as well. So our ultimate obstacles are Kukulkan and the foreign god. Yep, though right now our most pressing concerns are whether Kadok's team succeeds with their assault and our attempt to cross the 4th underworld border. We're going to focus on the latter, so we're counting on you to back up Kadok's team, Sion. Sorry, but I can't help you. Firstly, you still haven't made it through the 3rd underworld border, which would normally make it completely possible for you to act freely. I'm only allowing you to do that here as a favor to her. Second, David the Cryptor has already made it through here, so I have no right to touch him. And third, I still have to find Dumazid. Just no telling what he might get up to if left to his own devices. So you're saying we have to take down David all on our own, and probably test Catlipoco too, since he's most likely accompanying him. Yes, still I'm not completely heartless. As soon as the Cryptor arrives here, I'll inform you of his route so you can pick a perfect spot to ambush him. Cryptor or not, he's still only human, and even Test Catlipoco's vessel is a human body, not a spirit origin. You should be able to win as long as you go in properly prepared. Good luck. It's been an hour since then. Her group must be in the 7th stratum by now. Good thing we managed to get here before David. I've never been so happy to have access to a big car and a top-tier driver. I still can't believe how quickly you got us through that jungle. You're telling me. Now remind me if you would. What in the world am I doing on the assault team, Zempulus? Couldn't you have chosen Mynheer to drive you instead? Remember, Your Excellency, Lord Mynheer's wounds aren't fully healed. If he were to start bleeding from his forehead while driving through the jungle, we would all be dead in no time. You're a racer, so surely you understand the danger of getting sweat in your eyes while driving a dangerous course. Just had to go right for my pride, didn't you? Very well then, who's going to take the navigator's seat? Who can I trust to wipe the sweat from my brow? Why, me, of course. I would be honored to use these big, soft, rabbit ear pom-poms to gently, delicately wipe the sweat from your forehead, Your Excellency. Can I contract you to be my exclusive navigator for the whole season? Damn, it's giving me chills just listening to her play. I'm like a fiddle. I guess Gordov has yet to learn his lesson. Hey, if you're out there wreck your life, I'm not going to stop you. Can you at least wait until we're back on the surface, though? Wait, Skya, have you heard from Arashkagol yet? Just now, in fact. Lord David is proceeding along the route we expected. Here you go. Christ, they're moving damn quickly, too. We'll never catch them here. Still, seems like your time is finally up, David Void. We're about 20 kilometers from our intercept point. I could get us here as quick as a wink. Prepare to eat the dust in my record-breaking lap time. Hang on, I want to shift the intercept point to here. We should wait to ambush them in the middle of the desert. You could get us there in 10 minutes, right? Skya and I will take it from there. I'm going to set up as many explosives and beast traps as possible, so I'll need your merchandise. Of course, just leave it to me. With all these claymores and C2 explosives, not even a rat. No, not so much of a bug will get past us. I'm more than happy to pay them back for what they did in Chichen Itza, with interest. Alright, fasten your seatbelts, because I'm about to kick this baby into high gear. Let's set the perfect trap. By the way, Kadok, I noticed you were researching something in the Stormborder's library. Did you find what you were looking for? Yeah, I tracked down a record that I think has to do with David's past. You did? Damn it, man, why didn't you say so sooner? I can't focus on what you're saying while I'm driving. It's no big deal. Knowing this information earlier wouldn't have made any difference. I didn't mention it at the briefing because I knew it would only get an and at best. But I guess now is as good a time as any to share. David Void. If you've ever wanted to know how he became the Maverick of the Clock Tower, today's your lucky day. There are 3 major factions in the Magus Association. Egypt's Asphalus Institute, the North Sea's Wandering Sea, and the biggest one, London's Clock Tower. Hell, it's so big it's basically synonymous with the association. Anyway, the Clock Tower is divided into 13 departments. Mistile, Salone, Evocation, Kitchener, Chimera, Brishnan, Humania, Astromancy, Belue, Jigamari, Milasite, Policies, and the newest one established 200 years ago, Norwich. Chaldea was founded by the Lord of Astromancy, Marsbury, and Nemisphere. Naturally, that means most of Chaldea's mages, about 80% of them, came from Astromancy. The other 20% were scouted. Thrashra's, Team A's leader, was obviously a young Astromancy genius. But David, who had said to be just as brilliant as Karistra, came from the Brishsan department. Brishsan, the department which studies mythology and performs reconstructions. I bet they have a lot of dealings with servants, too. Heh, don't make me laugh. It makes my mustache quiver. Do you have something to say, driver? I used to think the same thing at first. I swear this whole problem is the whole problem with amateurs. Listen, servants are familiars with spirit bodies, which puts them under evocation jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the Clock Tower's Dean, who is also the Lord of Brishsan, categorized Brishsan as the department which studies non-human creatures like angels and demons. Obviously, neither of those have anything to do with mythology or heroes. Oh my, if your mustache quivering bothers you so much, perhaps I should shave it off for you. Wait, shouldn't researching angels and demons also involve sermons, since they're all mythological phenomena? For example, the divine spirit that serves as my own point of reference came from the Kojiki. You're mistaken, Skya. Solone, Evocation, Astromancy, and Melosite all deal with mythologies from around the world, too. They're considered part of the shared laws and disciplines that humanity has built up over the course of history. So for mages, angels and demons show up in various mythologies are just a normal part of life. The Mages Association takes that step further by treating all of human history as a single legend, which it helps cultivate. The association sees myths as a facet of common knowledge rather than as something worth devoting an entire department to study. The only thing the association would accept as a true legend is something beyond the bounds of that common knowledge. I guess Brishtan doesn't deal with matters from Earth. It deals with out-of-place artifacts steeped in unknown laws. The kind found scattered all over Earth since ancient times, but never spoken of in any mythology. Even in the Magecraft world, where angels and demons are just a fact of life, there are some that are considered taboo just because they're threats to all of humankind. It's Brishtan's job to discover, study, and store these kinds of threats. The other departments contribute to humankind in different ways, but Brishtan is focused on keeping inhuman things away from us. Part of that is because the Lord of Brishtan is also the Dean of the Clock Tower. No mage born in the AD era who knows anything about modern civilization could handle it. Indeed, the Dean has a select group of elites that report directly to him. Well, I say elites, but in truth, they're anything but. Any who join can never move up. They're little more than slaves who spend their lives working to understand extraterrestrial threats. Suffice to say, it's not easy to quit the department, which is why we can assume a Nimosphere recruited David correctly. If another lord negotiating personally, I'm sure even the Dean couldn't have denied the request. Actually, a Nimosphere had nothing to do with it. They made it sound like he had been banished, but the truth is he left voluntarily. I'm sure Director Marisbury did personally invite him, but it was ultimately his choice to leave Brishtan and join Chaldea. I see, so he essentially sold himself to Chaldea. I'm assuming you went back over his records before he left Brishtan then. They were in the database, right? Yeah, all 8 years he spent in Brishtan. But there's not a single record of him before that. There's no mention of him in Brishtan or Astromancy. Whenever a new student enrolls in the Clock Tower, there's always been an entry made in the Mistal's database, but there wasn't anything on him in that one either. All we know is that David was a genius who suddenly showed up at the Clock Tower when he was 10 years old. I might have been able to find out more if Policy's database had been shared with the Border. That would never ever happen. Policies is also the Clock Tower's internal investigations agency. Giving outsiders such sensitive information could lead to all of Clock Tower scandals becoming public knowledge. Oh my, so that's what you were up to back when you were in Policies, Your Excellency. So you held your fellow mages pass over their heads in ways that more skirted the law than followed it, am I correct? You were saying, Kaddock? Right, at that point, I stopped trying to investigate David's past and started looking through all of Brishtan's records. It wasn't easy since Dave's records were individually locked down. Each day's individual records were locked down. Normally, I'd never been able to sift through them all on my own. But luckily, I knew exactly which year to check, and with Sion's help, I eventually found it. There was a file from July 2006 that was just titled Record, 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to decrypt the file's contents. Actually, it'd be more accurate to say that the file contained nothing noteworthy at all. But on that same day, a strange and inexplicable accident occurred in London and a neighboring college town. That day, every single spell in London suddenly stopped working. Of course, pretty much everyone noticed the abnormality, so it wasn't long before it was fixed. The mages figured out they must have made a mistake in their spells and decided it wasn't worth reporting. As a result, the incident was never made public, and nobody at the Institute was ever held responsible. Huh, I'm quite sure I would have recognized this as a major incident if I had been there at the time. Since so many people never knew about it, does that mean it happened in the dead of night or something? Your Excellency, do kindly shut up. So this record 5 minutes file from Brishtan is dated the same as this incident when every spell in London stopped? That's right. What happened was an angel relic was exposed in a prep room for one of Brishtan's faculty. In real world time, it was only exposed for 0.2 seconds, but that was thought to have been enough to shut down all the Clock Tower spells. There is no record of who that room belonged to anywhere. It's gone from every document and from the mind of every person who could have known, so there's no way to look it up. My guess is that the only one who might still remember it is the Dean. At any rate, whoever caused such incredible damage to every mage in the Clock Tower, even for only a moment, became quite literally non-existent. However, records of the incident state that there was a single survivor in their prep room. Given the situation, he was almost certainly that teacher's son. He was 10 years old at the time, but he soon went missing as well. A few months later, on the Dean's personal recommendation, a boy genius with no prior record suddenly showed up in Brishtan. As you could probably guess, that was David's son Boyd. The records didn't list his actual age, but physically, they said he looked about 10 years old. So my take is this: the boy who lost his father to the angel relic must be David. I see, so as a boy he lost his father and proof of his lineage. Although this angel relic, isn't it one of those dangerous artifacts that will drive you mad just by looking at it? According to one popular theory, those artifacts will vaporize your brain before transmitting a signal to the belonging beings that dropped them off at Earth. So that would mean that ever since then, Davidson Void has been... I see, now I understand. Davidson Void was omitted because his way of thinking and living never belonged to humanity in the first place. Those are some of the last words Lord Kurashtra wrote about him, right? So if he's not part of humankind, he must be one of the foreign god subordinates bent on taking over the Earth. Sorry, but that's all the time I have to talk. We've reached the intercept point. Cut the Shadow Border's engine and set it to camouflage mode over by those sand dunes. Let's go, Coin Sky. I need you to set enough landmines across a 500-meter radius to make this place a hell on Earth. A sandstorm. That wasn't there before. Is this your doing, this Catlipoca? The hell's that supposed to mean? You think I'm behind every bad situation we find ourselves in? This is Kamazotz. That fat bastard's been using command spells on servants like they were going out of style. Yeah, fine. I told him the command spells in the first place since he wanted them so badly. How was I supposed to know he was gonna play pretend master like an idiot, though? Maybe next time you'll think twice before giving every Tomas, Rico, and Javier that comes your way a trial. So, why'd you make a Kamazotz? He's great. I might be the strongest god of the Aztecs, but in this lost belt, he's the title of strongest goes to him. Playing with the command spells has placated him for now, but once he runs out of toys, he'll show his true colors. I say, then we should have no trouble getting past Chaldea. Now we just have to hope we don't run into Kukulkan. Don't worry about her. If we do encounter her, it just means one of us will have to sacrifice himself. Oh wait, if we're dealing with Kukulkan, I guess it'll have to be me. She's a lost belt god, Demal or whatever, copied off property in history, right? Then I'm a good match for her. She's inexperienced. Her brute force approach won't hold a candle to my expert evasion. What's wrong, it's Callie? You've been glum for a while now. Getting motion sick or something? Since this is your first time in a car? No, I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy for taking in such unfamiliar surroundings. But please, never mind me. I didn't see any sign of the law lock when we left Mexico City. Great Catlipoca. Do you know where she is? She hasn't come back, so she must have lost. You hate to see it, but sometimes that's just how it goes. Besides, I really only summoned her to build your city, so her job's been done for a while now. Huh? You mean you didn't make Mexico City yourself, Catlipoca? I could have, but she was a better fit for that terrain. Mexico City is a true blue proper human history style town. Even the name comes from its modern incarnation. It was originally a beautiful place called Mictlan, or the Lake of the Moon. It was a water-top floating city that served as the Aztecs' kingdom capital where they worshipped two gods. It's nothing like the Chichen Itza the Dinos built based on the old Kaan ruins. The Aztec capital, beautiful Mictlan. What, still feeling dizzy? Hang in there. It's not much longer to the bottom stratum. You've already made it this far, Callie. Don't let all that time, effort, and fighting go to waste now. Yes, I know. My life exists solely for the anger rooted in my soul. Ah? What's going on, Cryptor? We're under attack. Hang on tight. Mad Max time! Oh, baby, nice one, David. Where'd you learn to drive like that? Were you a stunt driver in Hollywood or something? Unfortunately, I only attended an online driving school. I used to like movies, but I haven't watched one in years. Alright, we're past the minefield. Luckily, our suspension is still intact, but what? Now we have a Divine Spirit servant up ahead to deal with. Oh look, it's the Bullet Hell Goddess. Welcome to my humble domain, God of War. The minefield was just the tip of the iceberg. I've got plenty more explosives where that came from. Now that I've formed a magical energy connection with both Kadok and Gordok, there are no limits to what I can do. Behold, I've become an almighty god of weaponry. This desert will be a grave, you have been warned. Looks like we've got a weapon goddess. She's a friend of yours? Never seen her before. This sucks, though. I don't see any way I can win. I see. Then take Iskali and get out of here. As long as you make it there, nothing else matters. Got it. Later, Master. So, you let your servant go on ahead and nearly blew yourself up trying to hit me with a kamikaze attack. Isn't that the opposite of what you should be doing? Why aren't you letting your servant do the fighting here? Any normal human master would send their servant to the front line while they escaped. I'm surprised to hear a disciple of the foreign god, or at least someone who enjoyed playing the part of one, lecturing me on how to be human. Then again, it seems you're on Chaldea's side now. I'm especially impressed to see that Kadok form a contract with you. It's only temporary. So they chose to supply a beast candidate with not one but two magical energy connections. I can't muster any surprise at this point, but humans really do walk a razor's edge. They always do whatever they can, no matter how dangerous, and with full understanding of what will happen. Damn it, they've passed the 400-meter mark. I think he's even better at off-roading than driving than I am. We need to do something before they break through our traps. Hold on, I'm gonna go after them. No, wait, I didn't expect the minefield would be enough to stop them. I'm counting on Koi and Skya to finish the job. Between her contracts and the Shadow Ward as a surge, she's got a ton of magical energy to work with. Right now, she's the strongest divine spirits get. We're better off staying out of her way. Fair point, she's not the sort to feel bad about a bit of friendly fire. In fact, I dare her to even relish it. Two people just got out of the car. It looks like Tezcatlipoca and his Callie. Daybit staying? No way, is he actually planning to ram Koi and Skya? Oh, look at her go. She just blew their car to smithereens without even batting an eye. David got out by the skin of his teeth, but we got this thing in the bag. No lone mate should handle that demonic minx alone, without a servant's help. I'm bringing the Shadow Border out, Simplipus. First we'll take Daybit captive, then it'll be Tezcatlipoca's turn. Yeah, sounds good. We've got anti-beast spells laid in place behind Koi and Skya. We shouldn't have any trouble tracking Tezcatlipoca down, but... did they really do it just like that? I was expecting them to put more of a fight. What's with these ratings? The Foundation of Humanity value doesn't really usually fluctuate like this. Kadok, sit down and strap in. You need to enhance your body and protect yourself with everything you got. Now then, this fight is 3 skeletons. And they're all Knight class, so we're throwing a Berserker at it because we don't have a Pretender worth shit at combat. For the inside of a mountain, it's really, well, beautiful. I assume that sparkling is coming from the gemstones. I feel like I'm looking up at a starry night sky. I see the path we need to take is similar to the second underworld, flat and narrow cliffs. Wak-chan, why don't we put our passengers down and proceed the rest of the way on foot? I think it would be dangerous for us to run here, too. Right on. Wow, I never thought this underworld would be like climbing a mountain from the inside. Looks no matter what path we take, we're ultimately going to have to cross the peak to get to the other side. But hey, at least the slope's not too steep. Even if we do lose our footing, we can just climb back in no time. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Wak-chan. The bottom of this canyon is practically churning with dead spirits. If you fall down there, they'll be all over you so fast that you'll never be able to climb back up. So we're dealing with a path to the underworld that's literally trying to drag us down drag down the living. Got it. Okay. Guys, let's go in single file so we have as much path to work with as possible. That sounds like a job for me and Mash then. We'll take the front of the line. Mash, if an enemy attack threatens to throw you off balance, hang on to me. I can keep us afloat for a few seconds. Understood. Thank you, Habatrot. It's so funny seeing our sprite. The little trumpet. Having Wok Chong bring up the rear is smart. He won't let any enemies get to us. So Da Vinci, which part of proper human history is Mictlan would this fourth underworld correspond to? Well, unlike the others, nothing here really screams it's totally this as far as I can tell. But if I were to guess, I'd say it's probably proper human history Mictlan 7th layer, Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan was said to be home to a terrifying starved jaguar that would attack you and eat your heart if you chose the wrong path out of fear. This jaguar is also said to be Tezcatlipoca's tonal, the heart of the mountain known as Tepeyolotl. Heart of the mountain? I believe it refers to a jaguar which is literally the size of a mountain. That's the trial of Teolololikian, getting past the terrifying monster. Since this fourth underworld is near where Camazotz lives, we're probably going to have to face a similar monster. I see, so the condition for us to travel through this underworld is fighting a monster. Master, let's discuss our current combat capability. Are you able to summon normally? All good. Good, let's stay alert as we go and make sure we're ready for an attack at any time. By the way, Senpai, do you have any other convenient underworld items? I mean, you were so well prepared for the others, so I thought you might have something for this one, too. Just a Vincent says bat repellent and a sheer raincoat. A sheer raincoat? Let me take a look. This is made of anodized aluminum oxide membrane. It's the same material they use in spacesuits. Why would you need something like... That's right, I just remembered. It wasn't too long ago that the 8th and 9th strata were awash with cosmic rays. Hey, put that raincoat on now. The radiation levels here won't affect servants or dinos, but prolonged exposure would definitely harm humans. Ah! No way, she just changed her outfit in barely more than half a second. Now I know how dress-up dolls feel. Sorry, I just kinda acted before I even realized what I was doing. Don't apologize, that was a perfect reaction. You were like a mother who's perfected the art of putting a jacket on her kid right before going out. It's a good thing you were so quick, Mash. She should be fine since we're just at the entrance, but it would have been really bad if we kept going. Good job thinking ahead. If you had a thought to bring this along, we would have had to go back to the border for materials to make our own. The mint incense bat repeller is a good addition as well. It explains why we haven't run into any bats since we set foot in here. Bats here are 10 times faster and hungrier than the carnivorous insects, and are quite vicious too. They're easily the most dangerous bloodsuckers in Mictlan. Even the dinos won't stand a chance against a large cloud of bats. Their fangs can easily puncture our biowave membranes, and they make us feel intoxicated even while they suck out our blood. That intoxication numbs our brains and makes us feel completely euphoric, to the point we no longer care what happens to us. If there is an apex predator in this world, it's certainly them. We even have a name for that condition, bat impairment. Isn't that just bypassing booze and going straight to drunk? I don't suppose it... No, it wouldn't work on Camazotz. An unpleasant set would be enough to drive him from us. Doubtful, yes. We're gonna go try for the peak. We're bound to run into him eventually. So we'll just have to be aware of that as we make our way up there. Remember, time is of the essence right now. We have to make it through here and reach the bottom stratum before David and Tezcatlipoca. Well. Racing the cryptor to the 9th stratum, aren't we? I understand. Better hurry. I can be reasonable. If you're going after Ort, I won't stop you. Wow, thanks. Hey, everyone. Did you hear what Camazotz just said? He's right behind me, so I bet you did. I was worried about what would happen when we ran into him, but it turns out he's a really nice guy. Huh? Did you just say he's behind you, Wok-chan? Hostile readings of Maximo. It's a pattern that's identical to the one we've seen so far. It's Camazotz. Oh gosh. Ah. How terribly tragic. Here you are, throwing your lives away all because you thought you could defeat the enemy awaiting you. Granted, wasted lives are more funny than tragic to me. Death is good for a laugh. So you can go. Why just to the underworld when I could send you to hell right now? Let's see what kind of fight you got in store. Let's see what kind of sacrificial blood you can feel in Mictlan's final days. Now bow down to the king of the underworld, lord of the spring of death. Be grateful for the generosity of Camazotz, the wings that hold your fate in their claws. Ugh, I'm so sick of listening to that bat prattle on. Hey, we need to change our formation. I'll send Tapeo watch on up to the front while me, you, and Da Vinci handle the skeleton. So yeah, it's just throwing a berserker at it. Mochan. Homicide is always the answer. Garbage critter. And then we'll do a couple of bonds. Do a bond servant. And smashing for inventory, for conservation purposes. Throw that on you. And then let's get our bond CEs.
悲劇、この上なく悲劇。挑む敵の強大さを知らぬ楽観、すなわち命に見届けよ、感染しよう。末後のミクトランに高き生贄の血が宿る。
さて、どこから潰したもの？一方で扱ってはち切れそうでしょ？そのように失礼、こちらの話です。目に映るもの、この私がいい判断です。それは絶えず見た滅びの世、最果てにありながらトリバースロードツキャメラ、生きている者がいれば私の社に愛玩の折にてたっぷり分からせますので。
So you triumphed over my warriors and not bad. Guess you want to taste your blood that much more. But things are being what they are. I'm willing to tell you about a shortcut. Can't have that crystal captain up to you, can you? I'm oath-bound not to attack David, and the more time you waste fighting me, the more likely you are to lose him. So, what do you say? Want to give my shortcut a shot? Well, sure, we'd rather not fight if we don't have to, but what's the catch? I want you to hand that woman over to me. Good deal, isn't it? I'll give up my dream of being humanity's last master, and you get to keep breathing. Of course, giving up on your dreams isn't any fun. Changing them leaves you feeling hollow, lifeless. You're human, so I'm sure you can understand how that feels. You can trust me on this. A king only speaks truth. If my enemies wish to surrender without bloodshed, then I have no need of their blood. What will I be then? Will you hand her over and prevent bloodshed, or keep her and let the blood flow? You know what? She ain't going anywhere. Well, now I'm just gonna kill you, drain your blood, and take the woman anyway. Honestly, I don't know what I was thinking. This is by far the fastest, surest way to do it. Suits me so much better. You'll never lay eyes on Ort's coffin. You're gonna spend your final moments tumbling into my canyon and taking a dip in my spring of death. Before we get started, I want to ask you something. Oh, what is it? My favorite color? Dark purple. Also dark red. Also dark brown. What of it? Is it true that you defeated Ort? Who told you that? The Mala, Kukulkan? That useless quick? No matter. Whoever told you, it changes nothing. That question is a personal challenge to me and an insult to Ka'an. And so, I'll meet your insult with violence. I trust you knew what you were getting into when you spoke up. Did I Camazot's defeat Ort, you ask? Did I kill that planet-eating monster? Of course, I defeated by sacrificing everything and everyone around me. I used everything at my disposal to massacre the beast that devoured Zeba, the space tree, and threatened to destroy all of Mictlan. I plunged it into lava, tore open its chest with my talons, and ripped out its freakish entrails, and left it a silent husk. Don't believe me? Well, then I'll show you the form I used to do it. It's Spirit Origin output. No, the number of Spirit Origin readings are growing like crazy. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million? This goes way beyond having multiple Spirit Origins. He has over 100 million of them mixed together within him. Priest of Child Chaldea, forget your name, I don't care what it is. Once I felt a sort of kinship with you. I heard you're humanity's last master. I know how that feels. Wait, no, I don't. I've long since forgotten. Feelings are useless in battle as they are to a king. Humanity's last warrior has no need of such things. Speak my name. I am the hero Ka'an, the spider-slaying bat, the king who forsook his crown. A weakling who could not save the world without sacrificing his subjects. That's a beast Spirit Origin pattern. Then does that mean... Now, I will show you the blood of Camazotz. Witness the utness of my terror conjured by the people of Ka'an, who threw themselves into the hell that is Sabala. Okay, so they want us to throw moon cancers at it. My best moon cancer is... for damage is probably BB, so I'm gonna throw BB at her. And I'll pull up my other damage moon cancers. And then lastly, Junako as a last resort. Now then. I'll go with you. I'm gonna swap out you two. Because of the MP resistance he has at the beginning of the battle.
俺の名を語るがいい。カーブをよし、雲殺しのコウモリ、王冠を捨てしよう。信任すべてを生贄にしなければ世界も救えなかった弱き者。いざ試せカマソッソの鮮血を。カーンの民が身を投げた縛ればその恐怖の真髄よな。愚兄、哀れなほど愚兄。
何でもできるラスボス系後輩なので、私の職種は残忍ですよ。サードアイ、海岸、
露骨、あまりに露骨。
That's fine.
惨めですね。罰ゲームです。
血を落ちよう。血を落ちよう。まき散らしがいい。
残酷ま、従いますけど。ですか？
愚兄、哀れなほど愚兄。まき散らしがいい。まき散らしがいい。
残酷笑わせないでくれます？罰ゲームです。
まき散らしがいい。
白兵戦行きます。
あまりにも露骨。
困ったアリさんたちですね。運命ですから。
What is that? To load all the assets? Oh, there we go.
見ちゃいます？ちょっと美味しそうなのでクークーお腹が鳴っちゃいました。小さいですね。ビビーチャンネル、これはいけません。ですがご安心を。ビビーチャンネルファーストキューピッドプレッシャー。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。
愚兄、哀れなほど愚兄。まき散らしがいい。まき散らしがいい。まき散らしがいい。
笑わせないでくれます？はい、桜ピーズタツタになりなさい。
I'm detecting multiple unidentified heat sources all around us. It looks like a cloud of bats. Damn it! Not even shining light on them is enough to make them disperse. The skin must be light absorbent. Hey, you two, let's fire the black barrel. They'll scatter these bats. Okay, but don't bring the cave down on us. Of course, I'm just gonna scare these bats off. Here goes. Nice nuclear bomb. You did it! The bats just scattered around the cave, and Camazotz is gone too. I heard him flapping towards the sky. He must have flown off to the peak. I don't understand. Why would he retreat when he was so clearly winning? Nitocris is gone. You're right. I don't see her anywhere. He must have made off with her under the cover of darkness. Begone, foul demons. Scream, cry, plead for your lives all you like. No one shall ever hear you. If anything, you should rejoice. Once I have killed you, your bodies will rest forever in denial. As if making my brothers your puppet pharaohs wasn't enough, you had to have them all killed. How dare you? How dare you? At long last, the time has come for me to punish you for your crimes. Why, Nitocris? Why are you doing this? You wouldn't be a pharaoh for one for us. Every step I've taken is to bring me to this moment. Everything I've done to give all of you what you deserve. It is the only thing that has given my life purpose, just as you chose me to be your next puppet. I let you think that you can control my mind, my body, even my dignity, however you like. And now you've fallen into my trap. Tell me, exactly what gift did you think I meant to offer you? A feast of pleasures for all your senses? A mountain of gold? Or perhaps you thought you could ravage my own body? This ends now. Your insolence, your scheming to manipulate pharaohs, all of it. Please stop. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. If forgiveness is what you want, beg it of my brothers you were so ruthlessly murdered. Not one of you will ever see the eternal kingdom. But fortunately for you, neither will I. I'll be joining you shortly. Once you are dead, I will capture your souls and see that they are made to endure under an torment for all of eternity. That's right, I have no regrets. I took my revenge, restored the Pharaoh's glory, and took my own life. When a Pharaoh dies, they are set off for a paradise free of pain and suffering. They have the right to do so and the authority to exercise that right. But I wasn't prepared. I assumed I would have never had such a right. I never forgot that anger. I never forgot that hatred. And as much as I wished otherwise, I could never forget what I had done. Deep down, I believed doing so would be wrong, regardless of how just my reasons may have been. So, right, what happened to me? I was fighting that monster, that bat, and then... Wait, what's that sound? Nice neck mouth. I knew it. 8 blood still tastes terrible. They eat too much meat. Their diet is much too imbalanced. Still, it might be better than before. There's enough of flavor now, maybe. Amazons, what are you doing? I'm eating. Every soldier gets hungry and has to eat at some point. I grew thirsty for blood while I was fighting Chaldea, and when I want something, I take it. So I returned to my home and quenched my thirst. I brought you with me out of habit. King Pertea, Beni Enma, Ereshkigal, they all smell like the underworld. I enjoy taking them back here and using command spells on them to turn them into guardians. I was on a roll, so I chose you to be the 4th guardian, but I forgot I already used up the command spells. Without them, I can't make my wish come true, so there was no point in bringing you here. You are useless, worthless, a complete waste of my time. So, I'm your prisoner now? Is that it? I took you on a whim. There's no greater purpose behind what I did. I see. So you let your wishes lead you around by the nose. Is that why you rescued us from Talalok, too? You had no reason to fight her. Back then, you had a nasty air about you. A wave like out of pitch I hated hearing. You still have that air about you now. A nasty air, huh? Only fools let their efforts go to waste. Camelot is no fool. I'll see to it that bringing you here is worth my while. Answer my questions, Necromancer. How can you still remember them? Why did you take your own life after accomplishing your goal? How do you know about that? I'm quite certain I've never told you about my life. I told you, I have good hearing. The Ka'an ruins aren't far from Chichen Itza. Ever since the wind carried your story to my ears, I've been a third mad. Answer me. You've got your vengeance. The freedom it gave you should have been your life's reward. In spite of that, you robbed yourself of your life. You didn't even go to this paradise of yours. I can't understand it. Why would you refuse salvation after overcoming such hardship? What could possibly have been worth throwing your life away? I was so focused on my plan to kill my retainers that I never had the chance to prepare for the journey to paradise, so... You're lying. You were a king with no foreign enemies. Once you killed the retainers, you have had all the time you needed. You claim to have done it so you could torment them in the underworld for eternity. That's a lie, too. The underworld itself would have seen to that for you, even without your involvement. No, you never had any intention of going to paradise. Why is that? Answer me honestly. I'll know if you're lying. The only thing I don't understand is why you did what you did. All I can come up with is that you call yourself a criminal. That can't be right, can it? Don't tell me that, despite being perfectly just and holding absolute power, you thought you were the most despicable one of them all? No response, huh? Then I was right. Hilarious. You prep in human history kings are utterly hilarious. Despite your life-seeking revenge, finally achieved it, and then turned around and proved yourself a criminal worthy of judgment by condemning that very same part of you. That's not the sought revenge in the first place. What an impossibly foolish woman you are. Your will is as strong as the sun itself. I think you chose to fall upon the sword of your convictions rather than become a god. I understand now. I'm satisfied. Back to my boring meal, then. Wait just a moment. It's not fair that I'm the only one who's past being drudged up here. No, never mind, fair. It's downright infuriating, so I'm gonna ask you a question, too. Understand? Fine, but keep it brief. You claim to be the king of the underworld, the true king of Mictlan, even. So what do you think about Mictlan nearing the end of its life? Soon, the sun will reach critical mass and disappear. Are you gonna disappear with it? Only Mictlan will die when the sun goes out. I will never change. The Dinos will accept their extinction, as they did before. But not me. I will never go extinct. I can live off the heat of the land alone, even without the sun. That's how Ka'an grew for 100,000 years, but the time it took for us to go from simple mammals to humans. 100,000 years of history and dreams made this body, and for these past 6 million years I've kept on surviving. My kingly authority is immortality. That's my only weapon. No matter what happens, that will never change. Whether the sun dies or destroys the planet. As long as you just forget everything, the past will forever be unremarkable. In this way, the present continues forever, free of pain and sadness. Not even my shadow lasts beyond this moment. I knew it, by forgetting everything, by never giving yourself a single thing, you... Are you satisfied now, Necromancer? Try to leave to speak and I will kill you. Stay and I'll spare you. I won't tie you down. I won't demand anything of you. You're free to do as you please. But whatever you do, don't become an altar. That would be revolting. I have no desire to see a you that isn't you. That's awfully naive of you. It won't be long before my allies come for me. If you let me go free, you'll only be adding another name to your list of enemies. Don't be ridiculous. They're not coming here. Even if they were complete morons, they would have figured out that they don't have a prayer against me. No halfway decent warrior would dare challenge King Kamazoth. Definitely not over a single servant. She'll be here. Even I have to question the wisdom of her actions, but I'm absolutely certain she will come. Care to wager on it? I can't be said to be a wager when the outcome is not in question. But okay, what the hell? Chances like this don't come every day. Once your companions have fled Mictlan, you're going to tell me your name. You're going to offer yourself to your king. But if they should happen to come here and challenge me, I'll give you this whole underworld, and you'll have a second chance to be a queen. We have a deal. Get ready to hand it over. So, she was a moron after all. I swear. Humanoids never know when to give up. There you are, Nidicus. Even unyielding spirit can become irreverence when taken too far. Nothing is more pitiful than a hero of anyone who admonished them. Still, I welcome you. I'll slaughter you. I'll gladly take this chance to sour the peak of the fourth underworld with fresh blood. Priest of Chaldea, you and I have known each other for some time now. I'm going to enjoy cutting your head off and bathing in your blood, but once I have, that pleasure will be in the past, and I'll forget all about it. That's a painful thought, so I'm going to take the opportunity to thank you now while I still have the chance. David is an infinity mirror. The more fighters you throw at him, the more shadows you call upon in response. Get all that, then let the feast begin. Bring the hero's blood to our altar. Let the followers of humanity beat the followers of humanity to their graves. For now is the time to kill our proper human history neighbors. Alright, it's the exact same shtick as before, so. Like, actually, it's just the same fucking fight. Just with one of the buffs are different, but that's fine. So we're rolling then. Oh, Rip Castoria. I knew it. They can't possibly defeat him. Kamizawa represents all of Mictlan's human history. As long as he bears that duty, that curse, he can never be felled. His immortality is all he has. It's the only thing that lets him keep fighting a planet-eating monster when he was the last warrior of his kind. No, you never had any intention of going to paradise. Why is that? Answer me honestly. I'll know if you're lying. That's right, Kamzat. Even if those retainers were evil men led solely by their own greed, it was still wrong of me to kill them in such an underhanded way rather than holding them accountable to the law. I have no right to enter paradise. Neither have I ever considered my revenge to have been justified. Crimes must be punished. Mistakes must be atoned for. I committed a crime by failing to save my brothers. I committed another when I killed my retainers in my position as pharaoh. As punishment for my own crimes, I took my own life. I chose to protect my heart rather than my nation's future. Very well then, I'll tell you everything as I saw exactly as I saw it. An elder is a servant who is denied the core of their spirit origin. One who lived as a saint would have to deny their sainthood. A warrior who refused to become a king would have to become the very sort of king they despised. To become an elder means to betray your life, your principles, and everything that makes you a heroic spirit, and to do so knowingly, willingly, by your own hand. King Protea abandoned her admiration and yearning for humans. In doing so, she became a cold, merciless goddess. Betty Enma gave up her wish to forever remain a child in her children's story and became an adult. Ereshkigal gave up on her dream of turning the underworld to a land of beauty, so she became a cruel, ruthless goddess. I see, so that's why Ereshkigal asked me what I was fighting to protect. Then, what about me? What do I need to betray to become an altar? Only you can answer that, Nitocris. That being said, your mythological background is a poor fit for Mictlan. Because of that, you will need to make an even greater sacrifice than the other servants. So no matter the difficulties you encounter on the road ahead, think hard before you make that choice. Once you become an altar, I suspect there will be no going back. Of course I've thought hard about this. I know what I must betray, and I know what I must offer to this world. In our underworld, was used to weigh one's sins after death. In the Aztec world, it's offered to the gods. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can think of no betrayal greater than this. So great is this betrayal that I don't think I'll be able to show my face around the other pharaohs for quite some time. Stop! Stop! Don't do it! I told you I don't want to see that! Did you forget what I said? Your heart, your dignity, isn't meant to be offered to another. What have you there is meant to be offered only to yourself. That is the mark of your pride. You sad, sad woman. Don't let yourself become an offering to the gods of all things. Don't you live your life for others. Don't burn your life away any more than you already have. Now I understand the whim that led you to rescue me. You've survived all this time by forgetting everything, by not giving yourself nothing. Though you've long wished to take your own life, you've held yourself back by refusing to remember the past at any cost. You've sentenced yourself to the eternal punishment of being unable to die, all to preserve humanity that no longer exists. What a fool you are, woman. King Kamazat has no such feelings. I only do what I do because of the act of forgetting is a pain in the ass. All that matters for me is to keep existing. Every last one of Ka'an's people willingly gave their lives to make this kingly body. I can't forget even the tiniest thing from my battles. Then I too shall make a sacrifice. Now that I am dead, I have no need for a heart to weigh my sins. Anubis, I implore you to pass judgment on my soul. From this moment, I am no longer the incarnation of the Sky God. Now and forevermore, I shall be the manifestation of the God of the Underworld, avatar of vengeance and divine punishment. Neferus Wen Anubis, the altar of Queen Nitocris. Needless to say, I'll be claiming what you promised in our wager. Per our contract, this fourth underworld now belongs to me to do with as I wish, and so I should create a new rule. In this underworld, all manner of forgetting is forever forbidden. Now, let us fight, Bat King, immortal ruler who has fled his punishment for 6 million years. As your atonement, I shall grant you a fitting end. I'm gonna grab Queen Sky, if only for the crit stars.
忘却を禁じる。忘れることを許さぬだと。
If it gets released on Steam, yeah. I don't really have any familiarity of extra yet, so I can't make a decision as someone who's familiar with it. We'll reload cards after this.
あ、この私惨めですね。死、冥府。ぴょんぴょんぴょん。はいはい、どちら？こっちこっち。
そこだ！
海岸、共感にしてあげるわ。日向の火薬の
からいって
好き放題扱ってあげましょう。お参りしていきます？
Whatever. Anyway.
残酷に冷酷怖い。死、冥府。罰ゲームです。アリさんのように。
そこだ！
残酷。罰ゲームです。豚になーれ。あ、これ無理ですね。こや。
そこだ！
成功杯なのです。いきますよ。残酷に礼礼。怖い。ビリビリチャンネル。これはいけません。ですがご安心を。ビリビリごまかせ。ファーストキューピッドプレッシャー。
それが切り札か。
でんね。逃がしますね。アリさんのように。
からいってん。そこだ！
残酷に邪神的にです。惨めですね。残酷こっちこっち。罰ゲームです。
からいってん。
ま、従いますけど。失礼。キャー。残酷にね。罰ゲームです。逃がします。豚になーれ。
そこだ。そこだ。
What do you mean you fucking just got that immediately again? Fucking asshole. Whatever, we're launching now. Let's see, your best order would probably be...
困ったアリさんたちですね。乙女の秘密見ちゃいます？ちょっと美味しそうなので、クークーお腹が鳴っちゃいました。小さいですね。それ！見つけた。審査いきまーす。
切り砕か。
ビリーチャンネル。これはいけません。ですがご安心を。ビリーさんにご安心ファーストキューピッドプレッシャー。
が切り砕か。一点から一点。そこだ。
I saw someone meme this fight with fucking Locusta, but since Arcade hasn't happened yet, we don't have Locusta to meme with yet, which is a damn shame.
目覚めよ神のパワー。サードアイ海岸標本にして送電済みで従いますけど。シンメイフスライド。強すぎですか？後で美味しくいただくっすよ。悔しくなんかありませんから。
そこだ。
オルテナース全機能解放。
I don't think she has... Yeah, she doesn't have a crit up, so...
木々ほっちゃうまい。なんか後で美味しくいただくっすよ。そこだ。誰であれ戦う心があるなら一歩前に。神明東映保管。これは多くの道、多くの夢を過ぎた人間にし証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。 ネーシャさんのすごいところ見せてやる。ガーネッシュインパクト。
切り砕か
有効レンジ
一点から一点
はっ
そこだ
最大ダメージお任せください。了解。しょうがないっすね。はあぶっかけ火にとってない。左収束。目覚めよ神のパワー。しょうがない。なぜ後で美味しくいただくっすよ。いけムッヒギポッサリい痛くない。少しあと少し。
縛り場の大柄よ
物好きね。後で美味しくいただくっすよ。ヒギぽっさりなんかアタックショーメガタイフラッシュ痛くない。無情にもなぜガネーシャさんは私にもっと輝けと囁いている。ガーネッシュインパクト
切り砕か
後で美味しくいただくっすよ。ヒギポッサリショーメガタイフラッシュ
そこだ
It might be curtains for her, but I can at least break that bar before I have to do a spirit fame zone.
いけムッタ君後で美味しくいただくっすよ。ヒギポッサリ
戦士たちよ市民たちよ命を捧げるほどの王だったのか家族を捧げるほどの国だったのかであればであるのならば一点ただ一点縛り場の大
像は語る。
Mictlan stones.
はち切れそうでしょ。
Let's see here. Your overcharge is.
ニャルシタン私のニャルガシャンご覧になります。天罰赤目人類反省飼育箱に入れてあげる。さあ哀れに逃げ惑いなさい。カーストカッティングクライター虹のすべてお話になります。さあ
切り札か。
平服せよ、崇拝せよ。これなるは神の意向、我が大社。知恵ある者はひれ伏すがいい。水トゥーラセブンドライブ。
切り札か。一点ただ一点。そこだ。
サードアイ海岸、私の触手は残忍ですよ。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。
It's fine. It's totally worth it.
惨め、
Right?
惨めですね。こっちこっち。こっちこっち。
Look at those delicious crits. Totally worth it.
金の桜
ただ一点。そこだ。
日向の火薬の匂い。笑わせないでくれます？ニャルシタ、笑わせないでくれます？こっちこっち。飼育箱に入れてあげる。さあ、哀れに逃げ惑いなさい。カーストカッティングクレイター。惨めすぎてお話になりません。こっちこっち。名城しがたきやるやる。
そこだ。
マスター、怒らないから白状なさい。
そこだ。
あれ、壊せばいいんでしょ？罰ゲームでそれ見つけた。審査意識は
切り札か。
Oh, of course it's 901.
ただ一点。縛りはある大玉よ。
私の触手は残忍ですよ。笑わせないでくれます？こっちこっち。キャー残酷。お待ちかねのああ、つまらない。惨めな虫けらのコレクションが増えただけでした。
Hot. Ah! The beast is still alive. We haven't finished him off yet. We need to do it now or we're all done for. Hey! I know. Nitocris, did she pass out? Crap, 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 crap. She's gonna tumble right into the canyon. Watch on, hurry. Yeah, I'll get her even if it kills me. Did Camazotz just catch Nitocris and fall with her? It almost looked as though... It looked like he was protecting her. It seems I was hasty when I said you're beyond foolish. Now I can't reprimand you for being more of a fool than I thought. I can't believe you tore out your own heart. Even I wouldn't try something like that. I'm frightened of pain. You were wrong about one thing, Queen. I never grieved anyone's death. Back when my million subjects were facing extinction, there were tears of mourning, tears of joy, lamentations, trances. Parents and children alike threw themselves into the kiln, wailing that they didn't want to let me die. Warriors threw themselves into the kiln with a smile, asking me to save them. As a limbless mass at the bottom of that kiln, I saw such things again and again, without end, but my mind remained calm. Oh, another death. That was the extent of my reaction. To me, their deaths were a part of their lives. Even when they offered up their lives right in front of me, it may as well have been an ordinary scene from our everyday lives as far as I was concerned. It was always like that for me. Be it a parent, a spouse, or a friend, no matter who died, I never felt grief. Ironically, stories of fictional people never failed to make me weep. But in the world itself, I never felt that I had sinned, no matter who or how many died. I am utterly numb to death, mine and others. That's why I became king. But even then, I would wonder to myself about how I could cry like everyone else, like a normal human. How strange, even I don't know why I'm so concerned about a single woman's well-being. But I must admit, it's good to be able to remember. I see the past before me, the memory that I lost as I came back to life over and over, all in such beautiful detail. Now I see. It may not be for eternity, but I see now that this is what they mean when they talk about living your past through time. This is the place. I just hope she came to while she was falling. I found her. Nitocris seems to be alright. I'm not seeing any injuries anywhere on her. Nitocris! I'm sorry I worried you. I blacked out and began to fall after I ran out of magical energy. But I woke up before I hit the ground and managed to land safely. I must thank Osiris for his protection once again. Glad you're alright, but where's my boy? Camazotz, what about him? When I woke up, he was nowhere to be seen. Besides, didn't you defeat him up on the peak? That's all that matters. He will never again roam the darkness. It's true, I can't hear his wings flapping anymore, and all the bats I used to fill this cave are gone. Camazotz was the most dangerous being in all of Mictlan, and you just defeated him. Never mind that. Congratulations on your brilliant victory, you two. I couldn't be more proud to have you as my allies. Yeah, even if it was just for the domain of humanity that developed in Mictlan, Camazotz was still a beast. That we managed to defeat him by ourselves is a miracle. We couldn't have done it without you, Nitocris. You may have become an alter like King Croquet and the other Guardians, but I guess your alterization was temporary. Of course, I can never endure inviting Anubis into my body unless I was in an underworld. Is something wrong, my ally? No, everything's fine. Thanks, Nitocris. Even the dinos who are standing guard are gone. I guess all those incompetent fools died off. Now the king of dinosaurs is dead and the soldiers are all gone. Chichen Itza is finished. No, it's not just the city that's finished. We should never have let Chaldea or the Cryptor do as they please. Now that we have, our extinction is imminent. The dinos don't understand that. No, that's not right. They understood fine. They just refused to stop them. Their overwhelming strength left them with no desire to live and no sense of danger. No matter how long they lived, that was never going to change. They never even thought to compare themselves to others. Of course they would never develop that beyond this point. I'm the only short-lived dinos around. And so I'm the only one who understands the dread of watching the steady progress of time marching on. Well, no matter. Criticizing my fellow Dinos won't help anything. What's important is that I survive and change how things are done around here. Yes, Callie promised me a scene in Mexico City. Apparently, even Oslo may need priests. Fine then. If I have to use those damn apes to be the only Dinos to survive, then that's exactly what I'll do. Oh, this looks familiar. I see the remains of an enormous temple and an even more massive tree behind it. It would seem to be the Tree of Emptiness, but... yeah, it's literally empty right now. It's clearly dead, just like the one in the British Lost Belt. And yet, Mictlan is still obviously functioning as a Lost Belt. In Britain's case, Morgan remade it from scratch into a Lost World, so it's able to escape its Tree of Emptiness. So that's not the case for Mictlan. According to Sequick, it's been a Lost Belt for its entire existence, all the way up until now in 2019. And that must mean... something other than the Tree of Emptiness keeping it around? Yeah, once we get to the roots of the Tree of Emptiness, everything should be clear. But first, I gotta make a regular check-in. What'd you call the Storm Border Mash? Understood. Opening a line now. Storm Border here. It's the Underworld Pilgrimage team. I'm glad you're all okay. We confirmed your arrival at the 9th Stratum via your ID signals. Unfortunately, the video feed is not as nice. We are getting a ton of static from the 9th Stratum. The cosmic ray concentration is well above safe levels for humans. I remember you telling us that the Master was wearing a special protective sheet. But please be careful to ensure it does not get torn. No worries there, the Dinos made the sheet. It's way stronger than anything Chaldea can make. Anyway, how's the Storm Border coming along, Sion? Is it going to be operational soon? Oh yes, it's been 14 hours since y'all left Chichen Itza. 4 hours ago, we successfully restarted the engines just as we planned. At the moment, we are working on charging our emergency power reserves, enhancing the border's armor plating, and generating all manner of weaponry. We expect it to be another 4 hours or so until we are satisfied with everything. Well, that's 2 hours sooner than we planned for. Nice, you must all be working super hard right now. What's Kadok up to? We lost contact with Kadok's strike team 4 hours ago. The good news is that the Shadow Border signal is still strong, meaning the most likely explanation is that they are simply unable to contact us as a result of some unforeseen difficulty. Then are David and Tezcatlipoca making their way here right now? That is a highly probable yes. Alternatively, they may have already passed you during the 4 hours you spent making your way through the 4th Underworld. You have two choices. You could choose to wait for Kadok's team to arrive, or you can move on without him. You are your team's leader, mate. Since we are unable to reach Gordolf at the moment, the decision is yours to make. What will you do? Let's keep moving. Yeah, right now, moving forward is our only real option. Sion, we're gonna head to what looks like a temple built near the foot of the Tree of Emptiness. Could you ask Kadok's team to rendezvous with us with Sai once they get here? Roger that. In the meantime, we'll continue to prepare the border for takeoff. Good luck with your expedition. So we're not gonna wait for Kadok's team to get here? Right, since the Shadow Border is still intact, I'm gonna trust that everyone is okay. We should focus on our mission of reaching Ord before daybreak and cutting down the Tree of Emptiness. Even if that means we'll be erasing Mictlan itself as a result. Oh, don't worry about that. Didn't the other Dinos already tell you? The end of the world isn't anyone's fault. Think about it like the wind pushing Rod over. If you say the wind's in the wrong, that means treating everything nature's done up until that point is bad. If you say the Rod's in the wrong, that means ignoring all the work it did to stay upright until now. And if someone were to push the wind aside so they can run up and kick the Rod away, well, I wouldn't know why they were doing something like that, but I'd be impressed at them for pulling off something pretty big. Would that really be that big? Well, think about it. Most living things only deal with other beings that are about the same size as them, right? At most, maybe it'll go up against something that's 2 or 3 times their size. But if you're challenging the whole world, well, that means you're dealing with something way beyond any one person. So I think if someone's gonna do that, there's gotta be a bunch of other people who'd be willing to take their place cheering them on. The only thing that could kill the world is the world itself. The only way to break the world is if the world itself is on your side. And then there's the question of what exactly will carry that plan out. I don't really think you could break the world without good reason, allies, and destiny. So if the world itself is on your side, only then can the world be broken, huh? That gets to the world's own innate counterforce, though I think what Kwat Chang is talking about is much more good-natured than that. Why don't we walk and talk? The temple's still a ways away. By the way, how are you feeling, Nitocris? You haven't become a zombie like the ones in the story you told us earlier, have you? If you feel like sucking anyone's blood, please start with Wakchan. That way the rest of us will be safe for a while. I'm not gonna suck anyone's blood. Where's this even coming from? That's what happened every time Camazotz sucked up Dinos' blood. Did he not drink any of yours? No, he didn't. I'm the very picture of health. I see. Then my next question is for you. How are your command spells doing now that Camazotz has been defeated and can no longer misuse them? Doesn't look like anything's changed yet. Then you'll probably have to settle things with the guy who the guy who you traded them to. But why are you asking about this in the first place, Teppo? I don't get it. So that we all have an accurate picture of our combat capabilities. You see, I'm not trying to say this, but I've been hearing noises from the nearby trees for some time now. It seems like we're surrounded by hostile creatures. It's neither of those. No way, this place is filled with toxic gas just 4 hours ago. Nothing could be living down here if all those toxins are near. It must be the wind or... See? Crap, sorry guys, we gotta make a break for the temple. Those are the Tree of Emptiness seeds. They're all foreigners, so we get to throw out alter egos at them. So let's just grab a bond seed. You'll die immediately anyways, so who gives a shit? Alter ego, alter ego, alter ego, alter ego. I'll probably replace Symptonai with that, and you with you. And then after that, we grab Charge Seeds. You can work with that, you can work with that. You can work with this. And... Alright, we're rolling. Alter egos, alter egos, alter egos.
言っとくが、俺は主みたいに優しくないからな。
I'm gonna swap you guys out. Hell, I didn't even need that for Doman, but whatever. It didn't say anything about them immediately replacing, so... Oh, they do anyways. Cool.
節操に
本
諸
気で行くぞ。
肌無限と。
任せてもらおう。
I still think it's fun that they got a whole different voice actor for the Ring Goku
暗
skin.
黒の帳太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱怒涛悪霊サフ。
セーフティーロック解除。魔力タッチとフルドライブ。いつが俺と主の手をきだ。
なんですマスター。何？骨を持って行ってはいかぬ。お？
Not following us into the temple? So it would seem, do they recognize this temple as sacred ground or something? Beats me, I can't even tell if those things are intelligent or not. It may not be intelligence so much as ecology, some sort of animalistic instinct that causes them to band together to protect their territory when they sense danger. It reminds me of the story of the man who ran away from a pit of snakes only to end up in a nest of scorpions. On a different note, is it just me or is it rather hot in here? I know temperatures in Mictlan are generally hot, but it's almost like the air itself has become here pure heat. Yeah, the heat coming from below is intense. Yeah, no regular humans could survive. Yeah, no regular humans could survive in this environment without a mystic code to regulate their body temperature. So I also noticed this temple is similar to the other buildings of Chichen Itza, which means it's originally from the Ka'an Kingdom. And that means that at some point humans were able to live here. Do you know anything about that, Tapao? I can only tell you that I've heard the name Kalakmul passed down in a few oral traditions. Based on all the information we've gathered so far, Kalakmul would seem to be where Mictlan's humans originated. They later migrated to the upper strata and eventually found the prosperous human kingdom of Ka'an. So they moved up because it was too hot for them to keep living down here? No, it doesn't seem so. In fact, it seems like this heat was instrumental to Ka'an's creation. You see, these patterns on the wall tell their story. I believe he called this a mural. Looking at the first mural, it seems Ka'an used this geothermal heat to advance our society. Yes, I see. Fascinating. Just we wish we could stay here indefinitely. That's not an option, Tapao. Time is of the essence, not to mention there's no telling when those things might come in here. I understand, but there's still a lot to be learned from this mural. It seems that as long as we read it in the correct order, it'll lead us to the heart of the temple. Chico Nahui Doyan. That is what seems to be what it's called in the Ka'an language. You can make out that much from these scribbles. Tapao's no, all Dinos' brains are as powerful as supercomputers. Decrypting something like this is no problem for them. Chico Nahuilan. In Aztec mythology, that was the name of the Mictlan underworld's lowest layer. It was a world of peace and regression shrouded in thick fog. The dead people who managed to make their way here from the first layer would have their souls purified and be released from their suffering. That is why it was also known as the true Mictlan. So this is the underworld's finish line. When we saw Ort's corpse in Mictlan, it wasn't inside a building like this. So it must be even further down. Noyan. Would you show us the way, Tapao? Of course, my whole purpose on this trip is to be your guide. Since it seems this is my final task, I'll do my very best to ensure you all arrive at your destination. In the beginning, the world contained a tree. The tree connected the land to the sky and beyond to outer space. Once connected, outer space summoned a star. This star was shattered to pieces and the world set ablaze. The visitors who escaped the planet, the Mala, or Greenery, was set about rebuilding this world. This brought about an age of gentle reptiles with neither predators nor foreign enemies. This age of reptiles lasted for 100 million years until the second star was summoned, a terminus star. The Mala went on to create a world underground and became a miniature sun. This was how Mictlan began. This all lines up with what Quick told us. The Malu are a fibrous life form which came here 300 million years ago from another planet. They fused with the surface's flora and used that network to stabilize the continent into one huge supercontinent. Dinosaur life flourished on this supercontinent for almost 100 million years. But then 66 million years ago, around the same time as proper human history's fifth mass extinction event, another meteorite collided with the planet. This was the terminus star, Oort. Yeah, Oort's collision with Earth should have wiped out the dinosaurs. But the Malu protected it by creating Mictlan and becoming the sun they needed to survive. They then started modifying the dinosaurs' DNA and eventually evolved them into a new form of humanity, the Dinos. Then, after another 60 million years had passed, the fourth mass extinction event occurred about 6 million years ago. That was when Oort began functioning again after being shot down. Oort went on to destroy the sun, nearly driving Mictlan to ruin. But then the Dinos and the Ka'an, every living being here, banded together to cast down Oort to the very bottom of Mictlan. Yeah, that's what Quick said, but... Senpai, is there something strange about the Merle? You've been looking at it very intently. Oh. This order of events is the opposite of what we thought. In this Merle, Oort doesn't emerge until after the sun has gone dark. But then that would mean, yes, a Quick misinterpreted these events. Oort didn't destroy the sun, it went out before that. What do you mean it went out? Did the place mess up or something? No, it was just the sun's time. Not even beings as advanced as the Malu were able to create a sun capable of perpetual operation. It stopped running after 60 million years, leaving Mictlan covered in darkness. We Dinos can't function without sunlight, so we went into hibernation for the next 100,000 years. During that time, when the Dinos were no longer Mictlan's dominant species, the human nation of Ka'an flourished in their place. They never received the Malu's protection. From the moment of their conception, the sun had forsaken them. That's why they built their civilization around geothermal heat. Camazotz was the king of darkness from the very beginning. Only Mictlan will die when the sun goes out. I will never change. The Dinos will accept their extinction, as they did before. But not me. I'll never go extinct. I can live off the heat of the land alone, even without the sun. Hold on, does that mean the Dinos, the Malu, didn't do anything to help defeat Oort then? That's the only ones who could fight him to protect Mictlan when it lost its sun were the people of Ka'an? No, Camazotz alone? Because the sun had gone out, yes, that must have been the case. Humans mustered all their might to shut Oort down, and the sun returned to Mictlan once again. By the time the Dinos had woken up, the kingdom of Ka'an was gone. We never saw Ka'an. Theirs was a civilization that developed during the 100,000 years the sun was absent. And we used what remained of the civilization without a second thought. I see, so that's why the Dinos were always so afraid of Camazotz. We had no excuse for what we did to his people's legacy. The kingdom of Ka'an was arguably Mictlan's only mythology. Now we know that Camazotz was very much a resident of that mythological world. The Merle ends here. Jakul and let's meet deeper inside. The last part of the Merle says, when the King Tor opened the terminus star, it became the space tree's seedling. Do not touch the star's body, for it has become the foundation of Mictlan itself. The terminus star is known nothing less than the seedling of emptiness. Then, does that mean... If the terminus star became the space tree, does that mean Oort fused with the tree of emptiness? Yeah, looks like that's what happened. Maybe Oort observed the tree of emptiness as an energy source after the people of Ka'an wounded it. Or maybe the people themselves used the tree to finish Oort off. Either way, now that we know that Oort and the tree of emptiness are fused together, that explains what happened to the tree of emptiness outside. The tree itself may be dead, but it lives on in a different form. It looks like we have a new ultimate objective, or rather, we've gone back to the one we started with. Our job in the 7th Lost Spell is to destroy Oort. How the fuck are we gonna get down there from here? Yeah, does that sea of actual fire? No wonder it's so hot in here. Wait, if it's fire, where's the smoke? So this is where the temple's hidden staircase led, the ceiling of yet another underground cavern. Now I see. Gordoff did say it was every gentleman's dream to own a house with a yard, a pool, and a picket fence. I'm guessing residences like this were fairly common in proper human history then. Don't be ridiculous. Even in the age of gods, nobody will build a domicile as absurd as this. What do you think proper human history is, Tapao? Also, for the record, trying to swim across the sea of lava is absolutely out of the question. That goes for you too, Mash. I'll be sure to let Kyo him know. More importantly, if the very bottom of Mictlan is made up of flowing lava, does that mean the knife stratum we saw earlier is as far as the Mall's power reaches? From this area onwards is Earth's natural geological formation? Yeah, this has gotta be the mantle. It's probably not as solid as the mantle would usually be because there's something beneath that pyramid-shaped temple. Mash, can you use Shiva to scan the natural structure of the composition of cultural composition of this area? Done. There's 100 meters between the ceiling we're on now and that temple at the base. There's also appears to be another cavern 200 meters in diameter below the temple. You think that temple might be an elevator? Yes, that's right, Master. According to Shiva, that temple is a shaft that leads further down. The space at the bottom is most likely Mictlan's endpoint, where we'll find the tree of emptiness's roots. So you've got to keep going down, then. The walls are pretty scraggy, so you guys might be able to get down using those as footholds, but it's okay, Wakchan. You could just wait here. Those footholds were obviously built for humans anyway. They'll crumble under your weight, but don't worry, we'll be right back. I should be able to come along. I'm not too heavy, and I can glide if I need to. Okay then, Wakchan, you stay here and watch our things while the rest of us head down. We'll use the footholds in the walls to climb down that bridge, and then cross it to reach the temple. Nita Chris, is something bothering you? Oh no, I just heard the sound of running water. We may be done for if we lose our footing, but there's no time to waste. We'll just have to make our way down as quickly and carefully as possible. I'm not looking forward to climbing back up, or at least we're here. Whoa! I'm detecting 2 life forms up ahead. It's Tezcatlipoca. Damn, seriously? Guess David was right. I can't believe you people got here at the same time I did without even knowing the way. And it looks like none of you bowed down in the 4th Underworld either. Pretty poor showing on Kamazatsu's part. I figured you'd at least tear that master's head off and drink his blood, since they're both representatives of humankind and all that shit. Oh, I see. It must have been command spells. Those things use a ton of magical energy, right? I bet he was pretty weak and hungry after putting 3 servants through alterization. Yeah, that explained it. You're astonishingly magnanimous for your willingness to speak even to the lowliest vermin, great Tezcatlipoca. Nonetheless, taking care of vermin is my job. May I exterminate them? Oh yeah, it is your job, isn't it? Sure, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. If you hate proper human history that much, you should get out of your system while you can. Leaving business unfinished can really eat away at you. Of course, dying with unfinished business happens to every human, but... Wait, hold up. So she got knocked all the way down here, huh? Looks like that fate smiles upon you today, is Callie. This god just so happens to make it in time. Seems like your battle's gonna keep on going for a while. Ah. She's covered in wounds. Are those from Kamazatsu's talents? Talalak, you're alright. She sure is. She was in pretty bad shape after Kamazatsu sucked some of her blood, so she was able to kill her injuries here. So this is where she was summoned. In proper human history, it's known as Aztlan, the land of beginnings. Why don't you show them who you really are already, Hummingbird? You're not going to be able to defeat him while you're hiding your true name. Forget your godly duties. You never took them seriously anyways. You've always been stronger when you're fighting for humans, right? For humans? Gods exist to rule over humans. Why would Talak ever fight for... Tezcatlipoca? What, no more brother? That's a shame, but I guess I got no one to blame but myself. I'm taking his Callie to the coffin. You stay here and kill him. After that, do whatever you like. Disappear, go back to Mexico City, go nuts. Let's go, Callie. So, you made it all the way here. You faced me in the jungle in Mexico City and Chichen Itza. Not one of those times where you're any match for me. Every time, something had to intervene to save you. But nothing's coming to save you this time. Lost belt, proper human history, it makes no difference to me. My only concern is passing divine judgment and invaders bent on destroying our land. As both Talalok, the god of rain, and Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, I'll execute your divine punishments. Oh no, she's not bluffing it. Given her affinity for this place, she's stronger now than she's ever been. That defensive concept she's got flowing through her sphere origin is no joke. Yamazaki might have been ahead the edge defensively, but she's clearly the best when it comes to defense. I don't think we'll be able to fight our way past her. We'll have to figure out some way to go around. No, we don't have time for that. She's far too vicious to let us escape anyway. I'll deal with her. It's time I avenge my humiliation. I'm counting on you to handle things from here, Da Vinci. Mash, I'm sorry to step out before you. And you, I must thank you for making the right choice. That you thanked me back then is proof that you're truly a first-rate summoner. Chris? Do not fear. I'm about to show you the power to let me rule a great nation. The power of a pharaoh. Oh, it's you, the queen who failed to defend her precious ship not just once, but twice. I'm tired of fighting you. Your spirits are useless at me, and you know that by now. Luckily for you, I'm every bit as magnanimous as I look, so I'm willing to spare at least one servant. You? Magnanimous? Ha! You're every bit as tyrannical as you are miserable and greedy. Jealousy was the only reason you wanted to destroy the storm border. You were desperate to destroy it because you saw it that it was both more beautiful and useful than you, and you just couldn't stand that, would you? Could you? You relentlessly criticize and rank anyone who defies you, or who you know is better than you. You're a petty, small-minded thing who can't stand to see anyone or anything that might surpass you. Isn't that right, Talaluk? I see people who claim to be incarnations of gods are every bit as arrogant as the expected one claiming that title. Resorting to insults just because you can't possibly defeat a divine servant like me, huh? Where's all that queenly pride now? Oh, you are funny. Come now, you're our divine spirit, we know that. Why don't you just tell us your true name? Tezcatlipoca has given you permission now, hasn't he? Or would you rather I did it for you? I suppose so. You never reveal it yourself. You're far too stubborn. Please, what a fool you are to think you could ever figure out my true name. Not as though you have the power to pass judgment on a god in any case. If you're so desperate to disappear, I'll just kill you now before you can call me by some other gods and that. Only a god may pass judgment on another god. This is all the more true in the case of someone only claiming the title. If I can't defeat you simply as an incarnation, then I'll simply have to sacrifice my heart. You. You have another form too? No, it's not that. You're becoming an altar. Trying to deceive me, such insolence. No matter if falsehood, fabrication, or forgery can stand before my scales. You are no god. You're certainly not several gods. You shed blood not for godly laws or humanity, but solely for those who live in your city. It is clear that your true name is Mictlan, or the Lake of the Moon. No, in that form, perhaps I should call you Tenochtitlan, the most prosperous floating city in Mesoamerica, and the one who worshipped the gods Talaluk and who is the Flood Chief. What? You really are an idiot, are you? How could a city become a heroic spirit? Shiva's spirit origin observation is stabilized. I should be able to add her to the spirit origin graph to that problem now. You bitch! What kind of servant blurts out another heroic spirit's true name on a wild guess? Insolent, well, my golden eyes see through all. Here in my underworld, gambles like yours are forbidden. Come, show us your true form. Do it and I will crush you. Why, you think you're so great just because you're an altar now? Fine, you want my true form? You got it. Aztec myth has no place for a desert god. I'll render you back to the dust you came from. Look at that crunch. Okay, so what's the team composition look like? Got it. So we're up against boss Pretender here. And Pretenders are best nuked by foreigners. So you know what that means. Okay, I have to leave Mia Chris in front so that way she can use her buffs. Or status effects. I'm sure it'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I got like 27 ley line stones left. Voyager Peak! 2 turns with him! Woohoo! Your walls are shattered, Silver Snatchelon. Ah! Crap, she's gonna kill me. Huh? No noble phantasm? She's not finishing me off? How long are you just lie there? That you're incapacitated doesn't mean you have suffered a fatal wound. What's going on? Aren't you gonna tear out my heart? I could, but now is not the time. I only require the hearts of the dead. I have no use for hearts of the living beings of unfinished business. They are revoltingly warm. Make no mistake, this is not me repaying you for letting me live earlier. I must still give you 100 lashes and then destroy you utterly to make up for the humiliation you caused me. This has not been nearly enough. So I spared your life and you kill me in return. Do you always try to cover up your mistakes like that? Some god you are. So you still have the strength to trade insults. Good. My only fear was that I may have taken it too far. That's not a normal exit. You should be more careful, my ally. Have you forgotten how barbaric that Mesoamerican heroic spirit is? Just because we won doesn't mean she won't use the last for strength to attack you. You'll just have to see me off from where you stand. I said my goodbyes earlier. Do you recall? This is as far as I go. My apologies for leaving without asking. Then again, perhaps I should say I'm impressed that I lasted this long. I pulled out my own heart and used it as fuel for my alterization. Of course I'm going to disappear. The truth is, I died back in the fourth underworld. Alterization is a form of rebirth that can only be done in the underworld. This is just what happens when you attempt it elsewhere. I regret nothing, but it is a shame that I'm going to vanish for good. I doubt Pharaoh Nitocris will ever be summoned to Chaldea again. You don't know about that. I suppose a very, very slim chance remains, but if you say so. Still, I suppose even a version of me who doesn't know Chaldea will be able to forge a fine alliance with you. I don't understand. Why would you sacrifice so much for so little? You could have killed me easily, but you didn't. Why? This is beyond humiliating. Please just put me out of my misery. Even I don't know what I was thinking. I can't believe I felt a sense of kinship with someone as morbid, stubborn, and dreary as you. Kinship? You felt kinship with me? I did. We were both so preoccupied with our positions that we ended up hiding what we really wanted to do. As you said, I'm a queen who fought for her own revenge. I came up in an underhanded trap to execute retainers who had far more power than I did. Some people said that what I did was brave or even wise, but it proved nothing besides my own foolishness. It's far too little too late. By that point, I had already lost everything I really wanted to protect. So I didn't realize then that my chance to demonstrate my bravery or wisdom has long since passed. Instead of fighting to kill the ones who killed my brothers, I should have fought to protect my brothers, even if I was too weak to do so effectively. No amount of self-punishment after the fact can make up for the regrets I carry on in my soul. Seeing you fight so reluctantly reminded me of myself, back before I lost my brothers. So while I know this is very self-serving, I want to make your request I wish someone had made of me back then. Once you know who your true enemy is, and when you should fight him, don't lie to yourself. You're the incarnation of a beautiful city and you said you would gladly spill blood for your people's sake. Are you certain you don't still have regrets in your heart? Nidacris's spirit origin is gone. I'm guessing her entry into Border's spirit origin graph is also probably... Everyone, red, the bridge is coming down! Damn it, it's all lava down there. There's no way we can survive that. We gotta hurry to the temple before... Cool cliffhanger. Anyway. I'm gonna take 3 real quick and then we'll be right back. Because funny cliffhanger is perfect for this shit. Any rate. And we should be back by the time this gets broadcasted to the actual site. Alright, Rikuchi, let's go. So, been a year since we last saw each other, huh? Feels blinding as ever down here, I see. You been good, or old pal? What am I saying? How could you be with your reactor ripped right out? I sympathize, man. It's gotta be rough being on death's door for 6 million years. But today's your lucky day. Break time's over. I'll have that wound of yours patched up in no time. Say, bud, the space tree at the heart of the Mayan mythology. The 13-layer heavens and the 9-layer underworld of the Aztec mythology. The time's come to tear them all apart and destroy this planet, to rise up once again from the depths of the Earth and return to outer space. This pit, I can't even see the bottom. It's a coffin? And you say the weapon you need is sleeping inside, great Kalipoka. Not so much inside as below. Camzat's the one who gouged out this hole. Even this island we're standing on is part of Ort. In human terms, this would be the top of its head. The bottom of this hole is connected to Ort's heart. See that giant tree over on the opposite shore? That's Quasar, this lost belt's tree of emptiness. Well, it was anyway. 6 million years ago, the people of Ka'an sent Ort tumbling down here, after which the Mala put it to sleep. But right before they could, Ort pounced on the tree of emptiness in the 9th stratum and devoured it. So now, even though the tree of emptiness is dead, Ort took on its functions. In proper human history, there's a parasitic fungus called cordyceps that takes over its host body. This is kind of the reverse. The foreign god's tree of emptiness may be gone now, but thanks to Ort taking it over, Mictlan kept going as a lost belt. In this one instance, Ort being an immortal monster turned out to be a plus. Immortal, but you say it's dead now, right? Yep, it shut down after it was killed. No living creature can survive without its primary organs. But what happened afterward was different. It's a living creature, yes, but the biological concept of death doesn't apply to it. I told you about artificial organs, right? How they can replace organs that are lost from injury or illness. If you lose your arm, you can get an identical arm transplanted. If your organs are away, you can get new ones. If your brain gets blown up, new brain for you. Well, okay, we aren't at a point where we can create copies of brains just yet, but you get the idea. Point is, when a human is in danger of dying from some extreme damage to their body, they could be put back together. But once they do up and die, that is, once their bodily functions cease, there's no bringing that human back to life, no matter how well you put them back together. It's weird, right? Physiologically, there's no reason they can't start back up again, but they just don't. Once organic life forms stop functioning, even just once, that's it. They're dead forever. Machines, on the other hand, are free from that particular bit of weirdness. You can remove their power source and even smash them to pieces, and they'll still come back to life if you just replace their broken parts. You know how they say dead brain cells never come back? The way I see it, what separates machines from living things is whether they're natural or artificial, or even whether or not they're intelligent. No, I think it all comes down to whether or not you can come back from death. Yes, that makes sense, Great Catlapoka. More than anything, it's wonderful to see you in such a good mood. You can't be alive without eventually dying. If we consider non-functional machines to be dead, then they are alive too. But that doesn't apply to immortality. Anything that can't die isn't alive. That's more of a phenomena. And that's what Ort is, a living creature that's practically a phenomena. Death doesn't matter to it. As long as its body is restored, it'll pick up right back where it left off. What's even scarier is that Ort restores itself automatically. Sure, when humans get hurt, they can do everything they can to heal themselves too. They can recover from simple injuries on their own, and as long as their society's functioning, they can pretty much get automatic assistance in recovering from major ones too. Up to a point, obviously. If their heart or brain is destroyed, that's it for them. But that's not the case for Ort. For Ort, everything from the cells in its toes to the motor nerves that control its arms and legs, to the heart that gives it energy, the brain that operates its body, everything is interchangeable. Every cell in its body is capable of performing any of Ort's various functions, regardless of what part you remove, and will eventually be restored. The only reason it's shut down right now is because the Mala pulled a great fast one on it. Whether we help it or not, Ort will eventually start back up again. It's only a matter of time. David just had the idea of giving it a little present before that happens. We're gonna give this monster, who only knows how to destroy and leave for another planet when it either gets bored or receives a new directive, an order. That's where you come in. You understand, right, It's Callie? Yes, my body is a 1-year Tezcatlipoca. You made me to grow into a god so you could sacrifice my divine body. Exactly. Nice job. Anyway, no need to wait for David. Let's get started. Hi. Is that Talaluk's arm? But why would only her arm fall from the sea? No, impossible. This can't be right. How the hell did this happen? What do you have to replace to pull this off? Come on, Master Chaldea, tell me. A robot hand came out of the temple and protected us. That was a hell of a thing. Some giant arm came in out of nowhere and grabbed us in midair, then we fell for another 100 meters. That arm did just save us to Mictlan. I was protecting myself, I just happened to see you guys too, although... I guess I might have made things more awkward. Well, even so, thank you, Mictlan. Thanks for keeping us safer in the fall. But your body's at its limit. Whether you're still our enemy or becoming our ally, I wouldn't try to move if I were you. And then there's... So that's this lost-spelled tree of emptiness, or the one that were consumed. And that giant pit over there must be... Or its coffin. Surprised to see you saving our enemies from a deadly fall, Hummingbird. You feel some kind of kinship with them after the battle? That's fine, as long as it works to our benefit. But I'm not really seeing the benefit here. Come on, Hummingbird. Give me the kind of rational answer I expect from an Aztec god. I see. Well, I'll have to set our relationship aside for now. Better if I finish you off here so you don't get in the way later. What? Wait, Tezcatlipoca, there must be some kind of mistake. Talaluk is the guardian deity of Mexico City, our god, the god of the Aslome. She would never save invaders from proper human history. Think so? Pretty clear to me she did exactly that. Besides, she's only ever protected herself. She's never defended you people. She's not your god either. Has she ever so much as given the Aslome the time of day? She hasn't, right? She's a heroic spirit of proper human history through and through. She'd never throw her lot in with Mictlan's 8 people. That's not true. Talaluk may be a god of a few words, but she's always been there for... You've got it wrong, Iscali. I'm sorry. That's partially my fault. I've forgotten what it's like to be young and look up to the gods. But Talaluk isn't even her true name. Do you honestly think someone who's been keeping her real name a secret all this time was really opening up to you? Oh, so you realized she was hiding her name. Yeah, I've always been a quick study, haven't you? Alright, that's all cleared up. It's time for a battle. Oh, nice music. Since you caught up to us, the only thing to do is to fight it out. No, Tezcatlipoca, taking care of these invaders is my responsibility. A king's job is to kill would-be interlopers. I wouldn't make you sell your divine hands over this. A king's job, huh? Pretty sure we all should already be past that point. Okay, I'll let you have your way one last time. Go ahead, knock yourself out. It's not like you're gonna die anyways. Master, almost no time has passed since our last battle. You need to keep your magical energy flow to your servant's immutable. If he's the only one we're fighting, Havatron and I should be able to handle this. I know. This will be our first battle since Mexico City, Chaldea. It's a shame I didn't get the chance to kill you all at Chichen Itza. At least I get one more chance. I will kill you and become Tezcatlipoca. The filth of proper human history has no place in this world. You're gonna die here, never knowing how foolish you were. And what about you? Are you aware of your foolishness? Well, you're showing a lot more nerve than you did last time we fought. It's just the real you, then. The first 2 times we fought, you were desperate to save your allies' lives. Looks like you're entirely focused on your life and your enemy's life, so also you can protect your world and your place in it. I recognize that expression. That's the look of a woman bent on destroying would-be invaders. I see now. Guess me working to revive a monster makes me the invader trying to destroy the world. But so what? I don't need her or anything for proper human history anyway. Even though you're a proper human history human yourself? What makes you say that? Is it because I look like you people? Because I'm the only ocelotl who speaks your language? Or is it because I think the same way you do? Even if that's true, that's not a problem. Humans of proper human history are defined by their willingness to kill their own. I'll prove it right now. Let's see once and for all which of us hates our enemy more. Okay, so... I'm stuck using smashing as one of the servants. And then our enemy's an Avenger, so that means mean cancer. All I have to do is break his first HP bar. That should not be an issue at all. Because he only has like 84k. No music? Hmm. It's weird about the music. What's the matter, Callie? Your heart doesn't seem to be in it anymore. Where's all that fury and bloodlust? Did Lawluck's defection really get to you that much? No, Callie Polka. They're simply stronger than I am. Even with only a few servants under command, that master's forces are as formidable as ever. So you've recognized her as a fellow warrior? Fine, I knew this would happen. No human can compete with a servant. Still, that doesn't mean that this is a waste of time. It's important to get things in earnest shot. It's a smoke. Not the tobacco smoke. You've had your fun, Callie. Now it's time to fulfill your duty. Over the last year, we've been restoring Orc's parts with Dinos' hearts, but they still need a jump start. Light that engine up. It's time to offer your divine body to the coffin and bring an end to Mictlan. What's wrong? You just gotta let yourself fall in the hole. Sure sounds easier to bite to the death for me. I can't do it. I'm not entirely sure why myself, but I don't want to revive Ort. Something tells me that it would be wrong to let that happen. Please reconsider, Callie Polka. I have no problem with destroying proper human history. But surely there's no need to destroy Mictlan, to destroy this very planet. It's Callie. Almighty Callie Polka, I understand that your goal isn't for us to achieve victory. As a god, your domain is destroying and rebuilding the world we live in. So then, once proper human history is gone and the Oslo Maze time truly begins, won't that qualify as destruction and rebuilding? You're right, I never expected to get electric here of all places. It's Callie. No, Moctezuma, the last Aztec king of proper human history. When you died back then, I couldn't help but wonder if you made the right choice in service of creating a new era. I figured the only way to find out was to give you another chance. I guess I felt sorry for you. I wanted to know what a betrayed soul would choose if given another chance. For the past year, you've done a fantastic job. Even as just a soul, you still pass the trials to Tezcatlipoca with flying colors. If you feel now that you can't go through with this, I have no objections. Spent a lot of time and energy raising you into a heart-fit Lord God, but you don't have to want to offer it to Orc now. I won't. A human sacrifice that doesn't really want to destroy the world will never bring about the end of the world anyway. Then does that mean... Yep, bye. But why? If you're going to tell a god what to do, you better be ready to put your life on the line. Those are the rules. Now then, I know it's kind of sudden, but I have a request for you, mage. As you can see, I'm kind of in a pickle right now, since I can't use the product I was counting on anymore. But then I had a thought, what if I sacrificed the heart of the human who erased 6 lost belts instead? You're plenty used to destroying worlds, your heart's too sweet for my taste, but I'm sure Orc won't mind. I didn't fucking agree to this. Fuck you. I see, then I guess I'll just have to win you in battle instead. Okay, enough talk. Since you went easy on Iskali, you should have be plenty rested now, right? Fucking ugly-ass outfit. Come on, hit me with everything you got. I'll crush you in my jaws. You look ugly as fuck. Like, holy shit, that's awful. Anyway. This is another inverse situation. Okay, so I just need to worry about anti-invincible. Let's take a spark contest for that. As for the rest of you. Let's remove these. And start anew. Abenja.
騙すな。見えすいている。熱くなりすぎた。
Cool, anyway.
面白い。黙れ。黙れ。つまらんな。
我が行くは温州の彼方アンペルシャトーディフ。
さあテスカト
この程度かよ。
チェカトカーメルおごるな騙す見えすいている。
Oh yeah, I forgot I still had her in half naked ascension
じゃ欲望
from
のままに
part 1.
感激してくださ
Whatever.
い。夏は燃えるもの。
いいなとてもいい。
そういい見立てだ。ダララララ
チェカト
Rip Lobo.
チェカトさあ
美しき欲の花。邪魔欲望お任せあれと感激してください。夏は燃えるもの。一度なる堕落の形。アビルーパのいざない。
カーメルチェカトいいなとてもいい。
美しき欲の花。美しき欲の花。燃えるならお静かに。邪魔です。いい見立てだ。たまにはノリノリでいっちゃいますか。夏の堕落を今あなたにギュンギュンギュン。感激してください。ダラララこいつはそうきたか。燃やし尽くせ我が血我が骨我が命。波順返上完全大戦天魔。ダラララぶち殺せ火の負の三段打ち。
Rip.
テスカト熱くなりすぎた。
オルトナンス前期の
Kama's stunned, so I can't do anything for a turn. So I'll do this instead.
装填済みです。ブーストストライク。
Oh, come on. They couldn't just activate the guns after each other? Pain in the ass.
シェカット。
申し訳ありません。
力は貯めておく。
よ、邪魔です。刺激的でしょ。夏は燃えるもの。愛は痛いもの。菩提樹の下に愛の。
改めて自己紹介だ。俺は黒く赤く青白。
Probably would be possible with this comp about, to swap out a couple of, because of the fucking gut break. Which is whatever. Again, I have like a million fucking leyline stones, so. If I don't use them now, I'm never gonna fucking use them anyways, so. It's not the worst considering I have a million Avengers to throw at it, it's just the guts breaks that are fucking pissing me off. But it's fine, as long as I don't touch the Axolotl, I'll be fine. Also, welcome to Chatski. Oh, that's basically kept on happening to Dante's anyway. It's no use. We can't hit him or charge up energy, and there's no intent to his attacks. He's not crazy strong or anything, but I just can't see a way to beat him. Ugh, I'm so sick of everything we try failing. This is looking real bad, mate. This smoke isn't just blinding us, it's a manifestation of his authority over probability fluctuations. Attacks that, hitting him is the least of our worries. At worst, we could beat him if it in one count. There's literally no end. We'd never be able to finish this battle unless we could clear up the smoke. But what can we do? Firing the black barrel in here will bring down the whole cavern down on top of us. Do I just have to fucking run away now? I can't hold the enemy's reinforcements back. The way things are going. Ogla Maria Ex Machina. What the? That lightning. You again? What's the meaning of this, foreign god? Dramatic entrance. My hands must have slipped. Sweaty as I'm getting in here. But hey, what are you gonna do when it's so hot? It's a bird! It's a plane. It's the president. No, it's... Director Olga Marie. Haha, my ancestors says I'm getting in here, but hey, what are you gonna do when it's so hot? I simply do not believe this environment is hot enough to make you uncomfortable, nor do I believe you are capable of sweating. Hey, I sweat flames just like anyone else. I always get a little sweaty when I'm in a bind. Senpai, Da Vinci, the lightning strike came from Olga Marie. Yeah, that's the Earth's president for you. She must have been watching things play out and just couldn't take it sitting down anymore. I could see Father Kotomine up near the ceiling as well, too. I've never sat from such a staunch pacifist. He's completely outside the combat range. What's Kukulkan doing? You're our greatest enemy. Shouldn't you two be out somewhere fighting each other? Anyway, stay out of this beast. Can't you tell I'm testing these people to see if they're true warriors? Besides, I thought you were done pretending to be human. Didn't you already ditch Calde? I was just out on a little jaunt and happened by. Certainly didn't expect to see you here. It seems your hideous earthlings just can't get enough of killing each other. And for the record, that was just my way of saying hello. I wasn't trying to save anyone or anything like that. I see. Well, I'm glad to hear you two are so good friends, Chirp. That said, the heart can be fickle. Even the smallest thing can grow into an impassable rift. So if you need to ask something, then ask it. If you need to apologize, then do it. Once you've grown distant, nothing you say will ever bridge that gap. Every encounter in this life is precious. When you get an opportunity to talk, you can't be afraid to take it, Chirp. That's the third time, Yogwa. Sorry for not saying anything sooner. It's fine. Water under the bridge. Well, lava under my cloak in this case. That's why I'm blushing, you know, because it's so hot in here. More importantly, do you know why I helped you? You need to ask? Because we're friends, that's why. Then let's go, Master Calde. You two servants. You're probably not going to make any difference, but that's fine. Just give it all you got anyway. Right, Master related Calde. Glad to fight by your side. Okay, so what this is currently looking like is... First of all, smashing has to be up here for some fucking reason. Which is fine, I'll just put her here because it inverts everybody. And then... as per usual, just meme with Avengers. He only has like 2 fucking health bars this time anyways, so... Avenger memes! Avenger. 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 Let's go fix your sprite first. There we go. Avenger. And then... clear out the CEs real quick. And then personalize everyone. Let's see here. First, you get Honey Lake because you're burn memes. You like Buster Card stuff. And Sweet Crystal for you. Actually, no, I'll put Sweet Crystal on Dante's. We'll do that for you, and... Mash can do about. Alright, off we go. Because that's legit the only mechanic I'm concerned about here. That's fine. Anyway. Why do you hate Lobo so much? You a dog beater? Welcome to chat, Aiden. Leave Fork alone. He doesn't have any defensive skills, does he? Just that. Well, I mean, there's no skills in there, so it doesn't change much of anything, so. We're going with this. Do this with caution. I mean, he has a nice FA in first ascension, but that's really all I like about him at this point.
力はためておく。熱くなりすぎた。テスカトカーウェイいいな、とてもいい。カーウェイカーウェイおごるな、騙す。さあ見えすいている。
Yeah, it gave me bad vibes from the start, but his arc just kind of... His arc definitely gave me bad vibes from the start, but it's like... After playing this last spell, he's still even more of a dick.
改めて自己紹介だ。俺は黒く、赤く、青、白く、今なお生きる子孫の早起きテスカトリポカ。いいな、とてもいい。
Which is a real shame because he's a long-haired dude, and I love long-haired dudes.
見えすいている。
So I wish he was a better person, but alas, that shit's impossible. Fair enough, but I still think he's too much of a dick for my taste.
熱くなりすぎた。
怖い、私コーチの合宿ありますか？覚悟あの辺り決めました。あんた指導して恋を飾るは花の冠、真夏の夜に堕落咲きカーナルーパースカラ動かないで動かないで
いいな、とてもいい。
この
ヒアウィトル
申し訳ありません。
さあさあさ
あこの星を滑るものである。あの辺りね、あの辺りね、知っているかしら。ではキラッキラにしてあげる。 絶対に逃がさない。
いいな、とてもいい。シペトゼ、熱くなりすぎ
なんでも言ってくださいね。愛の夏バージョンマカラビューティーに現れ溢れ出る魔王
Probably curtains again, but again. Fucking over 20 leyline stones. And there's not that many fights left.
赤、青、白。
You can't even use leyline stones in the orc fight, and that's gonna be most of the fucking fights.
ケスカトリポカ。
Fights I have left at this point.
覚えました。思考
怒るな、騙す。見えすいている。
こいつは俺でも己をどつきれん。覚悟しろよ。破人返上。三千大戦天魔王。俺の体に流れる血を全てを焼き尽かせ。
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
すぐにも俺は不滅だ。
We did it! Now that was a great victory. Not that it was any surprise since you had me on your side. Now there's no way for Orc to be revived. Huh? Is that true? It is youngness. That's why I told you that helping them would only be to your detriment. Now the 6 months you spent carefully biding your time here in the South American Lost Belt were all for nothing. Ha ha ha. Good, Rasputin. This is fine. More than fine. In fact, it was my plan all along. At any rate, there's no way to reboot Orc now. Neither is Kali nor Catlipoca can be used as sacrifices anymore. As no American sacrificial rituals call for a still-beating heart, the plan was to use a divine heart to jumpstart it. Yep, Art can't be woken up with either a reluctant soul or a damaged heart. If we tried, we wouldn't be able to give it an order. It'd just gnaw on Earth for a while and leave. I'm not about to sacrifice for nothing. I'm just gonna admit defeat and bow out. Well, that's all I've got. It's up to you now, David. Knock yourself out. I'll see you again in the paradise for the dead. Huh? Wow, new sprite work. Still goofy as hell art style, though. Better than Test Cat, but I always thought that David looked a little bit funny with his art. He's walking around in a leather jacket. Of course he's gonna be a cool guy. So you defeated this Catlipoca. I figured you would. But actually seeing it is still a shock. Now I feel bad for bragging about being more experienced than him when it came to underworld pilgrimages. Stop! Now there, stop! I have no reason to stop. If you want me to stop, you'll have to stop me. I only just got to this island. Orc's coffin is behind you. Just 20 meters as the crow flies until this planet breathes its last. I have everything I need to activate Orc. Are you really trying to destroy Earth? You're from proper human history, too. What possible reason could you have to want to destroy your own world? A good one. That's why I infiltrated Chaldea in the first place. All that aside, you say from proper human history. Do you agree with that? Do I look like a human from Earth to you? Yeah, you just kind of have funky art style, you. I see, that's the same boring answer I've been hearing for a while now. It's alright, but I don't really have the time to waste. I barely have a minute left today. I cut Caddock's team into mincemeat. Time to do the same to you. Are those servants? But I thought he couldn't summon heroic spirits. He didn't. Those aren't heroic spirits. They're not even life forms from this universe. They're terminals from a dark star that was blasted 14 billion light years away during the Big Bang, a place outside the whole universe. But how? Those radio sources are from 14 billion light years away. That's way too far for even light to reach this planet. How in the world is he connected to them? Still a foreign god in spite of everything, huh? I'm impressed you understood what these things behind me are. Then again, you were always smart, Olga Marie. You only paled in comparison to your predecessor because he is so absurdly talented. But an incompetent could never run Chaldea. That you managed to do so at such a young age is proof of your talent. But you were unable or unwilling to trust your own abilities, which led to discord with those around you. On top of that, you had Leslie Nerm manipulating you. He made you dependent on him and pushed you to put up your walls to keep everyone else out. By that point, Gautia's trickery, the Demon God Pillar's plan, was all completely terror-tight. But what was arguably even more miraculous is the motions of Lightner directed at you. If it hadn't been for those, we would have had no way of turning things around. Back then, when King Solomon, when Gautia, the king of the demon gods, incinerated humanity, he also created humanity's greatest line of defense. You talk as if you know me too, huh? Well, who cares? It doesn't matter. Let's do this, you two. If we let him get any further, it's over for us. Come on, this is the last battle. Don't hold anything back. Right, we may not know who or what Daybit really is, but we still can't let him revive Wart. We'll neutralize him here and now. Didn't someone say something about him? Daybit is an infinity, but the black fighters you had him, the shadows you'll call upon in response. Okay, so apparently we need to only bring the required servants and an alter ego. Let's go with King Persea. Do any of you have invincibility to worry about? Okay. Do I have Divine Holy King? I don't think I do. I think I burned that some time ago and haven't gotten any new copies since. I'll double check just in case. That's frankly a bit hilarious to use on King Persea. I'm gonna go with this. We'll go with this for you. And since we aren't taking any other servants, we'll just run all reliable.
悪いがパドックは間に合わない。お前たちカルデアの残党も異星の神の計画もここで終わる。では行進を始めよう。
もっと小さくなーれ。演説の時、この星を演説の時来たわね。あんちゃんとしろ。ああもうギャラクシーキラッキラにしてあげる。演説中よ、静かになさい。ウルトラバースト。
開け。
邪魔ですよ。隠れていてください。あの辺りね。そこ避けない。ギャラクシー身の程を知れ。
10億光年。
のびのび。もうこれじゃ本気出せない。この星を滑るものである。あの辺りね。わかりました。
let's see, what happens on second break? Okay.
邪魔ですよね。邪魔で隠れていてください。そこ避けない。もういい。消えて。私だってこんなに
30億光年。
パラドクセルです。世界最大ダメージお任せください。了解。時短一歩前にブーストスタイフル回転。バーニア突撃します。ターッ
60億光年。
言うことがあるでしょ。この星を滑るものである。演説の時来たわね。あの辺りちゃんと。ああもうじゃあ
135億光年。
はあ。のびのびしちゃいます。被弾確率収束。
Well, we got a spammer. There we go.
誰であれ戦一歩オルテナウスシリアルファンタジーリンク解除展開差し込む。神明東映保管。これは多くの道、多くの夢をする連合の証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。どこまでもプロテインの花が成長する。命の上に沈みなさい。アイラーバターキュールサイズ。
バースト。
もう少し。あとあの辺りね。ちゃんと指導して。もう身の程を知れ。じゃ1兆分の1になれ。この大きく。わかりました。わかりました。逃がさない。もういい。私だって女の子なんだから。言うことがあるで。演説の時来たわね。邪魔ですよね。隠れ邪魔ですよね。逃がさない。もういい。消えて。これで消えちゃえ。思考能力。シリア核わかりました。見つけた。こんにちは、小さなあなた。無事に襲われる気分。でも潰してあげる。戦うのってちょっとだけ興奮しますね。
As battles are fought around me, I take a slow, deliberate strips through the gaps, or perhaps I should say rifts, in time and space. I weave my way through the scenes between minds. I can see the answer before me. The nearby scenery stretches out like an overcooked taffy. My mind turns back to the series of events that brought me to this decision. The father wasn't a mage, he was just another researcher devoted to projects relating to the Semitic peoples. Actually, calling him just another researcher doesn't do him justice. He excelled in every regard: imagination, focus, tenacity, and above all, his knack for finding miracles. The results of his research even rivaled those of mages from prestigious families who had spent hundreds of years cultivating their magical circuits. One day, after an extended period of fiddle work, the father found what seemed like an ordinary wooden ring. But on closer inspection, it revealed to be an angel relic that was impossible to see through. You didn't need to be a mage to understand that it didn't belong on this planet. You could just feel it in your bones. The father was given his own laboratory, and from that day on, he became the angel relic supervisor. The relic remained inscrutable despite countless attempts to analyze it, and no matter what was done to it, it didn't change in any way. In the 20 years since the creation of the laboratory, the father was blessed with a son, now aged 10. On that day, the father invited his son to the lab. This was not a moment of carelessness. Rather, he had determined the relic was a gift from the gods and that it would never change anything. It was then that the light poured from the relic. Two-tenths of a second later, a moment which seemed to stretch for an eternity, the father was gone from this world. His name, his accomplishments, the memories people had of him, they all vanished from every record in the world. It was as though he had never existed at all. The only proof that someone had once been there was a human-shaped shadow burned into the floor. Dad? The boy clearly saw what had happened. He knew that the shadow burned to the floor used to be his father. That his father was no longer alive and that he himself was unhurt, and... Huh? Because he had been present as well, he was also disappeared from the world just like his father. In science fiction stories, these are typically two types of transporters. The first sends people to various destinations by linking different points in space. The second instructs people at the atomic level, then reconstructs them at the destination. The latter is currently believed to be more realistic, though it comes with grave moral, ethical, and philosophical concerns. To deconstruct the person at an atomic level is to effectively kill them. Even were someone identical to them in every way to appear at the intended destination, the question remains whether they would be the same being they were prior to that process. The boy loved movies, so he quickly realized what had happened. He knew that the thing staining the floor was his real self, and the one thinking these very thoughts was something entirely different. Notably, no matter what was attempted, no one was able to remove those stains from the lab floor. According to the Dean, the stains were still alive even now and will remain so forever, even beyond the heat death of the universe. From that day on, no one ever set foot in that lab again. After a thorough inspection, the matter composing the boy's body was determined to be identical to before the incident. He retained his memories and personality, and seemed completely unchanged from the boy he used to be in every regard. Even so, the boy knew better. He knew something about him was different. Nothing he did made him feel like he truly existed in this world. Spending time with other people did nothing to reassure him that he was among the members of the same species. He's not an Earthling anymore. That was what the mages of Brishan, the Department of Folklore, thought. The boy saw no reason to disagree. The boy no longer saw things from a human's perspective, nor did he feel close to other people. All that was left behind was the stain on the lab floor. Even so, the boy still saw himself as part of humankind. After all, even if he didn't feel that way in his heart, his genetic makeup was so unmistakably human. So he thought he could no longer see himself as human. He reasoned that he would be fine as long as he followed humankind's rules, their prime order. So then, what is humankind? How did the boy define it? Though that question has plagued countless people over humankind's existence, the boy's own answer came from his father. People may be all different races and colors and make all kinds of mistakes, but deep down, they're all the same. Humans intrinsically want to do good. Nobody has to teach them that. They instinctively seek it out in the same way insects are drawn to light. And so, the boy went on to spend 8 years in Brishan. That was when he learned he had been afflicted with a peculiar ailment. The boy's memory, his means of recording information, was different than it had been prior to the incident. He could now only store 5 minutes worth of information in a given 24-hour period. This meant that, for him, the entire day was now consisted of no more than 5 minutes of events. At first, he didn't notice this because his new ailment had no effect on his daily life whatsoever. The boy had now seen firsthand that the information people needed to remember over the course of a day could be condensed to a span of 5 minutes, with nothing of value lost. For him, where each day was now compressed into 5 minutes, normal people who possessed all 24 hours seem to be living in a much gentler state of time, of how much of it is wasted. This is who the boy is now, day bit, living each day one tiny bit at a time. This was the creation of an empty Semite relic that has been passed down to him. Before he left Brishsun, day bit determined the conditions necessary to activate the angel relic. An entire day must go by which nobody within a 20-kilometer radius dies. That was the true identity of the ring filled with malice for civilization. The ring that erased the boy and his father from Earth. I'm glad you decided to come. Welcome to Chaldea, Daybit. I heard Chaldea was studying something fascinating, something that concerns my career as well. So you need a way to precisely observe the universe, one that doesn't currently exist in modern technology. That's right, or at least an appearance of one. Ideally, I'd like to be as elaborate as possible. I don't need it to be able to observe anything outside of the universe. A 3.8 billion light-year range will do. Your opinions here will be incredibly informative. I hope you'll agree to help us in preserving humanity. Preserving humanity, so verifying or determining the future. That's definitely a good order, but what exactly does it involve? Oh, so you can already see that much. Alright then, I guess I can tell you. But please don't tell your other teammates, okay? So that's my objective. If you have any concerns, please speak your mind. None for the moment, but it does seem like the odds of this succeeding are extremely slim. The chances of mages at the heart of this planet surviving are especially low. Too low. Any who learn the truth are bound to try and kill them. That includes the world's own counterforce. None aside from Wodam and I would survive. That's why I'm keeping it a secret from everyone. The Mages Association, your teammates at Chaldea, the whole world. When it comes time to restore humanity in the inevitable singularities, the mages of Team A will not be masters but cryptors. I hope you'll keep that in mind. That was when the boy decided in his own order, to stop Chaldea's plan even if it meant destroying the planet. David Sem Void very literally looks at things from a universal point of view. He is neither a pawn for the foreign god nor an agent of humanity. Humans as a species are defined by the intrinsic desire to do good. No one needs to teach them how. It doesn't matter if their efforts make anyone happy. It doesn't even matter if the drive to do so is no more complex than the instinct of a cold-blooded insect. There, finally, that's the last of them. Where's Sabet? In front of the coffin. You two were 2 seconds too late, Da Vinci. 1 second's all I need. Nothing and no one can avoid my plasma. What? Oh, come on! That can't be right! There's a reason the foreign god's attacks won't work on me. As you can see, I have her heart. What in the world was that thing that attacked me? It looked like a human, but definitely wasn't human or a heroic spirit. It seems more like it was made up of pure condensed energy. I got so annoyed I ended up defending Chaldea's ship this time. Next time I see that thing, I'll pay it back in spades. Anyway, I better rest up for a while. I wasn't expecting to use up so much energy. I bet. I knew this was gonna happen, President. You're the Cryptor's servant. Sorry about the ambush, but I'm taking this back with me. See, my partner insists he needs to translate your heart into his own body. Even I don't want to touch this thing, but once he makes up his mind, there's no stopping him. Still, it'd be a real pain if you tried to get it back, so I think I'll just kill you now and be done with it. I see. No wonder I'm so weak now. One of Tezcatlipoco's best tricks is pulling out living hearts. Of course, I figured the foreign god will be able to regenerate a destroyed heart, so I disguised its absence by keeping it in working condition, having it continue to send out biosignals, making your body think it was still there. I thought that would only fool you for a couple of days, but amazingly, you never did figure it out. And now I see why that is, Dr. Oldlemery. You decided you would rather stay weak. You thought that way you'd be able to stay with her and Kyrie Light forever. What a foolish dream. You're too late. You lost the moment you decided to fight me. One last thing. I'm ready to answer your first question now, Kyrie Light. My goal is to maintain order. I've determined that would be a good thing for humankind. When all 7 Lost Cells are excised, my raspberry goal of preserving humanity will be achieved. Once that happens, Earth's humankind will be despised across the surrounding 8.8 billion light years as the worst, lowest life form with intelligent life in all the universe. So I'm going to destroy Earth before that happens. That's the only way to stop Chaldea. Or rather, the only way to destroy the thing behind all of this. Chaldees, the foreign planet. David, did you just say Chaldees? But Chaldees is just a miniature model of the Earth. It's not a foreign planet. The two may look identical, but the original Earth is right here, so Chaldeas must be a different planet. The foreign god was born inside it, and the plot to bleach Earth clean was hatched in Chaldea. Those of us on Team A are pawns gathered solely for the Administrative Grand Order. What are you talking about? Chaldeas was already destroyed, though. No, Anastasia didn't destroy it. She protected it. Why do you think she was chosen for the attack on Chaldea? It was to make sure Chaldeas would be safely preserved in ice. Renowned genius as she was, there was a chance that Vinci would realize the truth during the attack. If she had, she still wouldn't have been able to destroy Chaldeas. But she could have caused it to malfunction, which would have delayed the plan. At the time, it was still possible to raise ship to Chaldeas itself. But Chaldeas spotted that, which is why it let itself be encased in ice and pretended to stop functioning. And it worked. He gave up on Chaldeas and escaped Antarctica in the Shadow Border. He decided to flee the location of the true culprit. Of course, you were right to make that choice. If he had stayed at Chaldea Base, you would have all been killed. So far, every action you've taken has been correct. At least, in terms of the test questions, Mara was very prepared. Then you're saying Chaldea is to blame for all this? That the evil which must be defeated is us? No, you actually did save humankind when you took back its future from the incineration of humanity. That much you can and should be proud of. Chaldea may have caused all this, but that doesn't make you culpable. As far as human justice up until the year 2019 is concerned, you were the best possible crew anyone could have hoped for. Neither I nor Woodine would ever deny that, which is why I'll end with this. If you still want to stop what I've set in motion, and you manage to stop Ort, head to Antarctica. That is where your journey will end, where you'll finally part ways with your Grand Order. Okay, that's about everything I have to say. This has all been stemmed from a pact I made with Kirishtra. We never spoke of it, but we both knew we were thinking the same thing. That if either of us wound up being the last cryptid to be trying to defeat Chaldea, then we should tell all this to the people of Chaldea who stood against us. He jumped off so casually. We couldn't stop him. Even worse, Chaldeas is a foreign planet? Guys, we can think about all this means later. Right now, let's set what David told us aside. We need to get out of here. Come on. Wak-chan's still waiting for us up above. I see none of this has surprised you, Da Vinci. No, I'm as shocked as any of you, but I did get where he was coming from. Now stand up, Mash. You too. Or it's on its way here. It doesn't matter what Chaldeas is right now, or who Marsberry really was. What matters now is the battle to keep the whole planet safe. You can't do that if you're standing ground in a daze. Remember what David said? Chaldea may have caused all this, but that doesn't make you culpable. If you still want to stop what I've set in motion, head to Antarctica. He said that'll be the end of our journey, and I'm sure Kirashtra felt the same way. Even as they've been working towards their goals, they have never said ours were wrong. This isn't about good or evil, even about obligations. It's about doing everything you can to fulfill the duties you feel you must. That's what it means to live, to fight. Now, do you want to stand around here hanging your heads? Of course not. Let's get out of here. Right, it's dangerous down here, so we should head to the safety of the 9th Stratum. Senpai, you help Director Olimari. I'll help to note Chitlan. Oh, we got a video. Good morning, Itsy Bitsy Spider. Come on, we gotta run, buddy. Oh, damn it. I can't regenerate my heart in time. Let it go! Oh crap, now it has her heart, or it recognizes her as its own part. If we don't do something, it's gonna absorb her. Shiv is warning us to stay back. It's detecting an enormous amount of radiation. That branch is emitting a massive amount of cosmic rays. Just getting close will give you a fatal dosage. So not even a servant could get near it, let alone a living creature. Then what could we possibly... Chan! Rah! A branch is nothing! I eat branches for breakfast! Man, that was a lot worse than I thought. Uh-oh, I'm really dizzy, and everything's suddenly gone dark. Did I lose too much blood? Ah, well, it doesn't matter. Are you okay, Olga? I heard a nasty sound, so I heard down here as fast as I could, and sure enough, things looked real bad, right? Well, that's what the branch gets for messing with my bride, even if she is out of my league. Hey, what is it? Say something. Are you asleep? I guess you are. That's okay. I'm kind of sleepy myself. Also, it's weirdly quiet around here. Well, weird. I can't really talk good. I must have gotten something stuck in my throat. Nothing to worry about. I'll be right as rain once I've coughed it up. Before I do, I may as well say what I want to say. I came along with her group because I thought I'd get to see you again. I've been worried about you ever since you left. I couldn't say what I really wanted to. Kinda makes me wish I'd become a priest like Tapel instead of a warrior now. Still, I meant everything I said at the time. I can't see anything, but your color still shines bright as beautiful as a star. I'm glad I met you, Olga. I couldn't have asked for a more fulfilling life. I can't believe it. I know Earthlings are evil. For years, decades, they dissected me. I kept screaming, I'm a person, I'm on your side, over and over, but nobody never listened. So why? Why would anyone be so kind to me? Come on, Olga, we need to get out of here. No more talk. Surely you must have learned by now, foreign god. Now that Ort has your heart, it has the upper hand. If you merge now, you'll end up subordinate to it. The time for what-ifs is over. You need to recognize they have always been your enemies. There can be no reconciliation. I urge you to withdraw from this lost belt at once. It's time to go back to your home in Antarctica. That's not... Stop it. Don't come near me. Not with that frail human body of yours. You're right, Rasputin. It's not just my heart. That damn Ort made off with 30% of my body. I need time to regenerate. I'm not about to spend it here watching Earthlings breed to last. I'm heading up to the surface. Come with me. Time for blue fruit. Chan. Stop, you two. Chan's body has been flooded with toxins. We can't bring him. We have to leave him. Our focus has to be getting back to the surface as quickly as we can. That was too much Mictlan match. She's conscious, but she's also saying she can't go with us. Understood. Da Vinci, please get on my back. To be clear, the 5 of us who will be returning are Da Vinci, Mash, Havachat, herself, and myself. Are we agreed? Yes, we have no objections to that. Let's go, Senpai. Yep. Goodbye, Wak-chan. Are you sure we can carry both of us to Poe? If you're having trouble, I can get off and... If so trouble, you'll need to fight again soon, so you should both conserve your strength for that. This is all I can do to help anyway. To Poe. Enormous mass is coming up from below. Master, please make sure your Mystic Coast's temperature regulation is set to maximum. According to Sheba, danger levels and hostility readings are off the charts. Its spirit origin pattern has no matching wavelength anywhere on Earth. Estimated spirit origin scale is currently at satellite class and growing rapidly. Enemy contact in 6, 5. Here it comes. It's Orc. Hi, itsy bitsy spider. It just crawled out of the mantle about so much as a scratch. It's even more intimidating than I imagined. It's a literal space monster. Even if it was just for a few seconds, I can't believe you actually fought that thing, mate. Please don't remind me. We've got to run for it. That thing's way out of our league. Even for a loss, though, that's got to be against the rules. I know, but War already has us in its sights, and it's blocking the way to the wall that leads up to the 9th stratum. What do we do? What do we do? It just deployed a net of metallic fibers in all directions. We have nowhere to run, especially on such narrow footing. This is the worst possible place for a battle. Fighting now would be suicide, Master. It's like we're trapped in the spider's web. Ugh, I can't take this anymore. Pardon me. Did you see that? It cut through Ort's nut like it was nothing. That's gotta be. Hi, Cuckoo. Vocalcon. That's right, it's me. Thank you for calling me with such a lovely smile, Mash. No, wait, never mind that. This isn't like you guys at all. You always go charging in, rah, no matter how strong your opponent is. You can't give up now without even trying to fight back. Do you want to be the idiot who's casually having you in company because you trusted you'd be okay on your own? You're having tea with them? Everything's gone topsy-turvy. My poor Gorman palette feels like it's about to short circuit. What's going on out there, Zemplupus? What happened to Koi and Skaya? Those things that came out of David's shadow got her. It looks like she took down a few of them, but there are still 2 left. Now they're stacking the shadow border. Crap, they're gonna have to hit us again. Get this thing right side up again, Gordon, before they punch through the bottom and kill us. Oh, come on. Sure, I'm good, but I don't even have a way to turn a flip cart back over on behind a wheel. I'd need a tow truck or a crane for that. Damn it, they're right on top of us. Come on, we need to get out of here. You go on without me, I'm the driver. If the board is going down, it's my fate to go down with it. How the hell are you saying? This is no time to be joke. Wait, is your seatbelt going red? It sure is. It seems it broke in the crash and now I can't get it off. Do something, Caddock. Why'd you just say so? Hang on, I think I've got an emergency cutter somewhere in... we're doomed. Supremely unlucky duo. You humans for proper human history. I can't believe you couldn't even handle a few flimsy outer space terminals. You really are weak, aren't you? How's it feel getting saved by an enemy? Something you'd like to say to me, maybe? Like begging for me to spare your lives or offering me a bribe to help you? Oh, thank you. I've never experienced anything so frightening in my entire life. Wait a second. This sort of stuff has basically been a Tuesday at Chaldea, hasn't it? Even so, you were amazing. Not only did you get rid of those monsters that were getting Quain's Sky so much trouble with just one kick, you were kind enough to give the Shadow Border a tow as well. I truly can't thank you enough. Please, won't you join us inside for some tea? I'd be delighted to show off the afternoon tea skills I gained during my time studying abroad in London. Are you sure? I mean, I'm still your enemy. Only because of your position, right? She gave us a report, though she was damn sparse with the details. She said Kukulkan has a duty to protect Mictlan because she's the king of this lost belt. But she's also not the type to hate someone just because they're technically a foreign enemy. I agree, though I can't be as optimistic as her. Still, thanks for saving us, sincerely. Wyatt's got us sulking into border right now, but I'd like to thank you on her behalf, too. Thank you, Kukulkan. You really were amazing out there. I'm glad you turned out to have a heart. I see, so I'm a god with a heart, huh? Guess I'll just have to help you out for a little more, then. Okay, it's a little embarrassing to admit this, but I actually don't have a way of tracking the crypter. The mologist can't seem to make out his heartbeat. So I've decided to tail him and let her worry about stopping him. Of course, once he has been stopped, then I'll have to stop her from cutting down the Tree of Emptiness. Still, in the meantime, if you're going after her too, would you like to come with me? I can fly down to the Ninth Shroud and carrying both of you easy enough. Should be much faster and safer that way. Thank you, but I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. While we would love to have you protecting us, we also have our own role to play. Using the Shadow Border to aid the Vanguard to win ahead of us. So please, don't worry about us. We'll have the car back up and running lickety-split and then be on our way. The commander's right. We'll catch up to her group on our own in no time. So we'd appreciate it if you went on ahead. It's not just David they're up against, it's Tiscali-Poca too. Are you sure? Once I catch up to her, I'm going to. No, you're not. Besides, there's nothing more we could do if you stop her anyway. All we care about is stopping work. Once that's done, we can have a nice sit-down and talk about Mictlan's continued existence. Good point. Then I think I'll go on ahead and... No, wait, hang on. Is that offer for afternoon tea still on the table? I still have so much I want to learn about proper human history culture, yes? And that's the story of how I enjoyed some delicious tea and sandwiches and 2 pieces of cake. So you weren't exaggerating? Commander Gordov continues to impress. He never forgets to conduct himself elegantly, no matter what may be going on. But it also means I've got some extra calories to burn. Just so you know, I'm going to be fighting at full power. Think you can keep up? Of course, having you on our side again is a big load off our minds. Now you won't have to worry about conserving our strength for later. Come on, you two. Cabotrot, let's do this. We're going to neutralize Ordo cells. We can worry about cutting down the Tree of Emptiness afterward. Let's go! Right, initiating battle with the invader known as Ort. Okay, so from the looks of it... It's your everyday gimmick fight, so... Do that, grab some alter egos for shits and giggles. Single target, of course, because he's a single target enemy. Grab yourself some CEs. And we're off to the races. Oh, that's a different angle. None of it appears to be operational any longer. I'm not detecting any internal ether signs or cosmic rays. We did it! Order shut down! We actually neutralized it! We didn't do it. Is that true? Then that would mean I'm not a representative of Mictlan at all. Your hands appear to be trembling, Kukulkan. Is everything alright? Tepeo, what do I do now? I knew I'm not a Dino, so I'm still thought I was born in Mictlan. That I was a friend of this planet. I see, so you discovered the truth. I wasn't entirely certain either, but I deduced as much over the course of our underworld pilgrimages. Kukulkan, you're most likely... You just flew off! What, did you go on ahead to make sure the path was safe or something? That's a lot of shaking. Does this mean the area beneath us is completely collapsed? Mash, take a look at Ort with Shiba. Is it showing any signs of rebooting? No, it's not. It's beginning to cool down from its exterior inward. It's almost as though the light that burst out from a circle is gathering again towards its center. Crap, everyone run for the wall, now! Ort never actually rebooted before fighting us, nor did it shut down again from taking too much damage. It's only now about to actually reboot itself. Another crunchy video for the collection. We're getting a critical alert from the computer room. Major gravitational fluctuations are being detected in Mictlan's lowest stratum. Damn it, the instruments can't keep up. Estimated spirit origin scale ranges from satellite to planet. No, make that star level. The laws of physics are being overridden, starting from the lowest stratum and spreading up to the surface. Space-time continuum transition speeds have reached negative 3.6 seconds. Ah, we're so screwed! Captain, it's the Tree of Emptiness. Track methods in seconds to detect the Tree of Emptiness. I can see that from the readings. Where is it? How big is it? Can we see it from here? Well, you see, there are too many signals to count. Ah, you can see them from the monitor, too. What's going on? What are those things? Every tree in Mictlan is becoming a tree of emptiness. Does this mean Ort is rebooting? Yes, it does. The Ort that was invited to this Lost World's hypothetical history is not the same Ort from proper human history. Its power and destructive instincts are inferior to those of proper human history's Ort, which makes this one more of an Ort variant. However, by consuming the Tree of Emptiness, it has reached a point where it can create its own reality marble on a massive scale. It is an invasive life form that has remade every tree on the Earth into a Tree of Emptiness in order to provide itself with a more suitable environment. This place is no longer a golden sea of trees. It is now the largest and most dangerous lost battle we have ever seen, a galactic hell created from the depths of the Earth. This is the Tree of Emptiness Sea, or Tibala. Is the button gonna change now? Oh, no, but I guess I'll do it next arrow. What happened to Ort? Ort just made its way up to the 9th stratum, too. Its spirit origin scale now put our whole order of magnitude greater now. Hell, you can see for yourself how much it's grown. It's about 100 meters tall now, just like you reported seeing in Mexico City. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculously huge. According to the future, Tezcatlipoca revealed Ort's going to keep heading towards the surface, right? We'll never catch up to it on foot. We need a vehicle that can carry all of... We have Tree of Emptiness seeds heading our way. Shiva's rating them at a threat level of B+. They're much more dangerous than the seeds we fought earlier. What's your orders, Master? Wait, Mash, don't fight them. You're exhausted from all the fighting on our way here, right? Those things will kill us all if we try to fight so many at once. Let's head back to the temple for now. I know she's right, but... Good, we made it. You can fill us in later. Come on, hop in. There's a shitstorm of seeds out here. I love it. Shitstorm of seeds. Every talented team knows how to spend a little time as possible at a pit stop. So where's my tea, Kadak? Are you freaking kidding me? You barely escaped your life and that's the first thing you say? Well, sucks to be you. Kukulkan drank all the tea I ate, and I ate the last cheese cookie. This is a great help. I'm relieved to see the shadow border is large enough for me, if only just. May I suggest you all have a seat and catch your breath for a bit? I understand the situation is urgent, but you still need to rest. Yeah, I think I'll do that. You and Mash should too. I'm gonna go back to my base form. Hey, where's Plain Sky? Wasn't she with you guys? She went back to Chichen-Itza ahead of us, and she can make her way across Mictlan on her own. Of course, now that Mictlan's gone to the Tree of Emptiness Hell, she might be stuck rumbling in the Fourth Stratum. Oh, I wouldn't worry about Plain Sky. Knowing her, she'll end up taking a bunch of those seeds on her way back. As for us, I'll handle the driving. I'm taking us through a safe zone right now, dodging seeds along the way. Now, what's the situation? What happened down there anyway? Well, we're fucked. And that's the long and short of it. Ultimately, we were unable to stop David from reviving Ort. Kukulkan, despite coming in to help us for a time, flew off to parts unknown. And we learned that the foreign planet the foreign goddess from is actually Chaldeus. So this is the autopilot button. Pardon me, Goroth, I think I better press it. I see. And you say David said to go to Antarctica if you manage to stop his plan? Yes, he also said we should see things with our own eyes first and foremost. Damn straight. No wasted words, no coddling. That's about as David an answer as there is. Are you not shocked by this, Kadak? Sure I am, but of course I also stood against Chaldea myself for a while. Learning that there was more going on than we knew about makes sense to me. The noble over here is the one taking it hard. He put up everything he had to buy because he thought it was a respectable organization. Now he finds out he was actually plotting our extinction the whole time. Talk about a bad beat. Good point, even if we fix the bleach for a phenomenon, well... Whoa, what are you saying? I'm as much a victim here as anyone else, and I'm counting on you to testify that fact in the inevitable inquest. Don't worry, Gordy. Once we finish taking the Earth back, he'll be one of the Clock Tower's greatest heroes. Of course, for that to happen, we'll have to figure out how to sort this mess. If we're on the move, we don't know what we'll find in Mictlan anymore. Ort's erosive reality marble has hacked every tree here, turning them into identical trees of emptiness. At this point, getting rid of Ort alone won't be enough to excise this lost belt. So I'm thinking we have no choice but to give up on that. But if Ort is the source of all the trees of emptiness, isn't it possible that eliminating Ort will result in the other trees shutting down? Maybe, but that's very unlikely, if anything. Even if we do manage to stop Ort, as long as just one of Tree of Emptiness remains. Well, let's worry about that later. Right now, we need to figure out what our strategy for Ort. Once it's out of the underground, it's almost certainly going to make its way to Antarctica and destroy Chaldeus, along with the rest of Chaldea Base. And since Chaldeus is an incredibly detailed copy of Earth, destroying it will require an impact massive enough to destroy Earth as well. That impact would shatter 40% of the planet and wipe out everyone from proper human history and this lost battle alike in one fell swoop. We have to prevent that at any cost. Even though Chaldeus may be behind all this, we still need to keep it safe right now. And if we're going to do that, we have to defeat Ort. We have to defeat Ort? Don't give me that nonsense, especially when you're only just barely holding it together already. Ort absolutely crushed you, both in Mexico City and the Underground Temple just now. You're the only one here who's fought the thing, and you basically said it's unkillable. I'm not signing off on a mission like that. It's suicide. I'm not against taking desperate risks. I know that's been Chaldea's way since before I came along. But I can't approve of a mission with 0% chance of success. Give me an alternative plan, Technical Advisor. There has to be something. There isn't, Commander Gorodoff. From the moment we failed to stop David. No, from the moment David joined Team A, this was always going to be our only option. We have to defeat Ort if we're going to survive. Remember, the Storm Border isn't a spaceship. Even if we managed to get it out of Earth's atmosphere, it would just be a matter of time until we all died on it. Be that as it may, I can't condone sending someone even younger than me off to... Thank you, Director, but by now you should know better than to underestimate us. Chaldea never fights battles we don't think we can win. We're not about to begin a mission where our deaths are a certainty. Never again. On which note, things should be just about ready to go. Sion, do you read me? Loud and clear, Da Vinci. We're done with our inspections and we'll be ready very soon now. Just as he mentioned in her report, the 4 underworld borders have proven to be free summon zones that permit heroic spirits from proper human history. With this in mind, as well as all the heroic spirits she has formed bonds with, We should be able to conduct a mass summoning on an unprecedented scale. The Storm Warder is standing by above Chichen Itza. We can divert the full power output of 3 Triton engines to summoning rituals. We are also setting up to put the Spirit Origin Graft of every hero experience registered with Chaldea to date into an upgraded state rather than a typical base state. It will be a huge battle involving no fewer than 260 servants. It'll be the first squadron hero experience in history. So what do you think, Gordoff? I confess, it's a rehash of the Grand Order at the Temple of Time in which we were unable to participate. But would you not like to participate this time all the same? Heh, don't be ridiculous. I never once said I was against it. Very well, operation approved. I trust that you have no issue with that? Sure don't, but what do we actually do next? You will pursue Ort and engage in battle. According to Tragmessus II's calculations, it should take Ort 20 hours to cross all of Mictlan. Your job, Master, is to head to the nearest level of the underworld and begin summoning as soon as you arrive. The Storm Border will run 3 Triton engines at full power to supply the Shadow Border with magical energy, which you will then use to summon an entire battle line of servants as the opening act of our anti-Ort operation. According to Tragmessus II, this operation has a chance of success. No percentages were given to it this assessment. Again, we had 20 hours to complete the operation. If we do not succeed in that time, we will never learn of Chaldea's secrets, or the truth of the bleached earth phenomenon, and we will lose our last chance to reclaim humankind's future. The computer room has dubbed this operation the Tree of Emptiness Sea Showdown. The Storm Border will now enter combat mode. This is the time to make full use of all the servants you have gathered thus far. Good luck, Chaldea. There's the button change. I think that just means no revives. It's raid time, but before that, I'm going to take a quick second to prepare myself, and then we'll be heading right in. So let's hit up that and that. And we're back. So, let's begin. Alright, we're heading steady at the 700 meters behind Nord. This may not be much better than it was in Burden, but it should still be within range to command servants, so get to summoning. Just keep in mind that right now we're only trying to gauge his Orc's power, so make sure the servants you summon won't take too much out of you. It's much too early to play your trump card, got it? We'll start with Flip. And we get no bond from this, so no point for bouncies. Our first sacrifice, Passion Lip.
飛んで火にいいね何でもあなたが私をいじめるんですね行きまはい外しません怖くても我慢できるから私の子私まだわからないけどこの気持ちにちゃんと向き合うって決めたからきっと踏み切れで我慢しよう外しませんすみませんもう逃がしませんはい外しませんすみません私だってできるの
Night night, Lip. What the? They didn't vanish. I can't believe it. How's this even possible? Orc just stole the entirety of the servant sphere origin data and broke their links to the Throne of Heroes. Heroic spirits are ghostliners. They're recorded phenomena that span the time in our universe in which those heroes were active. And Hero just gobbled them up like they were candy. This is really, really bad. I can't believe we're in yet another Temple of Time situation. Or it is actually eating human history itself. then does that mean the crystallized servants are unable to return to the Throne of Heroes? The Throne of Heroes is basically a library in higher dimension. Beings from this dimension don't typically even have a way of attacking it. But you're saying it's using those threads to reach out to the higher dimension for the servants acting as its terminals? And damaging the data recorded in the Throne of Heroes itself? Exactly, which means we won't be able to summon any servants it defeats. We're going to run out of fighters way faster than we thought. So yeah, I need you to analyze that combat data ASAP. Understood, or maybe an extraterrestrial monster with an impenetrable cell, merged with a tree of emptiness, and capable of storing certain resources. But if it has moving parts, it must also have a weakness somewhere. We will muster every resource in the computer room to analyze ore as quickly as we can. In the meantime, please keep attacking it. Are you concerned about this? What's going to happen to the servants that get eaten? It's not possible to digest data, so it's likely storing them inside itself, as valuable sources of information. Think of it like a bank account. The more money you deposit, the more valuable you are to that bank. But in this case, the bank is our universe. Or it must be capable of using that energy for its own purposes. So if we can destroy the account, or that is, its stored resources should be released and the servant data should be able to return to the Throne of Heroes. Yep, as long as we defeat Ore, we'll wipe out our debt. So keep fighting until one of us goes bankrupt. Hey, we're gonna need more sample data if we're gonna analyze Ore, so keep fighting it. Your expertise as a master is the key to winning this battle. Okay, so we're up against Assassin. So then, if we're up against Assassin, then your support, so
どうか静粛に最高の時間をお送りしよう。さて、どのいい鍵盤には女神の加護が宿るものさ。反逆こそが我が人生。おお、カラスの惑星さよ。やめろ、手ランチを打ち砕かん。
Still on Amadeus. Whatever.
そこは迷惑。クレッシェンド。この辺りで変調だな。
I'm gonna start from the weakest servants and work my way up to, like, my gold servants. Just so that way they actually get used in the battlefield for once in their lives.
Yeah.
By the way, I should check to see how this is doing. You're already done for, so I don't need to worry about you right now. You're already done, so... Oh wait, no, I can actually do Romulus. Only by 1 tier, but still. Pain in my neck to move around here. Oh wait, I can actually do you now. We're up with the casters. We can go to Cirque before. So we go here, here. Now. Finish you off. And everyone else already checked. Alright, cool. Back to work. So Saber's next. Hold on. Those are gonna bug me if I keep them here, so.
いらし時間は
Burn
戻
the
らない
dupes.
ものだ
Get out of
最終
here.
確認はしっかりしたかい
Eyesores, all of you.
まだ見
Cool. Now it makes sense. Okay, so. The lowest archer is Nobukasu, who's a support for Nobunaga specifically. So we're gonna grab Rock and Roll McDonald's. Rock and Roll McDonald's. I know we have Cope Scope somewhere around here. Cope Scope, where are ya? There's our Cope Scope. We're doing this.
Nagisa の第六天魔王オンステージじゃ
Well,
姉上の意向にひ
わしのビートが有頂天燃え尽きるほど本能寺わしのビートが有頂天それじゃ
あとはお任せします姉
三回神仏怪人作戦我こそは第六天魔王発見
the fact that the damage is barely on screen.
上仕方ないですね物どもかかれ
乗ってきたの
姉上の意向にひれ伏すがいい
Okay, so Lancer's next. Saber. Let's see here. This time I think we might get... I'm not sure. I'm gonna use this time.
どうなっている前線は指揮官のいる場所じゃないここでこうだ当然だろ勝利は目前だな全く仕方のない 行け我らアルゴノーツアストラプステアルゴ畳みかきそれいける無様に
There's our first break. Okay, we're back to Foreigner. What's me? Shufu and whoever comes up next on my alter ego tower. Or just another foreigner, that works too. What's your MP? Okay, so it's not anything interesting, got it. Stick to All Reliable then. Although at the same time, I think this is a decent one to use anyways. What sort of MP do you have? Quick? Yeah. We'll use you then. Probably not the best resonance because Zufu's Earth Servant, but whatever.
粛々と殺害を開始。少しだけ本気になります。コツコツ知らせ混乱の呪詛。コツコツコツコツそれが盛り上がってます。それがエルタ道。お待ちかねのあのナンバーです。美味です。月光タイガー、すなわちルミナス。有名神話より、なれどもハーモニー。ルミナ意味です。そうきましたか。不老不死なんてあるわけないでしょ。私が探していたんだ。一重に一重に貴様のためのものを。おりゃあ全速
Okay, so caster time. You're quick, aren't you? Oh, nope, you're a buster. Anniversary blonde it is then. Or should I go with you? Let's see here. I think I'll go with you.
鉄と火薬は海賊のロマン。バスターバスター、もう一丁バスター。ウィンアンドレベンジ。アミーアミの待っています。はいたる。はい早く。はいねんか。甘いといえば目の当てだ。目の当てだ。あたたたたたた。わっちゃお。
Why did you sound like he's smoking a whole lot of crack in his voice lines? Ryder. Matahari time. And your arts. What a fucking death is that? Christ. Well, it's too bad then. Not even a damaging NP, amazing. Well, that's fine. Wait, the charm actually lands on fucking Ort? Holy shit, that's hilarious. Anyway. I guess since he's inevitable either way, they don't really mind not giving him that mental debuff immunity that everybody loves. Time for some plot. I can tell we're hurting it, but... Damn it, not again. Hey, I'm putting the battle on hold for now. Get some rest. However you like, go to the Shadow Border's roof and get rid of any seeds that try and jump on. Understood. There are trees of emptiness seeds all the way up here, but we're almost to the fourth underworld. Once we leave the ninth stratum, we shouldn't... Crap, Mictlan's practically overrun by trees of emptiness now. That means... Yep, we've got seed scanners across the whole Lost Belt. It doesn't matter where Orton is now. Nowhere in Mictlan is safe anymore. Forget the Oslo man, the dinos. By now, those seeds have probably killed all the flora and fauna in Mictlan. Mowing down everything in its path. Shadow Border, this is Storm Border. We've got a critical emergency update for you. Tree of emptiness seeds are showing up everywhere from the 8th stratum to the 1st, and they're probably going to keep coming after you. Make sure you keep enough defensive resources on hand to stop them from destroying the Shadow Border. Oh, you think we don't know that? We've been fending these things off for a while now. Don't you have anything else to report? Give me some good news for once, damn it. Nemo here. The seeds are coming after the Storm Border as well. Luckily, not many have been able to fly up to our position, so we can handle them on our own. We've also calculated Ort's route. I'm sending you the data now. I knew it would go there, but why? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Mexico City is a major detour from heading to the surface. I didn't think much about it back when Tezcatlipoca showed us that future, but why would it go there? That's not all. I hate to tell you this, but you need to know. Our analysis of the combat data provided has revealed that Ord is still incomplete. Its various parts, its appendages are operating independently. The energy it's using to move its limbs is coming from the limbs themselves. If we were to compare it to an animal, it's as if it's entirely lacking a heart to supply its body with blood, at least for the moment. Essentially, it's lacking its primary engine, and it's still as incredibly powerful as we've seen. What? Are you saying that is what it looks like when it's conserving energy? All we're seeing is it spinning its wheel or flailing its limbs? I guess it could compensate for a missing part or brain with other parts. Still, this may be good news. If Ord has had a main power source when it rebooted, it may have erased all Mictlan in an instant. Good thing Camazotz destroyed its heart 6 million years ago. He might have been our enemy, but he really helped us out there. Now I see. That explains the mystery of Ord's route. You mean the sun? Correct. I see you figured it out as well. Ord isn't heading for Mexico City. It's heading for the sun. Well, yeah, that's where they moved it after the attack on Chichen Itza, but why would it be doing that? The sun is Ord's heart. I've been wondering how a new sun was created after the old one went out 6 million years ago. The Mali used up all their strength creating the first one. They lost their extraterrestrial status and became completely naturalized to this planet. Which means they must have found some other power source. The people of Ta'an flourished in the darkness for 100,000 years before sacrificing everything to defeat Ord. Afterwards, the Mala took Ord's heart and repurposed it, creating the new sun. It's just what happened with you, like what happened with you, Olga Marie, and David. Ord doesn't have its heart right now, but it knows it's somewhere still functioning. That's why the command to regenerate its destroyed heart was never issued. Its original heart was still intact and functioning, serving as Mictlan's second son. The energy source giving all Dinos life was Ord's heart this entire time. That's one hell of an organ transplant, so then Ord is heading from Mexico City because... Indeed, I believe it's trying to retrieve its heart to complete itself, as any living being would do, instinctively. After all the damage it's done, I can't believe it has the nerve to act like it's still a living creature. Alright, I'm changing the operations objective. Forget the surface. We have to defeat Ord before it reaches the 6th stratum. That doesn't mean we can let it escape to the surface either, of course, but we're all dead if we let it reach Mexico City. You must defeat it before it reclaims its heart, no matter what it takes. Alright, Berserker. So Berserker, we're going to just throw other Berserkers or extra classes at it. You have a support MP, I know that much. Just how far did Chaos Labyrinth? Jesus. Crazy. That's more in line with what I was expecting. Alright. Archer. You're like Aero Lucas or wherever, Berserker. Yeah, Buster. So I'll leave that. Lancer. Have her a short FNP. I remember to check the little expression change that happens as you get further along in the fight. I'm gonna be right back before we start on the next stage paper. It shouldn't take more than like a minute or two. We're back. Just getting my earbuds back in. Alright, let's continue. Right, you are...
ここに僕がいる意味を知らなくて覚悟する動く覚悟する刑を執行せよいいと行こうか
Nice voice, you still look goofy as fuck though.
おぞましき武器を使おうとそれは変わらない進行 分かった。行こうか。いいと。はっ。仕事を。いいと。行こうか。いいと。はっ。仕事を。
Let's swap over to camper.
さて、それでは執筆を開始します。残り頑張ってください。リア王の受難、ロミオの悲嘆。リア王の受難。
よくして頑張れ。偉いね。
いざ開演の時。
我が宝具の題名はファーストフォリア。
Speedy ones.
なるほど。
行くぞ
悲劇を差し上げよう。
さあ
Caster balls, caster balls.
風よ吹け吹け吹くがいい。
3,000 HP. Just got sneezed in his direction. He's dead anyways, so that's there. No, we'll use Gorgios. What the fuck is your MP anyways? I only know you for, okay. You know what? It doesn't even matter. It's 3,000 fucking HP. Who cares what Mystic Code I take in when I don't even get any, EXP from it in this scenario?
速やかに殲滅します。一歩が入る。ここだ。まだまだよ。
Time for some plot. Oh, nice background. A merciless end has come. A meaningless end has come. There is no safe place left anywhere in this underground world. The tree of emptiness seeds that sprung up in droves ransacked every plant they could find for nutrients, down to the last braid of glass. Any life forms they encountered at worn plants were perceived as foreign enemies and attacked indiscriminately. The animals killed by the seed crystallized and shattered, and their shards scattering across Mictlan. Every living being living in the jungle, be they dinos or ocelotl, died without even a chance to fight. I see. I don't know why there were so many kinds of creatures here in the first place, but I guess this means Mictlan is done for. It's as if it was destined to end like this from the beginning. Her words, spoken only to herself, are lifeless. Disillusionment and regret fill her voice. The corpse of a young man lies silently beside her. After Chaldea left her to surface, her plan was to let Earth's mantle swallow her along with the young man in the collapsing temple. But something, she couldn't say what, about seeing the young man's body filled with such rage that she forced her crumbling body into action. But the fury driving her was spent. That anger dissipated, and all she could do was lie down by the temple's entrance, stewing in her impotent rage. What an idiot. Why did he even bother? It's not like it makes any difference where we die. Everything's over now. Nothing we do will change anything. Isn't that right, Iskali? Copy of the king who once destroyed me? Foolish king, neither incompetent nor evil, merely unsuited for the job. For no particular reason, she placed her finger near the large scar on the boy's forehead. The body of the human chosen to be the one-year Tezcatlipoca was supposed to be flawless in every way. But a single scar marred the boy's forehead. No matter how many times he was reborn or how perfect the spell used to make him, the scar could not be healed. The scar seemed to be part of his very soul. I don't need to know who I am. I will never ask either. I am the king of the Ocelome, and I will only exist for 1 year. I was made to be king, chosen to become a god. Thank you, great Tezcatlipoca. Thank you for choosing me for this role. Thank you for giving me this chance to denounce proper human history. His gaze was like fire, his determination sharp as a knife. Every cell in his body, every drop of blood flowing in his veins howled with anger. The boy, who was given the name Iskali, grew up never knowing who he was made from. All brother needed was one utterly devoted to vengeance to who could overwrite Ort's instincts. In that sense, he made the perfect choice. Iskali, Moctezuma's second soul, was guaranteed to denounce proper human history. He trusted Spaniards who came from afar. He welcomed them into his home only for them to stab him in the back. His fellow Mesoamerican tribes should have banded together to fight back against foreign invaders, but they turned on him too. In the end, his nobles deserted him, and he was stoned to death by his own subjects. No wonder he didn't want to see proper human history. No wonder he didn't want to see the city that became his grave. The young man with Moctezuma II's soul at his core did indeed grow into a king filled with fury. Keep being king like this for a year, and you'll become Tezcatlipoca. Kill the dinos. Sacrifice your hearts to the sun. They may be strong and smart, but don't screw it up. This is a test, Iskali. A test to see if your soul is fit to end proper human history. It was no test. There was never any doubt in his soul that it would be perfect for the job. The scar on his forehead was proof that, his hatred would never fade. Or so I thought. You don't look very happy, Iskali. Are you still upset about letting the sacrificial mages in Chaldea get away? No, I know where they are. At some point I'll be able to make up for my failure in letting them escape. More importantly, Tezcatlipoca's vision showed me the fate of Mexico City. Just remembering it troubles me. It shocked me. That is a surprise. You don't care about the Aslome or Mexico City at all. I didn't think any number of them dying would bother you. That's right. I have no attachment to the city whatsoever. I'm not like them. I'm a foreigner who doesn't even speak their language. I feel so out of place no matter where I go. Right? So then why? It's the same reason you always fight so reluctantly, Talalak. I don't hate the Aslome. I just know I'm not like them. They're doing a great job. They're earnest, hardworking, and they mean what they say. I don't hate the city either, even if it was hard for me to be here. Tezcatlipoca may have built it, but they're the ones who made Mexico City flourish through their love for it. The Aslome are generally proud of their home. In any case, the city could not have possibly been an ugly place, not when it worships you. I'll never throw my lot in with proper human history, but I'm not so stupid as to deny quality when I see it. One day, I expect I will be banished from the city, since I am not an Ocelotl. When that happens, I'll build my own city, and it will be beautiful enough to rival this one. I know it will. Iskali, but I know, when my time as 1 year Tezcatlipoca is up, I'll probably be sacrificed. But when I think about protecting our culture, fulfilling my duty, or watching over Aslome's fate as their king, the pain from my scar goes away. I think it's because I enjoy thinking about those things. But that's only a dream, and my wildest ones at that. As much as I'd like to make it come true, I know it never will. The purpose of this body, the whole reason it was made, was to destroy proper human history. That's the reason why I've made it this far. Any other sentiments pale in comparison. So please, bear witness to my determination, Talalak. I promise that no matter what else I must give up, I can and will prioritize the anger in my soul above all else. Please consider Tezcatlipoca. I have no problem with destroying proper human history. But surely there's no need to destroy Mictlan, to destroy this very planet. So then, once proper human history is gone and the Oslo's true time truly begins, that won't qualify as destruction and won't that qualify as destruction and rebuilding? I swear, you really were a child to the end. You didn't prioritize the anger in your soul at all. You were genuinely furious. You said it was your duty as king, yet you ultimately chose the option you personally preferred. Seeing you fight so reluctantly reminded me of myself back before I lost my brothers. So while I know this is very self-serving, I wanted to make you a request while I wish someone had moved back then. Once you know who your true enemy is and when you should fight him, don't lie to yourself. You're the incarnation of a beautiful city. You said you would gladly spill blood for your people's sake. Are you certain you don't still have Rekarts in your heart? Ugh. Alright, why do humans have to be so damn irritating? Oh, you came back too. I thought I'd be the only one, since there wasn't any sense coming back here. Yeah, that's true, but for some reason I just wanted to be here. Hey, there's a Dinos at the shop too. How come you're watching the shop when there's no one else around? Well, I tried going back to the plains I used to live on, but I just didn't feel comfortable there. I know we can live anywhere we like, but there's nowhere I'd rather be than here. I understand. Dinos can just cry out to each other to confirm we're all still here whenever we like. But I just find conversation to be so much more interesting. I'm glad I found other Dinos to talk to here. Would anyone like to discuss proper human history? I feel like there are still some things you haven't explored about the Chinese Lost Belt. Really? That sounds great. I love long talks. I'm hearing a bunch of footsteps gathering here too. Now this is how Chichen Itza ought to be. Well, what do you know? Y'all came back too. I can't say I understand it, but it does make me happy. We all know we don't need this place, but we still care deeply about it. We all know what's gone is gone, but we still want to get it back anyway. I guess that means Dinos have fixations of our own. So much for our talk. All the trees in the jungle just died. Yeah, a whole bunch of creatures I've never seen before appeared and started killing animals all over Mictlan. Yeah, I suppose this means our extinction has come. I wonder what the next dominant life forms will be like. I'm sure they'll be way better than us. Personally, I'm more worried about Chaldea. I hope they don't get caught up in our extinction. Alright, Archer. Okay. Let's grab our little swimsuit and roll right back in. Yeah, I want to see what these Lord Servants MPs look like too. Alright, back to Foreigner. Time for extra class nonsense. You're up first, Angra Mayanu. I'll go with this. It feels... No. This one. Yeah. That feels fitting enough. Let's can use the guts as an excuse to keep on reminding him alive long enough for his MP to do something.
加減してくれよ。頭からさっさと済ませよう。頭から食べちゃうぞ。さあ任せな。さて任せ。行くぜてめえの自業自得だ。
Oh yeah, I forgot. He just says nothing.
Sakashimaに死ね。ベルグアベスだ。おい来た。おい来た。 おい来た。さて羽に行っとけ。行くぜてめえの自業自得だ。坂島に死ね。ベルグアベスだ。
Pointless just because of the fact that there's so much HP here that it's basically the equivalent of just giving him a DLT for half a second. No wonder he's considered the worst fucking servant. And more. Because what the fuck even is that, Angra? You'd think for having such a unique card or whatever the fuck. Pain in my ass. Okay, Berserker! That means either another Berserker, which I think it's gonna be. I think it's like Eric Blooddax that's next. Yep. Time for the one and only time Eric's ever gonna be on the fucking field, unless UFO resets all the servants. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. Do you not have a single steroid in your kit? What the fuck? Absolute garbage. No wonder why he remembers that you exist. Alright, Lancer. That means I'm going to save her for the collection. Which is... Oh, geez, we're going far down, aren't we? Burgie. Burgerlicious. Anyway. Cool. Wow. Alright, new class. Saber! So that means another archer. Why is there so many low-level assassins? Jesus. Alright, so archer. There you are. Yubo is... $200, nice. That's counter shenanigans for you. Now let's see here. Will it cleanse the poison? Nope. More memes. Like, it could probably take out an HP bar all on its own if I actually gave a shit about ensuring that it could. Alright, next up, Casta. Time for another rider class, let's go. I think Boudica's next? Yep. Alright, what the hell is her MP? Okay, it's support, but it also matches her card deck, so we can run. Tanking it so well. Is she supposed to be a tank? Who'd have thunk? Then again, what might be keeping her alive is Brave Chains. Being able to refresh her NP. Seems like that's what's doing it. He has like multiple stacks of guts. Oh, he wasn't having it. He absolutely was not dealing with fucking stall memes. Okay, so Archer next. Benkei! What the fuck do you do? Okay, you're that, so we're just gonna do that. And call it a day. With Benkei. That fucking looks like the damn effects from Five Nights at Fuck Boys or whatever, the top hat, or like the super move from fucking Five Fuck Boys. Wonderful. Oh, we got another chit chat. Yep, Sush. I don't need a break. Don't be sorry. Take a seat. Lean it back better if you can't. If you want. Take 15 or so to clear your head and relax, and try not to rely on the ampules. They'll catch up to you in a big way later. How are things looking outside, Commander Goroff? I don't see any seats. Now's our chance. I'm going to slow down a bit so we can get out of here and into a safe place. Karile, are you ever reading me? Get back inside. You need the rest too, or at least get something to eat. Understood. Move into rear hatch now. Devinci, would you mind tuning up the Ortonex? Ulfer, that's not even close to relaxing. Hang on, I'll be right there. They've been fighting for almost 4 hours straight now. I'm sure they're both pacing themselves, but still. How much longer can they keep this up? Can we really stop war before it reaches Mexico City? It's up and wrong, Tapao. You keep looking out the window. Are there more seeds heading our way? No, I was just observing the trees of emptiness. They're different from the ones we saw in the 9th stratum. Alright, that one was dead, wasn't it? Priority's different. According to what you told me, the trees of emptiness are what maintain their respective lost belts, yes? I do sense a great deal of energy inside them, though not as much as there is in Mictlan's sun. Compared to the one in Russia, these are more like the tips of the branches. A real tree of emptiness is a lot bigger. Well, technically, I guess there isn't any such thing as a real or fake tree of emptiness. No such thing as a real or fake. As long as it's the right shape, its size doesn't matter. The galaxies inside these trees could not possibly be real, and yet we can't help but perceive them as such. I can accept the galaxy existing within a tree, but I don't see how that serves as the foundation of a lost belt. Even when Ord had shut down after becoming our tree of emptiness, Mictlan continued to exist. Perhaps these trees aren't using their galaxy's energy at all? No, never mind that now. The real question is, are the galaxies necessary? Is there some deeper meaning behind them being galaxies? Tapao? I'm asking the real questions. Ord has reached the 7th stratum. It's not deviating from its route. If it keeps on holding to that route, our final showdown will be on the 6th stratum. Tapao, I'm afraid we simply can't afford to rescue any other Dinos. I'm afraid I'll have to make a tough call now. There's no way for us to get the Mectlan ahead of Ord. Alright, so quick. I know. Thank you for your consideration, Goroff. But even if we could get there in time, Sequik still wouldn't be able to leave that dome. We simply cannot leave the observatory. We both came to terms with that long ago. So I assure you, none of you have anything to feel guilty about. That guilt falls entirely to me. This is what I get for wishing to free her, yet failing for 100 years to find a way to do so. My, I can't believe it's heading directly for me. I guess it's going to obliterate this entire plateau. It's kind of exciting. I've never seen such a spectacle like this in person before. I see you're prepared to meet your death with grace. You made the right decision. Even if I helped you escape, you wouldn't be able to live outside of this dome. Say quick, the Dinos born an archetype was observed this 5th age of Mictlan from beginning to end. As the Arbiter bound to oversee Mictlan's fate, I will bear witness to your final moments. Back when you were talking with the Chaldeans, the Mala decided they would leave Ord be now that it has become the Tree of Emptiness. And that if Chaldea were to try and shut Ord down for good, I'll erase them myself. Really? It's just the 2 of us here and you're still insistent on playing Arbiter? Don't you think you might be too earnest for your own good, Kukulkan? You heard about Quetzalcoatl from Proper Human History, right? You know the Mala based you off her, and that she was far more free-spirited than you've ever been. I guess it just goes to show that both you and I are merely what-ifs who will never be able to become the real thing. The gods of Proper Human History are from their own world, not ours. I am this Lotsbelt's god of creation. That comes with obligations I must fulfill. Then as your friend and as daughter of this underground world, let me say goodbye. Mala, all of you decided together to help us survive by creating an escape beneath the ground. You've been regretting that decision ever since, and have been spending tens of millions of years trying to make up for it. You feel there must have been a better way, that maybe you should have followed Proper Human History's example. Thank you, I appreciate what you've done, but it's okay, we're so happy here. You may be different from us, you may be aliens, but you're still our mother. It's okay to grieve your children's deaths and dream of how things could have been more like in Proper Human History. Oh my, it won't be much longer now. You should leave before you get caught up in this. But I'm glad I had the chance to thank you before the end. Goodbye, Koko-kan. You who were the sun watching over me and Brother Tepe were my only friends. But my life was more eventful and filled with love than any other member of humanity. Hopefully get another arrow for shits and giggles. Oh, I like this background. This is a nice looking background. I knew he made the right choice not to follow Ort. Taking a more direct odds let us arrive just before it. This will be our final line of defense. Right, technical advisor? Definitely, we should be able to summon servants more freely here. Go on and call for her. Save us, O invincible goddess. Oh, you're laying it on it pretty thick. Well, I guess I can let it go since it's how you really feel. It won't be long now before Ort enters this underworld. Do you know what's going on? Of course I do. Don't worry, everything's all set to go. You made the right choice getting here ahead of it. It looks like you've done some damage to it so far, but I'm putting an end to this thing here now. Doomazid. Since we don't have a camera crew with us right now, I decided to try my hand at a triple cut entrance. I am the golden shooting star that transforms into galactic seas into pools of night. That's right, it's mine and yours truly, Doomazid. Everything is in its place, Ereshkigal. It seems like the time has come for me to return the magical energy I possess. Allow me to rephrase. It seems the time has come for me to return the magical energy you entrusted to me. Alright, you two haven't met Doomazid before, have you? Doomazid here is the Sumerian god of shepherds. So I take it he's responsible for some kind of problem here? You could say that again. You know how I turned this underworld into a flower field that dried all the flowers up? Well, Doomazid here only pretended to dry them up. In fact, he turned them into magical energy, which he has been storing for this battle. I confiscated it all not long ago. He can be a real cheeky thing sometimes. I was originally planning to fly the coop with this nest egg once things went south, but now that I've been caught, it's obviously out of the question. So instead, I'm betting it all on you and a scary Ereshkigal here. Guess he foresaw all this. Anyway, the bottom line is we have a ton of magical energy stored up and an anti-ort all ready to go. Behold the glory that has my newly summoned 1,000 Gugalana legs. This looks perfect. They're all lined up so tightly, not even an ant could squeeze past them. I don't know, I can still see the background. I never thought summoning a ton of divine beasts like to form a barrier, but it does look like it should work. Also, they really remind me of being in a packed train car at a rush hour. So this is how sardines must feel. Ah, Ereshkigal, bless you, Ereshkigal. My impression of you from the report on the Seventh Singularity was that you were much too soft-hearted for your own good. After seeing this plant, though, I dare say you might be a genius. Well, so much for that. Did you get some rest? Then let's get the summoning spell ready. It's all up to you now. What's that supposed to mean? What? It just broke through my wall, Galana legs like they were bowling pins. Oh dear, they were packed so tightly they could barely move. How embarrassing. Let's just give up and go back to Uroka, Ereshkigal. Don't worry, I'll take your place in the pickup summon. Shut up, Wolferbrains. My Gugalana legs weren't down for the count yet. I'm still just getting started. Okay, fine, this thing surprised me. I'll give it that, but this is where the real battle begins. Yes, it's a joint operation from here on. I guess so. Okay, Master of Chaldea, I'm counting on you. Ahem. Alright, heed my command, for I am Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld. There shall be no longer be limits on summoning. Whatever magical energy you need, the Stormborder and I will provide. I'll start positioning the remaining 996 Google Lana legs all around this underworld, and I'll expand and compress the entire 6th stratum and increase its spatial density. If Orc thinks it can cross my domain that easily, it's got another thing coming. In the meantime, I'll use my red lightning to slow it down and give your servants the underworld's protection. Let's finish this here and now. I'll show you that I can also be a goddess of victory. A Nikke, perhaps? I've never played Nikke. I just know that as its tagline. Alright, assassin. Oh, time for more support casters. I'm gonna put Babbage in as well. I think Babbage has damaging NP? Yeah. Let's grab Cope Scope. Cope Scope. Swap you two around because I think Hans has an MP battery on hand. Yep. And then we go over to Anniversary Blonde for Babbage. Oh, we got a new JPEG.
目も当てられんダサくぶりだな。いい時代だ。資料集めにはことかかる。損なうたびに思い出すがいい。メルケン・マイネス・レーベンス。
Ball.
親指姫。
sick of our shit. Alright, Berserker, that means extra classes. Let's go. Or Berserkers, actually. Let's see who we find first. Kiyomime. You're a buster, aren't ya? Yep. Lovely. Alright, back to Foreigner. More extra class time. I know your hurts from past experiences, so...
さあ終焉の音色を奏でろ。我が式に我が式に我が式に踊れ死神。殺す殺す。ビオサンティシモミゼルコディアデイミー。調べを聞け。そして死ね。行く殺す。我は死だ。我は神に愛されし者を殺すのだ。ビオサンティシモミゼルコディアデミ。デクレッシェンドクレッシェンドトルテッシモ。 我は死だ。我は神に愛されし者を殺すのだ。ディオサンティシモミゼルコディアディミ。我が調べを聞け。そして死ね。
Alright, class chains, Ryder. Your arts, if I remember correctly, from Atlanta, so.
よーし、行くぞー。殺しますね。頑張りましょう。選手さん、お願いします。宝具準備です。はいはい。私は世界を動かせず、けれど世界は私を鈍らせる。ラ・レーブ・アンソレイエ。
245, amazing.
やっちゃいまーす。次のドーン。宝具準備ですね。了解です。
Probably gonna do like closer to 1k, 100k this time, but got the crits on Oh, 132, that's pretty good. Considering a lack of buffs.
やっちゃいまーす。次のドーン。宝具で、はいはい。私は世界を動かせず、けれど世界は私を鈍らせる。ラ・レーブ・アンソレイエ。ドーン。やった。やっちゃいまーす。
Nice.
次のドーン。
Alright. No cutscene between those bars. Alright, so. Next archer up, it's Arash. Time for him to blow himself up, the kingdom come. Nice. Alright, Lancer. So that means the next saber. Caesar! Caesar! Anyway. You are... Oh, quick. I didn't expect quick. Well, quick it is.
Sate, どう戦いどう勝つか。無茶を言ってくれる。やれやれだ。無茶を言ってくれる。やれ、面倒だ。ほう。大体適材適所ではないのだ。そうだろう。
452? Jesus! His MP mentioned something about chance. Was it like a super chance of hit? Alright, next up. Train engine number 2's internal temperature is redlining. The seed's attacks are wearing the electromagnetic barrier down fast. If this keeps up, it could overheat. Slow down number 2 and begin cooldown. Divert power from number 3 to the barrier. We could get by with just number 1 for now, since Arashkagol is helping out with the summonings. Mynir, how's our perimeter looking? Have you finished eradicating the Tree of Emptiness seeds? Almost. We're eliminating 92% of the seeds gathered around the border in Chichen-Itza. We've run out of spare Spiritron torpedoes, but we should be able to finish the job with the browns we're generating right now. This isn't good. We weren't expecting there to be this many Tree of Emptiness seeds. The way things are going now, we won't be able to use our primary cannon, which means we won't be able to lend any firepower to the battle in the Third Underworld. Incoming message from Sion and Professor. They say they'll start charging the primary cannon once the seeds attack die down. But it'll take 4 hours to prepare if we can only use engine number 4, and they want you to find a way to divert at least one more engine to the cannon. I know. Mynir, contact the Shadow Border. Tell them the Storm Border won't be able to provide magical energy for the next 4 hours. In the meantime, we're counting on Arashkagol to provide all the magical energy necessary to maintain the Stir of its spirit origins. Easy for you to say, Nemo. I hit my limit a while ago. Indeed, you've been using so many mana bursts that your spirit origin is starting to come undone at your fingertips. Any further stream will risk violating the International Divine Spirit Treaty. Maybe you should just return to the Sumerian Underworld? Oh no, I'm not done yet. I'm not the only one feeling the strain of all these summons. I can't in good conscience abandon this battlefield as long as the summoner still has the will to fight. And look, we're definitely starting to feel the effects of all that damage. Give me more of the magical energy you squirreled away, Doomazid. I'll turn myself into a generator if I have to. Don't forget, I'm the hero who's the Tiamat herself. We aren't losing a contest of wills. Oh, that was a short cutscene. Shocking. Do we get a second one? Oh, no, not even a second one. Amazing. Right back into the action. Let's go. Leonidas! Alright, what's your MP? Okay, so it's just a supportive one. Well, time to meme. Because he got 2 Buster cards, so... Did the sprite change further? I'm not sure if it did between this and the last, but...
我らスパルタ盾を構えよう。限ってきたぞ。行くぞ。任せろ。行くぞ。はい。エルモピライ、エルモタイヤ。限ってきたぞ。やだまれ。任せろ。行くぞ。はい。限ってきたぞ。
Alright, Ryder. What the hell's your MP? Okay, arts. Oh, he has a different little butlerly pose because of the fact that he has his glasses on. That's cute. Yes, my love.
歌え我が天使クリスティーヌ。私と歌をもう一度。勝利。私と歌をもう一度。
Of course, he has a real shitty deck for being an archer, so.
楽しみたまえ。
So it's QAB chains to the moon.
聞こえない。クリスティーヌ、クリスティーヌ。私と歌をもう一度。
Wonderful. And that's the last HP bar for this. And we got one more HP bar for this phase. All right. You're quick, if I remember correctly. Yep.
天下無双、その力をお見せしましょう。人馬一体。おう、そうなるほど。人中に呂布、馬中に関と、今や一人、ミテーションコントロール。参ります。今こそ良いでしょう。おう、良いでしょう。陣中に呂布、馬中に関と、今や一人、リテーションコントロール。参ります。良いです。なるほど。陣中に呂布、馬中に関と、今や一人、リテーションコントロール。参ります。効かぬ。なるほど、良いでしょう。そうしましょう。参ります。今こそそうしま良いでしょう。
Well, screwed that up. Whatever.
陣中に呂布、馬中に関と、今や一人、リテーションコントロール。参ります。効かぬ。
Or got fed up with our shit. Again. Alright, assassin. Let's see here, will we finally have a caster that isn't a fucking support? You know what, that works. We're fucking rolling with it. A Gungus, it's time.
これはいたぶりがいのある。
Hey there, Valfa, welcome to chat.
攻略しがいのある敵陣ですな。
Wild. That's fine.
単純。ひらめきましたぞ。出直していらっしゃる。加減なく抗議ですよ。
It doesn't matter, Neon.
このように攻めるのです。
Because if Gen Con can't do it at this point, then I'll just, grab whoever's next in line.
影温情なくやっておしまいなさい。やっておしまいなさい。このように攻めるのだ。宮将軍、ここで自爆です。温加減なく好機ですよ。かかるキノコもみ飛ばす好機ですよ。宮将軍、ここで自爆です。
So you don't even need his NP for anything. You just go bomb.
このように攻めるのです。好機ですよ。犠牲のない勝利はありません。よろしいですね。
Or is falling apart. Yeah, nothing we did ever got a reaction from it, so I wasn't sure we were even hurting it, but... Yep, there's no mistake in this. We won! No, we didn't. Ooh, well done, everyone. If this had been a race, I'd be cracking open a bottle of champagne on the podium right now. Our greatest prize is over. Now we can finally return to the storm border. Wait, we shouldn't get too carried away just yet. We haven't thanked the one who helped the most. Go outside and call Areshkigal over here. She was originally summoned on the storm border, after all. She deserves to come back with us and celebrate our victory. She's going to disappear the moment we try to go out to her. Phew, that's a relief. Honestly, it was pretty touch and go for a while, but I'm glad we pulled it off. Good thing, too, if I'd failed, I'd never have been able to face Nitocris after I read her to riot act the way I did. You should rest now, Areshkigal. Before you close your eyes, I'm happy to take any message you want to pass on to Chaldea. Talk about what you wanted to tell them, exactly how you want it told, right down to your facial expressions. It's okay, I still have the strength for that. I already disappeared without saying goodbye once. I'm not doing that again. The only question left is how Kukulkan will respond, but hey, compared to her, she should be no problem at all. By this point, Chaldea should be more than capable of talking things out with her and finding a compromise they can both... Wait, you knew Doom was good? Yes, Areshkigal, that's why I asked you to give me the message you wish to pass on. Now, you did a fantastic job. As a representative of the Sumerian gods here, you have nothing to be ashamed of. It's no exaggeration to say that you synchronized with the entire underworld, no, that you became one with the underworld itself. If our opponent had only been the vanguard of another planet's forces bound and decimating our civilization, you would have been successful in fighting it off. But our opponent this time is a genuine planet eater. No being born on this planet could ever hope to defeat it. Go outside and call Areshkigal over here. She was originally summoned on the storm border, after all. She deserves to come back with us to celebrate our victory. An alert? Whoa, fancy effects. Ah, what's going on? It feels like my brain is breaking. I can't see a thing. Hey, hurry, like, Da Vinci, Kata. Let me know if you're alright. And if you can see, tell me what's going on out. Don't worry, sir. Everyone inside the vehicle is safe, but you should get to Shadow Border out of here as soon as possible. At this distance, you have no chance of surviving. Please hurry. I won't last much longer, either. What about a Reshkigal? As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Check the monitor. It's UFO time! I can't believe it. The internal temperature is skyrocketing. It's using nuclear fusion to generate energy, which is also producing a ton of cosmic rays and super gravitational fields. It's currently at 10,000 degrees, but it looks like it could go up to 1,000,000. Once the inflation begins, it'll blow way past that. We're looking at a real honest-to-God's outer space thundercloud, a galactic supercell. The hell? I'm sorry, but I can't even parse what you're telling us. You mean that thing is on its back? Are you saying Ort can still move while its body is falling apart? No, I'm afraid Ort's body is very much intact. We were only seeing what we wanted to see, not the truth. The fact is, every part we've been fighting up until now is the human equivalent of dead skin, the weight left behind on any active body. But Ort is a shooting star that fell here from the void of space, a true unidentified flying object. What I'm saying is, that giant saucer which appears to be on its back is Ort's actual body. Never mind that now, where's Reshkigal? She was vaporized after taking a direct attack from the supercell, which is why she left this flower for you. I know it is only a single flower, but I hope you'll accept it anyway. It is the final memento of the goddess who sacrificed her own dreams in hopes of finishing this fight here in the third underworld. As long as you have that flower, you also have the underworld's protection. I also have a message for you. This is the real reason I've stuck around this long. She had said to tell you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep fighting to the end, but hey, I was pretty awesome out there, right? She didn't so much as flinch in the face of that storm. Even as her fear origin began to fall apart from burning so much magical energy for heroic spirit summons, she still stood tall. Her last smile was as radiant, as beautiful as that red flower. I'm sorry I was only able to record the audio for a moment. Thanks to Reshkigal. Anyway, my woolly aura barrier is starting to dissolve. The real battle begins now. Good luck, you're gonna need it. You shouldn't feel the effects of that storm too badly on the ground, but I still advise you to stay at least 2 kilometers away during your next attack. Also, I should warn you that, as a summoner, your job will now be vastly more difficult than it has been. But hey, you're always up for a challenge, right? I knew there was a reason I liked you. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I'm afraid this is where I take my leave, too. But I'm not worried. You made it all the way to the abyss, still shining with all the colors of the rainbow. The goddess of the underworld herself decided you were a hero worthy of risking her own life. I'm truly confident I'll be paying the underworld more visits in the future. Ord is on the move again. It's still heading for Mexico City. Damn it, the odds are already stacked against us. We won't stand a chance if it absorbs the sun, too. We have to stop it from reaching Mexico City, no matter what. But then, we can't do that, can we? I think our only choice here is to change our strategy and make a hasty exit. I don't care if this is impossible, I'm doing it! That's the most intense stare you've ever given me. Come on, technical advisor, say something. True, we can't deny the impossible, which is why we're going to follow up Doom's advice and keep attacking. I want you to keep up the remote summons from here. Make sure to take a 5-minute break every half hour. Gordy, maintain a 2-kilometer distance from Ord at all times. Kadok, man the machine gun and shoot down any seeds that try and come after us. Mash, if you deploy at this distance, you'll never make it back, so no fighting Ord for a while. You stay here and keep the Shadow Border safe with Kadok. I agree, even if we can't stop Ord from reaching Mexico City, we should keep hitting it as much as we can. Not just to keep acquiring combat data, but to increase our chances of victory in the battle to come, if only a little. I swear, I'm surrounded by idiots. Alright then, take your motion sickness pills now while you still can. If you thought my driving was wild before, you're really in for a shock now. The seatbelts won't fit you, so grab a railing. Of course, I hope to stay with you all for as long as I possibly can. Okay, back to work. Time to see if my phone dies. Oh, almost everyone got restored. Chun-Gong's still alive. Any rate. Foreigner, so that means using whatever extra class is available. Alright, BB, time to go to the slaughterhouse. Lagging a little bit, but not that bad. Alright, assassin time. So. I get to use Shangong again. And I don't give a shit that you can't use this fucking NP.
では、本日の戦闘を始めましょう。しばくしかありません。ひらめきましたぞ。出直していらっしゃい。 温情なく影呵責なく好機ですよかかるキノコ切り飛ばす好機ですよ応戦何の加減なく加減なく好機ですよかかるキノコ切り飛ばす好機ですよ
Hornet cat added a minute.
応戦
You better be a quick servant. Fucking Christ.
それでは槍術を教えよう。研ぎ澄ませ。聞かぬな。研ぎ澄ませ。おずゆ承知。これぞ槍の究極。心裏付き。三枚で。では我が実技をお見せしよう。しょまか行くぞ。はっ。では我が実技をお見せしよう。
Alright, Casta. Bart's turn? Bart's turn. I know he's quick. Oh, I think the gritting the teeth is new on the portrait.
Sora. どうやら貴殿は気づいていないのかな。すでに包囲されていることに。ブラックダーティーパーティーハウリング。プライハイシーエンズ攻撃開始。なるほど、いい。なるほど。シーエンズフライハイシャーター攻撃開始。
Alright, he's gonna die this round. But the next servant should be able to finish off this HP bar. Definitely going through a lot more because of the Galactica Supercell issue. But that's fine. I barely dipped even into my gold servants, like 3 gold servants max, so... Oh, we're back to Foreigner. Guess we're making it 4 gold servants then. EO is arts, right? Yep.
りました。来る気しですよね。良いでしょう。視点のとこよ。損に獣。星よ落ち。天地が沈む。宵闇かける月見様。
Nice.
行きまーす。よっいいよ。
Time for some plot. A storm is coming. A storm bent on reclaiming its heart, the sun, and destroying the world. Every surviving ocelotl gathered in Mexico City. The tree of emptiness seeds ravaged those living in the settlements scattered across the jungle. Mexico City was the last hope of those unable to fight. It was the last bastion of safety when all others fell. The warrior ocelotl took up their firearms and went to war with the seeds flocking outside Mexico City. Now the seeds are gone. The storm is approaching. Even an hour ago, they could see the storm approaching from Mictlan's strato with their own eyes. They saw fierce gusts tearing trees from the ground, a rainbow light that tore animals apart from the inside out, and an enormous flying saucer nearly as big as the city itself. The Ocelotl understood that remaining in Mexico City meant death. They knew their only hope of survival was to evacuate at once and pray for the storm to pass. Even so, not one of them chose to flee. What are you idiots thinking? What do you expect to do with those weapons? Can't you see that that monster is coming for the sun? Mexico City is finished. Just come with me and we'll run away. Hell, you should be honored. Few Ocelotl may have the chance to serve as the priest's bodyguard. Huh? You're moving further into the city? Are you really so desperate for battle? Damn it all, I came all this way to learn that the Ocelotl were even more useless than I could have imagined. Fools, listen to me, damn you. Fighting that thing will make no difference. Mictlan will never be yours. Get Scatlypoke in the crypto where your last hope and they're nowhere to be seen. Who are you even fighting for at this point? Did Callie order you to do this? Are you trying to protect the city for your king? No, not for king. What? You can speak my language? Uh-huh, finally learned. That's why I understand you now. We know fight for king. Fight for city. Fight for Mictlan. They want to keep living in Mictlan. Want to be smarter. Want children laugh more. That's why we fight. Not for God, for our world. If Destroy Altar's sun go back there, you only just claimed control of the sun, and you want to send it back to Chichen Itza? It's not that they don't understand or in fact, they understand it perfectly. They know they're all going to die here. And they're still trying to protect the sun, even though it won't benefit them at all. What would a youngster like you know? You've barely been around for 300 cycles. Why are you even telling me this? As far as I'm concerned, you apes are... Me no, you bad dinos. You betrayed dinos to escape here. But no hate you, always want live. Most dinos no see us, but to you, we rivals. You only won. Fucking flabbergasted. So hard, must hurry. That's not going to do anything, you damn Dave. You don't even know how it works. Get out of the way. The altars are just for decoration. Remember the stone you stole from Chichen Itza? The sun's drawn to that. Yes, that's it. Give it here. I'll put it back where it came from. Good. Now me can go fight too. Me give you this. Exchange for carrying stone. Chosen by fate. What is this? An ape skull? Well, I guess it'll make a decent snack. Me already lucky be chosen by fate. If you get chance, pass on the next hero. Wait, damn it. Aren't you even going to say goodbye? What's your name? Even you apes have names, right? Uh-huh, have name. Kualtulamuk. Given by king, not god. Name sound heroic. Given by great father. So you want to go off to die? Be my guest. You might be an idiot, but I'm not about to mock your free spirit. You and I are the same in that regard. I'm about to return something I helped steal in the first place. I doubt anyone else has ever done anything so idiotic in the entire history of Mictlan. Ugh, this is so infuriating. I don't think I ever realized before, but in some ways, I'm every bit as reckless as you. And so the priest flew for Chichen Itza, cursing the young Ocelotl all the while. Neither knew that Cuauhtémoc, which means descending eagle, was the name of the last Aztec king in Proclaim history. A valiant young ruler who assumed the throne in Spain-occupied Tenochtitlan after Moctezuma II died. He fought back against the invaders to the last, with only a few hundred of his subjects by his side. Okay, that's 30 minutes. Unless you want to die of hypoxia, take a break and catch your breath. 6 kilometers to go until Ormax reaches Mexico City. It's going to reach the walls in about 5 minutes. The Ocelotl are doing their best to drive it back, while with their weaponry. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be enough. How much stronger is that thing going to get once it takes back its heart? Huh? I'm speaking of its heart, son. I think it's moving. You're right, it is. Is that tiny heat source the solar sojourn? It's moving towards Chichen Itza. Goes by a ways along the Vucub. It seems like he's carrying it back there. Wait, really? I don't know what caused this change of heart, but we're saved. If the sun goes back to Chichen Itza, then we can defend it with the storm border. The problem is, Ord is gaining on him. He's not going to make it. It's only a matter of time until the supercell swallows the solar sojourn whole. If Vucub really is carrying it, that'll be the end. The sun will never make it all the way back to Chichen Itza. Planet Aerostar is light and fast, but I think carrying the solar sojourn is slowing him down. Ord is moving faster than Vucub can fly. In another minute, he'll be caught up in the storm. There are truly no gods willing to help here in Mictlan? Ord is about to reach Mexico City's perimeter. The Ocelotl defenders have retreated to the city center. They're putting up a valiant fight, but of course they're gonna fight. They're not gonna give up. It doesn't matter what age you're from. Wanting to protect your home from invaders, whatever they are, is the most human impulse in the world. Huh? Hang on, what's going on with these heat sources in the city? Is it just me or are they unusually hot? I'm detecting a huge amount of magical energy all throughout Mexico City. It's a divine spirit class spirit origin signal. It's not like anyone will still be there. Who'd want to protect the home they have no attachment to? Well, that's fine for me. The middle of a deserted city should be the perfect place to disappear after watching Mictlan's final moments. No way. I couldn't believe the report of my senses. Ocelotl were flocking together everywhere I looked. Their cheers were so loud it felt like they were going to shatter my eardrums. Not one of them fled. They all banded together and armed themselves to hold the invader off as best they could. I want to stay in this place as long as I can. I want to live in this beautiful city forever. They were downright jubilant to fight for their home. But that doesn't mean they weren't afraid. They were all prepared to die in this battle. There's no way we'll make it home alive. This place will be our grave, but even so, we're going to fight. Even if no one is left, the time we spent here, the joy we experience here is still worth fighting for. This isn't a fight between two groups of living beings. It's a fight to protect what they love from a literal flying disaster. This will be their last battle, a battle to protect the home they value as much as their own lives. Moving spirit origin to twin temples, transforming city waterways into magical circuits, injecting spirit core into ignition constellation, Mamalhuotztli. What in the world are they thinking? Do they think dying in a battle will get them to heaven? Yeah, they probably do. Beliefs like that were prominent in the Aztec world. Anyone could be worthy as long as they died fighting. Might very much made right, no matter what that fight might belong to. That not only applied when warriors were fighting other warriors. Those who died in accidents or from illness were sent to a different underworld. Only Tezcatlipoca's paradise would welcome those who died in disasters or natural causes. And Tezcatlipoca isn't here anymore. Now that he's dead, there's no god left to save him. I guess that means it's up to me then. I can't believe it. Did you think I was some earnest who fought joyless stick-in-the-mud teacher's pet? Don't make me laugh. I just wanted to avoid hassle as much as I can. I'd rather avoid anything strenuous if I can help it. I hate doing anything that doesn't benefit me, and yet, I definitely can't fight anymore. Just turning my head hurts, all the same. Dual god combination system, Ametidol, authorized. Activating heart of the city. Get the hell out of my city, you goddamn invader! Is that Tenochtitlan's noble phantasm? It's even bigger than when she fought us. For that matter, no way, the entire city is her noble phantasm. This will buy Fukup the time he needs to escape. Oh, she looks just like a bucket wheel excavator. The largest and most awe-inspiring piece of heavy machinery in all of human history. What the fuck is that? You mean you don't know, Senpai? Bucket wheel excavators are 200-meter-long, truly incredible digging machines. I don't think Tenoch Chitwan looks anything like one, and I bet she'd be real pissed off if she heard you guys call her that, but I do know what you mean. But now's not the time to be geeking out over heavy machinery. Gordy, make for Chichen Itza. While Tenoch Chitwan buys us time, we're gonna follow the sun. This time, we'll throw everything we've got at Ord in the second underworld. It didn't take long for me to run out of steam. I really only managed to put up a decent fight at the start. Unable to stop my gear starts fitting, the pillars that made up my arms crumbled back into stone. The omelette totally is me. What wounds the city also wounds me. Ah, it hurts, it hurts! Tears of pain stink my eyes as I scream. Furious regret that I didn't stop sooner slams into me like a ton of bricks. The moment my soul weakens, the city will be reduced to rubble. How pathetic. I couldn't even last a minute. What was the point of my making a stand? I'm such an idiot. All I got from my efforts were pain and a sense of powerlessness. I can't protect anything. I couldn't in the ages gone by, and I couldn't hear in this lost spell either. This has to be nothing more than an agonizing reminder of that failure. But just as I was about to collapse... Tears filled my cheeks as I began openly sobbing. Furious, mystified joy that they never fled crashed over me like a wave. They're protecting me. Me, the city that was never defended. Me, the city that never truly fought to protect itself. Me, the city once occupied by foreign invaders, then buried beneath the earth for not suiting their cultural tastes. No, I'm not buried yet. Not as long as there are still people here who want to live. Maybe I can't stop you. Maybe the best I can do is slow you down for 2 minutes, not just one. But that doesn't mean I'll give up. I rebuild my arms again and again as many times as it takes to protect their son, their dreams. My name is Tenoch Chitwan. I am the magnificent floating city worshipped by the greatest warriors. I am the heart of the Aztec world, and I will keep coming back no matter how many times I die. Insert spring trap soundbite. Ah. Right, of course. I should have realized that could happen. Ord is gone now. It changed course kept going without so much as a second thought. To it, we must have been nothing more than pebbles along the road. The bastard. But I guess it's okay. That means, well... The sky is clearing up. I can hear voices beautifully celebrating their victory. Half the city is destroyed. There are only a few Asalome left. Soon all of Mictlan will be gone too. Even so, I'm glad I did this. I'm glad I could protect your world. I may have fought reluctantly right to the end, but it was all worth it to see this. Goodbye, my city. Goodbye, my people. Goodbye, nosy Nidipris. As you can see, I have no more heat, no more regrets in my heart. This is as far as my dream for the city goes. With this, Hummingbird falls back down to the Lake of the Moon. I think I passed out standing up. We're about to leave the 5th stratum and enter the 4th stratum, which means we're coming up on the 2nd underworld. So far, we've been chasing Ord, but now we're taking the lead. It's still too soon to go on to attack, though. Remain on standby and wait for instructions on the storm border. So the storm border's figured out a way to do something about that supercell, huh? That might improve our odds a bit. The sun is passing through the second underworld now. We can ensure it reaches Tichenitsa safely by slowing Orc down in combat. The sun will never move farther than the third stratum, so I suggest you not operate under the assumption we will have another opportunity in the second or first. The second underworld is the last place we'll be able to muster our full strength, which makes this our final step. I'm fine, I can still keep going. No, never mind. I only called to you because I was tense. Don't mind me, just focus on preparing for the next battle. But please don't push yourself too hard. Not that, being not a non-combatant, I have any business saying so. Thanks, Takao. Alright, we've entered the Obsidian Mountain Range. Be careful not to bite your tongues. Damn it, what was I'm thinking? How am I supposed to drive up the peak on a hellish mountain path like this? Still, we know Benny Enma will be waiting there for us, along with the command room's plan for dealing with the supercell. And that's our plan, at least in theory. It has an 80% chance of success. Do you foresee any problems with it? Do I? I don't see anything but problems with it, Chirp. How can you expect me to do all that? I'm just an ordinary inn proprietress. I'm with Benny Enma here. Just what do you think we are, anyway? How could you treat me like this after you asked me to walk all the way here from my own underworld? Right, of course you'd feel that way. I know it's a lot to ask, but there just isn't any other way. Will you help us? No, I'm out. I'm going back to the first underworld. Guardians die if they leave their underworld, you know? The only reason I'm not already gone is that I'm the strongest guardian around. But if this nonsense is the best you could come up with, I'd rather fire Ord in the first underworld. There, I can take it down, no problem. After you, and everyone else at Chaldea are long gone, obviously. Professor's plan is reckless, Chirp, but your idea smells like a losing one too, Protea. That being said, this plan will never work unless you agree to it. I could try to do it myself, but I know I'd hesitate at the most crucial moment, Chirp. Oh good, the Shadow Border's here. The only problem is, I still haven't convinced the Guardians to help. Would you please try talking to them, Master? Maybe discussing this in person will help. Oh, they finally made it. Scrambling up these mountains must be hard for you such puny humans. Perfect timing. Let's hear what Mash and she have to say. Chirp. Maybe they got a better idea in mind. Hey, it's you two. It's great to see you again. Sorry it took a while. Okay, Benny Enma, let's go with Chaldea's plan. I can't stand to see her like this. I agree, Chirp. I've already made my peace with this. Now I'm especially glad I've been training since I became a Guardian, Chirp. That's nothing. Now, you stay in that little car of yours. If I see you walking around trying to act all chipper right now, I might just have to squish you. I'd love to make you a delicious dinner, but I'm afraid that'll have to wait till a little later, Chirp. Just make sure you wash your hands thoroughly first. No matter how tired you are, good habits are still important, Chirp. I don't know what brought on this change of heart, but whatever it is, I'm grateful for it. Alright then, Shadow Border Group, I'd like you to remain on standby here. Once Ord reaches the second underworld, Benny, Enma, and King Protea will execute our counterattack plan. Trimessus II has analyzed and identified the organ generating that supercell. So, our plan is to pretty much to grab it and hack it into places. She looks so exhausted, I just agreed to the plan on the spot. And now that I think about it, this is like 90% on me, right? Don't you think it's awful of them to make a girl do heavy labor like this? There's no such thing as men's work or women's work. There's just the right person for the job, Chirp. Whatever you can do to help, that's what you should do. And if it lines up with what you want to do, even better. And in that sense, it was exhilarating to see you agree so quickly. I was a little worried, knowing how rebellious you became as an altar, but I'd like you even more, Chirp. Don't bother, I'm not here to make friends. Careful, Midoriya's gonna pop out of nowhere and force it on you. More importantly, don't you think it's time you went through alterization yourself already? At that size, you can only pass judgment on human opponents, right? Oh, right, very well then. I renounce my sparrow servitude, Chirp. No matter how tasty the food served in the guest chambers may be, it will still lack true flavor, but hold the ultimate colorful sharp-edged flame knife. As terrifying as a ghostly whale scorching the wintry sun, where Benny Enma the Vermilion bird is needed, there she will go. Where the hell did that come from? Alright, the plan couldn't be simpler, but let's go over it just to be sure. You grab a hold of the enemy and stop it from spinning, then I slice the orchid, creating that storm in half. A galactic supercell. That sounds like quite the storm indeed. However, my sword mountains have a range of 4 They can easily cut down a storm that size. I see, you do know our opponent's immortal, right? Got a plan for that? If our opponent cannot die, then I will simply apply the concept of death to them. As a matter of fact, First Han taught me a secret angel technique that I can only use here. It would only work on the part my sword mountains cut off, but I will absolutely make sure to kill it. Wait, seriously? Well, whatever you do, don't accidentally cut me with that move. Oh, I'm on your ass forever. As if you would ever become a ghost out of the Sarayashiki haunted playhouse. Corey and I have no sword capable of cutting friends. Our job is to wait for an opportunity to create a new one. As soon as the crew of the Shadow Border can make it or falter for a moment, we make our move. Yeah, I don't want her to have to do any more math summoning, but there's nothing I can do about that. So make sure you stop war, even if for just a second. We'll take it from there. I'll show you what an Underworld Guardian can do when we mean business. Hey, now how long is a Ri anyway? It's about 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers is... Two 2.5 miles, okay. Alright. What's your deal? Click. Well, it's lagging a lot now that we're in Ben Hanmo's territory. Deva. You are... Buster. Alright, Berserk class. Caligula then. Alright, Lancer. Nice. Nice. I saw you flinch there, Art. Deploying serial phantasm. My fingers enclose the world. Here comes a frothy ocean of milk, releasing ultra-dense ether liquid. Yeah, I know. It'll roll right off you, won't it? Guess I'll just have to grab a hold of what we're after myself, won't I? Ah! You're not going anywhere! Now, Benny Enma, do it! Truly King Protea moment. Understood. Well done, Protea. Now leave the rest to Daiguren, my blade that can cut the boundary between life and death. Mountain Blade, heed my call. Send these galactic storm clouds on their way. Whoa, that was one hell of a shake. Did they do it? They did it, confirming the Galactic Supercell is shut down. Or it hasn't slowed down, but now we can go into the next fight with an advantage. Good, that's our first objective completed. Alright everyone, back on the Shadow border. We're going to make our way to the 3rd stratum and deal with as much damage to Ord as we can along the way. According to Trismegistus II, if we can destroy about 60% of Ord's outer shell, we can then blast it with the Storm Border's main cannon at point-blank range to erase it for good. Hang in there, mate. We're in the home stretch now. This is an all-out battle, and the second underworld will be the last. Right. Is the Storm Border's primary cannon ready to fire? Oh yes, thanks to Arachkigo's incredible valor in the 3rd underworld, we were able to get 2 engines running in parallel. They can fire the primary cannon any time. All that's left for us now is to wear Ord down as much as we can. Right, as soon as Ord is damaged enough for the Storm Border to destroy it, as Trismegistus II calculated, we'll all make a mad dash for Chichen Itza. Ugh, I'm so tired. As if making a trip to another underworld wasn't bad enough. As we needs mountains shredding my skin to ribbons and my friends slicing me up along with the enemy, I am done. I'm getting the hell out of here, and I'm taking my ocean of milk with me. See you around, Benny Enma. Thanks for nothing. You did great, Protea. Your grappling would have given any sumo wrestler a run for their money chirp. Who knows, if you had fought Ord in the 1st underworld, maybe you would have been able to finish it off with a backward belt throw worthy of a Yokozuna. But are you sure you want to disappear here, Chirp? Would you rather say goodbye to her yourself? No need. She'll only get more depressed if she saw my invincible self all beat up like this. I don't care how fatigued she is from summoning servants. She's plenty used to that by now. Besides, I like watching her suffer. I just can't stand seeing her trying to force a smile on top of all that. I hate that kind of false bravado. I don't want to see her clutching her chest every time Ord absorbs another servant either. So instead I'll disappear here, and that'll be that. What do you think? Nice and neat, no? I think I'll do the same. Here goes King Protean with the steel chair! I'd hate for my master to see me at my worst. So I'm gonna go wave a goodbye to everyone from up here. Luckily, I have plenty of flint to spare, Chirp. Alright, next. Look at that, I think this is the last bronze servant or so. You are... quick.
Asashi, 侮らないことだ。貴様らのろまに見たおみを我らが得て、貴様らのろまに見切れる。心得た。は、承知。魂なぞ飴細工。雲を殺せ。ザバーニー。ザクの土地へ。は、承知か。ザクの土地へ。よっ。
Rip. Alright, caster. I'm not sure why they bother with the pop-ups every single time. Alright, what the fuck do you do, you evil piece of shit? Like it's hilarious using fucking Columbus and fucking Lost Belt 7. Alright, you're a buster. Make yourself useful for the first time in your life, why don't you, you piece of shit? The only person that loves you is your artist. Good. Die. Perish. Alright, Lancer's next. Well, we have to get into gold territory already for Sabers. Are you Buster as well, like your usual version? Yep. Nice. Power of having a gold border, I guess. Alright, assassin. Pass clap. Alright, Mr. War Criminal, what's your, affinity? Buster, got it. Don't you have, like, a super spell or some shit? Yeah. But it's not max level, is it? Well, I could probably still run, that. Of course you have a fucking architect while you have a Buster on team. Asshole.
了解した。五大元素せよ。地区に生命と武器を生み出す楽園にて受難の民を導きたまえ。ゴーレム・ケテルマルクト。行け。石の巨人よ、暴力を前へ。了解した。了解した。行け。石の巨人よ、暴力を前へ。いいだろうな。行け。石の巨人よ、暴力を前へ。
Oh, oh! There's a whole fancy new animation for it. Neat. Alright, Berserker. That means throwing another Berserker right at him. Who do we still have left? Salome. Alright, so extra class. Nice. And I know you're Buster because I made you during the Good event.
冒険の夏だ。みんな頑張っちゃおう。頼りにしてるよ。進もう。どこまでも。
I don't really care about preserving MP charge or anything like that, just because of the fact that these people aren't gonna last very long, anyways. And they all do brave chains.
今回は君ね。
Oh, perfect.
未知への特艦トリケラ君シュート。しっかり構えて発射。そうしよう。おいでシュート。おいでみんな行って了解。そうしおいでおいでしっかり構えて発射。
More apples for the collection. And Lancer. Alright, what color of the rainbow are you? Nice, Knuckle. I gave half of my pulls for him. I got jack shit, so I'm gonna save the remaining for Kukulkan when she comes out. Alright. Deva. They're for Uriel memes. Because apparently he's susceptible to charm. Alright, so you're arts. Artsy fartsy. Rip.
いいじゃない。落ちなさい。ダメ。もう。あなたのハートに引っかかれ。受け止めて。ダメ。ダメ。わあ。受け止めて。
Fuck with the chat rail, okay?
やっ。死んだめだ。もう。射止めてみせるわ。
I'm done with all my bronze servants and I'm working my way through the silver ones for now. Although I've hit gold with the sabers. Because there's like no lower rarity sabers. I'm using up all my lower rarity servants because I have all my servants at max ascension anyways. And just working my way up until but I haven't used a single 5-star yet. And I'm pretty sure the amount of 4 stars I've used can fit on my fingers. Assassin. Buster. More for chat, out in a minute. Why the fuck do you have an art stack? What the fuck are you going on about, Gil? What in the fuck? Whatever. I figured there was some sort of fucking, Fate Zero reference that I didn't get because I haven't watched Fate Zero yet. Or was it Stay Night that he was in? I think it was Zero. Because, Stay Night was Medea. Yeah, I figured he was Zero. I still have to get around to watching Stay Night and Zero. It's on my list. I just have to wait for the wheel to actually roll them. Alright, Hector, what's your deal? Gonna heckle him to death? Buster. I'm already set for Buster, so we go. Not yet. My first introduction to the Fate series as a whole was Lord Almaloy's Kate Files, and I didn't even know it was Fate related until after I got into Grand Order in 2020. I decided to try and watch Case Files because I liked the fact that Waver had long hair. My dumb ass saw gray. It was like, oh yeah, that's Hoodie's saber. I didn't know it was fate related. I did not connect it was fate related. Even after that. Absolute buffoonery over here.
了解はい了解ほらおかわりいるかい
Yeah, I watched Case Files without even knowing it was fate related, and then I got into fate because I saw Okada Izo on Twitter, and it was like, holy shit, that's just Hyakimaru at the beginning of the Dororo. And I got into fucking fate because I wanted not Hyakimaru. And now here I am, 5 years later. Or more like 4.5, but whatever.
我が槍は全てを
Alright, who's gonna be the lucky one to land the final blow? It seems it's gonna be a saver concerning the whole Lancer shtick, so let's see here. Who's next? Saber Lily. Hi, we were just talking about your older self. Cool. Anyway. Amazing. Oh, she's stressed. Okay, before we do this, I'm gonna take 2 real quick. Gonna refill my soda. And we're back. Let's go. If I'm understanding this correctly, then we're at the end of the raid. But it's sad because we barely got to use any of the gold servants. I've just received word that the sun has returned to the altar in Chichen Itza. However, its output has fallen significantly. At its current rate, it will be nighttime in an hour. That must be what Cobb's doing. As long as they have the altar and the solar sojourn, the sun will obey a priest's commands, and to at least to some degree. He must have instructed the sun to decrease its output so that it would be harder for work to find. Well, damn, that was considerate of him. I guess he was a worthy rival for you, huh? Rival? Hardly. He's a much better priest than I ever was, since he's so naturally earnest. What a beautiful sunset. Even if that sun is artificial, I dare say the sunset is just as picturesque as you'd see as any you'd seen in proper human history. How the fuck does that work? Because we're like on a spinning tube inside a spinning fucking toilet paper roll. The reason why there's a horizon in the first fucking place is because of the fact that the Earth curves, but it's curving the different way. How does the sunset work here? I never imagined this is how my dream to enter a safari rally would come true. This goes to show you never know what life has in store. Yeah, sure, it's beautiful, but what the fuck does it... Still, this will be the last time we take in the Lost Belts landscape. And the last time we're present for one coming to an end. The Stormborder just sent us another report. They've confirmed that 98% of all Mictlan's indigenous life is dead. Now that the tree of emptiness seeds don't have anything left to attack, 97% of those have killed themselves. At the moment, the only things still alive in this subterranean world are us, a few Danos, and... Ort. And Ort won't be around much longer either. Yep, the Stormborder's primary cannon has already begun its firing sequence. Once Ort makes his way through the plains and into the jungle, we'll bring an end to this. As for the enemy we'll have to face afterwards, we can worry about her once we get back to the Stormborder. I'm so sorry for the trouble our Kukulkan is causing you. I know she's in a very difficult position. Oh no, not at all. We can understand where she's coming from. I'm just kidding. In her capacity as the King of the Lost Belt, I don't know what she'll ultimately end up choosing. But I'm fairly certain the one thing she won't do is wipe all of you out. Personally, I'd like nothing more than for her to move on from this Lost Belt and join you on your... Oh? You hearing that too? What's going on? Nobody told me to expect anything like this. What's with all these life signs? Is it another incident? Are there a tree of emptiness seeds gathered here? No, these signals are coming from Danos, and they're all headed this way. But how? I thought they all scattered into the jungle. Aha, so that's what happened. Good grief, it's wonderful to see you all back in the city. But I can't believe you're still just chatting peacefully while an extraterrestrial is about to destroy Mictlan. Is this just what fully mature, intelligent beings are like? It's not at all like the future I'd imagined. Now I'm wondering if my real body out there resting between dimensions was maybe a little too hasty of a choice. In fact, now I'm wondering if I was deceived. Maybe I should have killed that shady Taoist after all. Oh, is that the cub? Ooh, things just got more interesting. Are y'all still out here wasting time? I assume the fact that he came back to Chichen Itza means he still care for it. But that monster's gonna destroy Mictlan before even the sun can explode. There are no living creatures left in or below the fourth stratum. Are you just still gonna roll over and let the same thing happen here too? Show some spirit for once, damn it. Even Atsulame didn't go down without a fight. I know, but still. You make a good point, but that's still pretty rich coming from you after you conspired to destroy Chichen Itza in the first place. Whether we fight or not, we're still gonna go extinct. What point is there in making stands? Acting without a good reason is wrong. We can't waste our energy on pointless endeavors. Pointless? Oh, you're so... No, you're right. You're absolutely right. This isn't your problem. It's our problem. We were never going to change. Why would we? It's how we stayed peaceful this whole time. No matter what happens, Mictlan will be destroyed. I suppose it makes sense that we wouldn't change, no matter what form this final moment takes. Don't be stupid. You're living beings, right? Of course you can change if you want. Sometimes you guys are so smart, you swing right back around being dumb. Huh? You're... Sorry I was gone. Its Callie shot up just about every inch of me except my head, so regenerating took a bit. The king of dinosaurs, you're alive? I mean, thank goodness you're alive. I can't believe you don't see the point in acting or changing your mind just because the result will be the same. What are you, slaves? You're supposed to be dinosaurs. Seeing you so totally lacking ferocity is sickening. You should all be apologizing to the dinosaur fans who are so in love with your wild nature. Listen up, it doesn't matter if your actions don't end up changing a damn thing. As a species, you guys are strong and intelligent. You've long since gotten rid of anything wasteful or unnecessary in your lives. The Mala taught you that excess leads to conflict, tearing people apart instead of bringing them together. They weren't wrong. They've had the right idea for a long time. As a species, you guys are even capable of acting for purely selfish reasons, or just because you personally didn't like something. But this is your last day on Earth. No matter how selfishly you act, it won't change what comes tomorrow. Make all the mistakes you want today, because you're not going to have the chance to forget them tomorrow. I say so nothing we do will have any lasting repercussions anymore. If nothing we do could change anything, then that's all the more reason not to. It might not change anything, but that doesn't mean it'll be meaningless. Fighting to death coming for you, even if it's losing battle, isn't a waste. You still have a choice. You can let it all end the same way on any other day, or you can raise up the meat to end. It might be stupid, maybe a waste of energy, but just putting the energy in non-energy is meaningful. Meaningful for whom exactly? I don't see how it could be meaningful for us. For something bigger than yourselves. You've been taught that ever since you were born. As of right now, your story doesn't have a single conclusion. You loved hearing about the other Lost Elves, right? Well, the people who lived in them didn't just disappear one day. Even when they had no hope of survival, they still went out fighting against their greatest enemy, Chaldea. You guys didn't laugh when you heard about that. You knew there was a legitimate reason to fight for the end they wanted. Coming to terms with your extinction or fighting it to the end, very last, are two very different approaches. If you think your story has a sentence, that's about where you put the period. Remember, there's literally no tomorrow, so why not make fools of yourselves for a change now? I see, you do make a good point. Yeah, I never thought about it like that anymore. Like that before. This is exactly why you're a king. Your speech has so much more bite to it than the Cubs. Alright, if we're gonna do this, I suppose we'll have to make use of NFF services. Dinosaurs with guns! What? What? Dinosaurs with guns! I'll go with this oversized rifle. The recoil's gonna throw off my aim. This design wastes a lot of kinetic energy in the explosion. Can anyone here modify this gun? Bullets are useless against it. What if we repurpose our biowaves instead? That could work. I'm definitely sticking with bullets. This railgun uses opposing electromagnetic pulse to fire them at much deadlier speeds than standard firearms. I've always thought NF's surface guns were lacking something, but in 15 minutes we can have them modified, stabilized, and ready for training. Let's not bother with rockets that explode on impact. We need rockets that will penetrate Orc's armor and detonate inside it. He doesn't have a gun yet. While we're at it, we should make the whole rocket launcher bigger too, big enough to fill the rockets filled with bomblets. Da Vinci taught me the principle behind explosive ammo like that. Apparently it violates some kind of treaty in proper human history or something. Sounds rough. They're gonna commit war crimes. Let's go! I can't believe how quickly they're making advances. They might actually be the most dangerous species I've seen yet. You know, NFL services are really nice. Until now, I wasn't sure if you had any purpose or whatever, Queen Skya. But you've proven yourself an avatar of salvation, or at least discovery. Can you show us even more weapons? This type of evolution may be dangerous, but I certainly don't mind being needed in this fashion. I take it this means I'm your new object of worship, your living goddess? No, we already have a god. You're just a convenient means to an end. So, worth a shot. What, feeling left out yet again, Bukub? Hey, I get it. It's freaky seeing them all band together with their half-baked ideas, thinking along more human lines. It's nothing like that. I wouldn't be a part of that group even if they begged me. I'm nothing like those weaklings who changed their whole approach after a few words from the king. Of course you are. You're all the same. The fact is, every one of you Dinos who came back here did so because you were dying to do something. That something isn't fighting or even loudly proclaiming your existence. It's a desire to make your mark as a species. That's what drives you guys forward. Always was, always will be. Is that so? Well, they're welcome to it. I'm just... What you're doing just standing around. Get ready now. You're gonna be my ride, right? Why do you think I became your king in the first place? We're doing this together, Cub. Hell, these Dinos don't even know the first thing about fighting. Us hot-blooded types are gonna lead the way, or they'll never figure it out. Hey there, Deathly. Not even G Fuel tonight, just fucking Diet Coke. Because it'd be a pain in the ass to keep making G Fuel every couple of hours or so. Fun fact, it's almost... Fun fact, it's almost 9 o'clock. I need to be awake and alive at 3 o'clock in order to do some installation shit. I've been up since 6 p.m. and I've spent like 5 hours burning my eyes open. I don't have work today. The installation's just for my house. Or at least the house I live in, not my house. Anyway. Are they going to the fourth stratum toward Ort? They're all smiling and waving as they go by. 50, 60, those are the Dinos that survived the attack on Chichen Itza. And they're armed. Don't tell me they're planning on attacking Ort themselves. Storm Border to Shadow Border. I believe you have just passed a pack of Dinos. They may be armed, but we are not their target. They are heading out to attack Ort. The King of Dinosaurs informed us that they do not need our help. He instead urged us to focus on our own mission. So I ask that you continue on your current path to rendezvous with us as we originally planned. The primary cannon's firing sequence is complete. By our calculations, you should arrive at the storm border around the same time Ort enters our firing range. Be aware that whether our attack on Ort succeeds or not depends heavily on your arrival time. That is all. Rose all the way out in like fucking Singapore, aren't you? Preposterous, that can't be right. They must have only thought they were carrying guns. The Dinos are wise and gentle. They're the ideal form of humanity. They may not be human per se, but they embody the goal we all should be striving for. So why? Because dinos with guns are cool. Why would they go off to fight, especially when there's no reason for them to do so? We can destroy all on our own. That's what we've been working towards this whole time. There's no point in them spilling their own blood here. Gordoff, please keep your foot on the accelerator. I know you still have time, but you never know what may happen. Also, this is where I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you for everything. Oh, right. Do you have anything I can use as a weapon? Even something simple, like a knife will do. But why? All of my fellow Dinos have gone off to fight. I can't be the only one not to do so. I understand that, too. This may seem like nothing more than us throwing our lives away, and I'm inclined to agree. By rights, we can and should be doing all in our power to avoid this battle. But be that as it may, this is the decision we finally arrived at. If I ignore it now, we can no longer call myself a Thanos. Cheeky sword, no! How about this? It's a submachine gun we keep on hand for emergencies. You're pretty small for a Dano, so you should be able to use it. Of course, don't worry, I know how to use it. I'll only disengage for safety once I've left the vehicle. Goodbye. Wait! Don't do this, Tapo. I know we have no right to stop you, I really do. But even so, I can't just stand by and let you do this, and not just you. All of the Dinos we met have been wonderfully peaceful and accepting people. So why would you all choose to fight now, especially when you know for certain that you won't survive? We've been lucky enough to see so many different worlds over the course of our journey. Even if some of them have made terrible mistakes or did awful things, nobody in those worlds deserved to die. And compared to them, you Dinos are just so kind and wonderful. It's one thing not to be able to avoid your extinction, but why would you throw your lives away in a battle you know is as hopeless as it is meaningless? I'm shocked. I had no idea I harbored such anger, Mash. No, that's not right. You've just been through so much that your gentle nature was insufficient to restrain you. Dinos never considered anyone special. We were all equal in every way that mattered. That's why we never fought amongst ourselves. But I'm not like that. I place more importance on those I cared for. I remember how your eyes shone when Sequik told you about the ideal form of humanity you had always imagined. But then, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you found yourself conflicted over conclusion. People are all equal, their lives equally precious. No one should be given special treatment. But if so, then we shouldn't grieve anyone's deaths because doing so would undermine that equality. Right, everything Sequik said made sense, and I was moved by what she said about everyone is precious. But in spite of that, I still found it difficult to accept her conclusion. What she said was right. If what she said was right then we ought to treat the deaths of loved ones and strangers the same. And yet, back then Indeed, that is the key difference between you and us. There are differences, Mash. It's inevitable. No two lives can be the same. It's okay for you to empathize with people you're close to more than those you are not. Throughout human history's humanity has always sought connections and things that would bring joy to their lives. That's why you're flourished. This may sound heartless, but in a truly equal world, you would end up just like us. It would lead to a world where there was no such thing as a special person, a world where even I couldn't even save my one and only friend. Capel, are you referring to... Yes, I wanted to save Sequik. I wanted to save her from being forced to stay in the same place for 6 million years, observing life in Mictlan, the only one of her kind. But my efforts only led to discord and failure to the point that I hid myself away in an attempt to forget everything. I resigned to my fate just as another unchanging Danos. But then all of you showed up. Your tales of proper human history were all dangerous, but they were also wonderful and inspiring. I remember the shock I felt when you first wandered into my home. I trust you and Habitat showed each other through... how you spoke. I remember her heartbeat and how light and sincere it was. Marine's footsteps as he happily ran around. Yoga Marie's indomitable smile. Father Kotomina's suspicious word choices. Da Vinci's wisdom and childlike exuberance. I could go on, but I'd best stop here or we'll be at this all day. My point is, I may have volunteered to be your guide, but you were the ones who truly showed me a new world. I enjoyed myself immensely, and that's a good thing. Fun is a good thing. Of course it is. How could it be bad? As long as you're upholding good morals, of course. But please, don't think of your world, your actions, as some terrible burden to bear. Haven't we told you before? All Dinos support you wholeheartedly. We don't hate you. We don't envy you. Yes, it's true. You have. Well, having said all that, I do have some new thoughts. I know humankind hasn't had 66 million years to flourish on this planet. But even so, the fact that nothing changed here in all that time makes me sad. With that time, we could have accomplished so much, but we never accomplished anything. So I wonder now, was what we had really the best, most peaceful world we could have hoped for? Now that I think that very way of life itself is wrong. We never did anything good, we just avoided making mistakes. Humans are incapable of choosing the correct answer. This is because, even if they make the best choice they can at the time, they will inevitably learn of a better way later. I'm going to be completely honest. My brain completely glossed over Pack C during the Anastasia story. My brain latched on more to the Olympus twins than anything. There can be absolutely no correct stories for any intelligent beings. Our conclusions will always have mistakes because we are people. We Danos didn't know that. We had no way of knowing that. But now, at long last, we're able to choose a mistake for ourselves. After 66 million years, we've become the same kind of humanity as you. The kind that reaches for the stars. The same as us? Don't be silly. We're the ones who be striving to follow your example. And let's learn from each other and learn from the best in each other. I think no more indulgent way to evolve. Anyway, I really must be going now. I already told her everything I wanted to say to her at Chichen Itza. Thank you for everything, Mash. The very first time we met in my cave, instead of taking up your weapon, you greeted me so openly. That is one of the many things I love about you. Not at all. I was so happy when you responded so kindly in turn. Goodbye, Tapao. Thank you so much for being our guide. Cheeky Sora's a good boy, though. I will say that. Very good boy. Whoa. Did the dinosaurs actually blow up an entire thing, or was that the storm border? The last of the dinos ran across the red-stained plains. One fell, unable to even get close. One fell trying to save their friends. One fell while relentlessly attacking the enemy's outer shell. One turned immediately after the flying saucer passed over their head, trying and failing to wound it until they, too, fell. One darted across the sky like lightning, whipping out one of the saucer's infinite lives before their own limbs were torn away. And so the dinos' assault ended. The flying saucer continued its way across the plains, unimpeded. Resilient as they were, the dinos didn't die immediately, even after so much of their bodies were ripped to shreds. Instead, they collapsed on the ground, their bodies in tatters, accepting that their lives would end in a few minutes. I still love the imagery of the fucking dinosaurs with guns, taken completely seriously. Played completely straight. As they turned their blurry gazes up to the distant red sun with pleading eyes. You could have flipped that thing on its head, on its back easy enough, but you still never lifted a finger to help them, right to the end. How does it feel, watching the species you spend your whole existence protecting die out? What, nothing to say? Huh, figures. Well hey, at least I had fun. You know, after all that complaining by the end, Fukat started humming to himself. I didn't even realize I was humming along with him at first. It was right at the something. Did you talk to the dinos into this? Did you convince them it was better to go out fighting on a hellish battlefield than to face our extinction feasibly? Yeah, I did. Waging war and losing battles is Quetzalcoatl's job. That's the only way I could demonstrate my divine power. Still, this wasn't nearly enough to satisfy them. 66 million years of Nahui is a tough nut to crack. Guess that means I lost, since I couldn't bring them satisfaction through a fight. See you around, Lady Birdbrain. If we ever meet again, we'll have to have a real proxy war. Vanguard, return to base. Welcome back, everyone. You've done a great job keeping pressure on Ort. Thanks to your efforts, we have a real shot at taking it out. The plan is currently in its final stage. Our primary cannon, the Human Barrel Ray-Proof, is almost done charging. The moment the Ort comes within 30 kilometers of the storm border, we'll spin up Virtual Trident Engines 5 and 6. We'll then stabilize the Void State's power supply and enter firing mode. We'd like all of you to stand by in the command room until then. In fact, we're not planning any further close engagements with that thing. The blast will either hit it or it won't. Must he be so cavalier about such a horrifying prospect? And what's to stop us from spinning up engines 5 and 6 now? I can't possibly be the only one who wants to avoid an engine failure right at the most crucial moment, can I? Believe me, I wish it could, but the primary cannon's effective firing range is limited. According to Trike Methods to Seconds calculations, Ort must be within 10 kilometers for us to land an effective blow. Because Ort is capable of regenerating itself from as little of its mass as a handful of cells, we have to completely vaporize it in a single shot. Huh, so that's why we can't go full power right off the bat. Okay, I get that. But what do we do if Ort has an attack capable of destroying the storm border more than 10 kilometers away? What does that look supposed to mean? That we'll just have to trust the luck? Say something. Yep. Are you sure there's nothing we could do? Is there really no way to defend ourselves if Ort makes the first move? Because we're almost at the end, aren't we? We have 2 more fights or so. And then we have a second raid to worry about. And then we have Tezcatlipoca again. And then we're done. It's just a whole lot of raiding after this. And second raid, I guess. No, we simply can't maneuver well while the primary cannon is deployed. Our only option is to rely on Magecraft and our armor planing's electromagnetic barriers to protect us. Naturally, we do have enough resources stockpiled to use those protections, but if Ord exceeds our projections, we'll be done for. I'm afraid you'll just have to accept that, Gordoff. Yeah, there's the second raid. We've done everything we can. The cards have been dealt and it's time to play our hands. Alright, Captain. If you say there's nothing more to be done, we'll take a word for it. Very well then. Everyone take your seats. Win or lose, laugh or cry, this will be a fine enough stand. If there's anything left you have left undone, now's the time to do it. Orc certainly isn't going to wait for you to get back from a bathroom break. Ord has crossed the plains. 33 kilometers to go until it reaches Chichen Itza. 32, 30... Okay, it's less than 30 kilometers away now. Copy, engine room? Alright, it's about time. Firing up engines 1 and 2 and virtual engines 5 and 6. Engines 3 and 4 have been diverted to power our defenses, so we won't see a second shot. Don't miss, Marine. Don't worry, I won't. Ord is a much, much bigger target than the foreign god. So this is it. We're keeping the sun at our back, so Ord will be coming right for us. Now it's all down to whether it has some way of attacking us from more than 10 kilometers or not. Or it's 23 kilometers away. 21, 19. The hell? Is it actually picking up speed? What is it planning to do? Body slam the storm border? No, that can't be right. Even Orc can't possibly cross 10 kilometers in a matter of seconds. Okay, we've got an emergency, people. Orc's internal cellular mass is growing rapidly. Looks like we've got a medical tentacle heading our way. This one probably can extend up to 20 kilometers. Tentacle? Body slam? Aw, crap. It's coming right for us. Captain, the basic maneuvers. We've fought those things more times than I could count. Armor's useless against them. The moment they touch you, they absorb you. Electromagnetic barriers to max it. Deflect that thing before it can touch the hull. We're managing to deflect it, but it's not letting up. Engine 3's gonna overheat if this keeps up. That's fine. 5 more seconds and we're clear to fire. How are you gonna fire a Spiritron torpedo and make a U-turn? Well, we could, but it would put a lot of strain on the ship, so I'd rather save that as a last resort. At the moment, I'm trusting in a very capable ally to get us through this. Authorized QP transfer to Type 79 Tomino tank. Open the hatch. There we go. I've been waiting for you to agree to the terms of our business arrangement. Now let me show you the turret I've been building with the supplies I've borrowed. Behold, the Calamity Dispersing Shrine Type 79 Mictlan Special. This will be using to keep your assets secure. So that's where she's been. I've been wondering why I hadn't seen her around. Oh, my little temp employees. Just follow the instructions in the manual like I showed you. Oh my god, they're alive. I thought they ate shit. Hell yeah, Big Sis Koyan gave us our first order. Okay, bros, everyone's in position. Yay, now we can finally help her gain for real. This makes all that secret work we've been doing in the jungle since Big Sis recruited us worthwhile. Are the people on the storm border hearing this too? They are? Great. I told you we turn things around in overtime, remember? Now watch as we scored a game-changing goal. Detectron and his brothers, you're alive. It was damn close, but we've always been good at pretending to be down for the count. Glad to hear you sounding so happy, Big Sis Smash. Okay, bros, it's time to start shooting up a storm. Don't let a single one of those gross-looking things get past you. We've got to intercept them all. Orders crossed the 20-kilometer mark. 18, 16, 14, 20 seconds until it's in effective firing range. Open anti-threat response valve. Set magical energy circulation to full speed. Spectre, increase pressure on the bow. Motor to air connection on. Correction on. Shuttle firing safety off. Target lock acquired on Ort Center. Ooh, we could do this. We can actually do this. Ort has entered effective firing range. Captain. Fire! Are we gonna get a video? Yeah, we got a video! Did it eat it? What? A space storm, but we destroyed the organ and used it to create those. Ah, crap. Orc's internal mass and gravity generation have doubled. I think that it's its next generation organ. If I'm reading this right, it didn't just regrow the organ, it upgraded the damn thing. What's more, it's using the leftover souls to reform the spidery appendages. Then we're back to square one? No, it didn't evade the shock completely, it just managed to bend the ray-proof trajectory. Sion, recalculate your trajectory down, land direct head for the gravity field. Engine room, start preparing your second shot. We can't back off. If Ort closes the distance and reclaims the sun, we'll never be able to win. I told you, it's impossible. Even if I run the engines into the ground, it'll still take at least 2 minutes to recharge. Ort's getting closer, and it's still generating that storm. 9, 8, 7... The storm's already rocking us like crazy. I can't keep the ship stable. Captain, don't even think about it. The whole area out there is bathed in cosmic rays. Even your mystic code can't guarantee your safety. We'll have to retreat and escape Mictlan, but then what do we do? Damn it, I can't believe we've had all this time to prepare and there's still nothing we could do. If only we could buy enough time for a second shot. Hi, Rasputin. I understand, you're one move away from victory. As it happens, I have a proposal that may just be of help. Care to hear it? Rasputin! Rasputin! Sarardo? Goodness, commendable reaction speed, Captain Nemo, but I suggest you stand down. That time is presently stopped does not mean you are not running out of it. This is one of the Foreign God 7-up super authorities, the Tachyon Jail. It won't last very long. Tachyon manipulation, so it's not the time itself is stopped, rather we are moving faster than time. That's right, Sion. Incidentally, the Foreign God named this authority herself. I wish to be perfectly clear on that point. I had no part in naming it. Get into pointless chatter. Get to what I sent you to discuss, Rasputin. That voice. Director, you came back. Huh. Didn't I tell you? I'm not about to spend my time in this lost out watching your Earthlings breathe your last. The people of proper human history have had things they need to answer for in proper human history. Even if their world has been bleached. Good point, and I'll keep this brief. In consequence of David's envoys back in nations, Ort is presently relying on the Foreign Guard's heart to power itself. There would be a disgrace for her divine reputation if she were to return to the surface without claiming it. As such, the Foreign God has decided she's willing to join forces with Chaldea against this common enemy. Done, just tell me what I have to do, and I'll do it. Ah, you fool, why would you agree to the proposal without even hearing the terms? But she's right, this is our only shot. Okay, Father, what exactly does joining forces entail here? We will maintain this faster than time-space and provide the power needed for a second ray-proof. In exchange, we would like you to defeat Ort's real body and give us the right to use the rape proof for ourselves. Oh, come on, don't tell us to defeat Ort like it's nothing. Don't you think we'd have done that already if we could? True, attacking Ort in normal space-time by a normal means is a losing proposition, given its ability to regenerate faster than you could destroy it. But what if you were to attack it here, in this time-accelerated space? Oh yes, that would work, since Ort is on the verge of collapse. It'll be enough to push it over the edge. What about supplying us with power? How's that gonna work? I thought something like this might happen, so I took the liberty of clandestinely modifying the Stormboard's charging mechanism. You should find there's now a pipeline to provide magical energy to the engine directly from the outside. Yep, there sure is. I didn't pay any attention to it earlier because I thought Da Vinci added it. So it was actually your secret little gift to us all along. How Kodamine. Sorry, what was that about clandestine modification? It was strictly for insurance purposes. Remember, this is an emergency. Let's not dwell on the triviality, shall we? Now then, the moment you defeat Ort, the foreign god will undo the time acceleration. Then use all of her considerable magical energy to fire the ray proof and obliterate Ort from this planet. That is our proposal. I trust you'll find it acceptable? Of course, this would require that she go out onto the deck to Commander's servants directly. Done. Let's get out of here. Right, honored to join you, Master. Then may your actions demonstrate your sincerity, brave youths. May God's protection be with you. I can't see any other option. Alright then, you two. Go give Ort hell. But don't forget, even with the time dilation, that space storm is still alive and well, so make sure you settle this quickly and get back here as soon as possible. We'll get back you guys up as best we can too. I'll start by diverting Trimestus II's computational abilities to the summoning ritual. This way, you'll be able to suited summon any servant you want on top of the Stormboarder, even the ones whose ghost organs were absorbed by Ort. Remember, this is going to be the true final showdown between Ort and humanity. So make sure you pull out all the stops and show Oglimmery what you can really do. Alright, we can use party revival, so... I think we have to use MASH anyways, so... Let's see here. When she alters on my ego until I go boom. At any rate. Slap that on because this is a 10,000 bonds. Oh, I see. Call of Duty goes still pretty fine for her anyways.
マジンパワーってなんだ？
今日は神の決着のこと。決着のこと。
ああ、俺？
後より出て先に立つの。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。ああ、人生はとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。
セーフティーロック解除。魔力サーキットフルドライブ。いつが俺と主の手をだ。
アンサー。
Let's see here. Who has better overcharge? I would think you first half.
世界を囲む。平服せよ、崇拝せよ。これなるは神の一方、我敗者。知恵ある者は消えつがいい。水切りだ、セブンドライブ。
セーフティーロック解除。魔力サーキットフルドライブ。いつが俺と主の手をだ。
どこまでもプロペラの花が成長。命の海に沈みなさい。アイラーバターキブルサイズ。浅い。後より出て先に立つの。隠れてわかりました。トリトンエンジンスタート。照準よろし。計算完了。艦内設備ロック。グリーンはいいかしら。
I considered him, but at the same time, like the main reason I would have gotten him was just to have an AoE Arts alter ego, because I don't have Tiara at all. Oh, interesting. Can you only change to those 4 classes? Girlfriend Goku.
私の指は世界を囲む。ちょっと隠れていてください。どこまでもプロフィーの花が成長する。命の海に沈みなさい。アイラーバターキブルサイズ。これで消えちゃい。いた。よしよし、おいで。みんなよろしくね。めちゃくちゃにしてあげる。あわお、いいよ。シロ、お願い。よいしょっと。私の中の女神たち、力を貸しておふたけしてお気分で。よしよし、シロは偉いね。やっ、慌てない慌てない。破壊する。ターゲットロック。シリアルファンタズム展開。あっそう、めちゃくちゃにしてあげる。いいのね。見つけた。こんにちは、小さなあなた。巨人に襲われる気分どうなの？潰してあげる。この可愛いお嫁さんに一歩近づきましたか？
Nice. That's a lot of cute beef. Finally. Good, the conditions have been met. Now stand back, I'll take it from here. Got it, I'll go back inside the ship so I don't get blown away. Wait, no, I didn't mean for you to go back inside. I meant you should find a safe place on the deck. You can't pass up a chance to witness the gallantry of Earth's ruler in person. Now you stay right there and watch me. Right, I knew that. Yeah, that figures. Of course that's the color people will be showing right to the end. And since this is a special occasion, I'll even make use of your oath tools, imitating magical energy provision, instantaneously charging ray proof. Well, aren't you gonna say something? This is it, you know. Woo, go for it! Do you think this is some kind of party trick? Maybe Earthlings really are evil. That's okay, though, I guess. I'm only here to keep a promise. You're probably wondering why I'm doing all this, aren't you? You didn't kill Portea in the first Underworld, or Bunny Enma in the second. You knew they were monsters and you accepted them anyway. Well, that's why. It's such an annoying way to do things, but you better not ever stop. Also, one last thing. I was too scared to ask it before, but now it's now or never, I guess. Who was Oglimmery anyway? Did I used to be Child Chaldea's director? Yeah, you were a little awkward, but you're still a great director for the whole of 5 seconds you're on screen. I see, that's a nice dream. I just wish I could have done a better job. More for chat out in a minute. Oh, but wait, there's more. Word is gone. It's really gone. I knew you'd come through, Oglimmery. Director? Command room, do you read me? I need you to scan the surrounding area. I don't see Oglimmery anywhere. That blast must have knocked her back down to the... I like the backgrounds. Mash, I hate to say this, but I've lost her signal. It confirmed her spirit origin vanished after she fired a ray proof. It's obvious when you think about it. Not even the foreign god could use that much energy without any consequences. Now without her heart. Well, aren't you gonna say something? This is it, you know. No, that can't be right. We finally found her again. We were finally talking and laughing together. Senpai. Yeah, I know, but she did keep her promise. In the end, she really did protect Earth. And it's all for nothing because Ort's still alive. Come on, Mash, let's head back to the command room. You're right, the battle is over now. Neither I nor the Stormborder have any strength left to spare. More than anything, I'm worried about you, Master. You never fought for so long without rest before. You should have Nurse take a look at you, then get some well-deserved rest. Mind if I lean on your shoulder? Yes, of course. Let's go back and celebrate our victory. Wait, hang on. Some crazy powerful summoning ritual just started. Did someone call for a servant? Prime Minister the Second says to get the heck out of there, right now. Misappropriation of proper human history reflections. Overviews of 300 million years of this lost human history. These have been used to construct a new virtual heroic spirit form. Biological classification, 1 radiant thing, grand servant, class, foreigner. Ord summoning imminent. Huh? Summon? Does this mean Ort learned our summoning ritual right before it was erased? And built a virtual future where it could summon itself as a heroic spirit? We fought a lot of different threats so far. That thing's the only true monster I've ever seen. The bio-surface armor is peeled away. Our second layer of internal armor layer is warped and malfunctioning. Ionized particle burst incoming. It's solar wind. It doesn't have the same impact as the supercell. But at point-blank range, we have no way to stop or evade it. Chubbs. I know. Bridge, get us out of here. Now. Rapid ascent, emergency turn. I don't care. We got no one left who could fight. Damn it, Tiscatli focused future was right after all. That thing is simply too much for humans to deal with. It's no use. The ship doesn't have anything left to give. It's taking all we got. Just stay in the air. Captain, Sion, what do we do? Save the whining for later. All Marines, man the weapons. This Ort might not be the same as the original. Try hitting it with Spiriton torpedoes. Throw them at it if you have to. You two, get off the deck and inside the ship now. This new humanoid Ort is going to make contact with you in only 10 seconds. Master, hold on to my shoulder. Don't worry about me, just get out of here. Absolutely not. More hot JPEG footage. New spirit origin detected. Wow, did you see that? It flew in supersonic speed and didn't even make a sonic boom. How did it fly over here without breaking the air barrier? Who is that anyway? That's... Hi, Cuckoo. Still as naked as usual, aren't ya? Okay, I'm here. Sorry it took me so long. Oh, right, I should be acting dignified right now. You will come no further, visitor from the void. 6 million years ago, you consumed the space tree. Since then, you have served as Mictlan's foundation. But now, my compatriot, you have become our terror and extinction, and I shall pass judgment upon you. Your claws shall not touch proper human history. I, Kukulkan, the god of the sun, shall annihilate you. You put up such an amazing fight. Are you still breathing, Tetsuba? Oh, you were watching us. That wasn't very nice of you. You know, before today, I had never once taken part in battle. It was a novel experience. I even surprised myself at how well I handle it, but it's really quite painful. I must say, dying hurts. It's also quite frightening. But you know, just learning that for myself makes this effort all worthwhile. I've been so preoccupied with theoretical applications that I've almost made a dreadful mistake. Thank goodness. Regardless of the reason, I'm so glad I didn't drag so quick with me into this fate. I see. Thank you for the insight. I'll preserve them for posterity. The last of the Oslo may fell a while ago. My role here is over now. The Dinos who went back to the jungle have entered their eternal rest too. You and compatriots are the last ones left. Once I've observed your final moments, I'll cease functioning as well. Org will head to the surface and fracture the planet, and the Malo will then wait for new life to be born on that fractured surface. That is the cycle of extinction. Congratulations on a life well lived. Why, thank you. I'm breathing my last, so that's nice to hear. I'll probably be gone before the sun goes out for good. Is that all you have to say? You and your compatriots are the last of the Dinos. If you have any last requests, I'll fulfill them as best as I can. The pal? I'm sorry for the mess. It seems that this is what happens when you laugh with only one lung. You're so expressive now. You were never like this before. You never so much as batted an eye when we saw the future in Mexico City or when Chichen was attacked. At first I thought you lacked the capability to feel the grief, but now I see you simply did not have yet a means to express it. You must not have known how you should behave at the time. But now, you look so much more natural. The expressions you once imitated have become your own. Did Quick also say it's okay to be sad during sad times? Don't be ridiculous. That would be the height of inhumanity and cruelty. I did nothing at all to save you. I was just the arbiter who watched things played out from on high. For me to grieve your deaths now would be unforgivable. Unforgivable? Who would deny you the forgiveness? Dinos? Damala? So what? Who cares? None of that has anything to do with how you feel. You've been repressing your feelings for so long, Kukulkan. Don't you think it's time to let yourself be free? Don't worry about us. Please, do what you feel. Just do what you feel like doing. For that matter, standing back and letting someone else handle this world would be wrong. It's your mess to clean up. What? Then you really did know, Tapao? Of course I did. I knew right from the start. Which is also why I know you're only refusing to let yourself go to help them because you feel guilty. If you're going to go to sleep anyway, you should do so feeling relieved, not stressed. I would much rather you see us off with a smile than a grimace. Are you sure? Is it really okay for the Teachers of the Sun to start doing what she wants at this point? Of course it is. Though if I may, I would like to make one request. Please, let us go out with one last stream. Since we never created any stories of our own, we'd like you to show us a form that will take our breath away. Since we won't be leaving anything else behind, that will be our first and final myth. I never truly supported the Chaldeans, even after seeing proper human history heroic spirits for myself. You were the ones I loved. You and everything else that lived in Mictlan. The ones who loved me and called me their friend, even though I was a false son. So if this is truly what you want... Time for an absurd costume. Then I will gladly become this Lost Felt's god. I am Kukulkan, the winged serpent and the avatar of the golden sea of trees. Now I should go to steal my heart. The Dinos, sprawled out on the ground, gazed up at the trail left in the sky. It was as though they were looking at a beautiful star for the first time, one that felt oddly familiar. Despite being on the brink of death, they still cheered and watched the shooting star go on its way. They relished the joy of being alive and tallied the regrets their impending death would bring. Even though proper human history was as foreign to them as the Lost Vale is to humankind, they still prayed for its future as if it were their own as they closed their eyes one last time. The fifth extinction drew near. Soon the sun born in the dust of the earth would illuminate the world once again. A golden pair of wings streaked across the sunset sky. And so the Lost Vale, which lacked any stories to tell, finally birthed a god of its very own. This is amazing. You're like a real Central American space god now. Right? I've been secretly gathering stories about proper human history's Quetzalcoatl for a long time now. And since I'm your biggest fan, I knew I had to go for the mantle and feathered headdress, yes? I mean, stop screwing around and take this seriously, Miss Chaldea. Miss Chaldea? That thing is Ort's ghost liner. It summoned itself using the remaining traces of its own dead cells as a catalyst. It is no longer a living creature. It's simply a mechanism for preserving this lost belt. Since it is a product of Mictlan, it's only right that Mictlan should take responsibility for it. I cannot allow that thing to roam free, even if it means at the end of this world. So I ask that you fight by my side with this one last time. Lost Vale or not, Kukulkan slings exist to help those who dream of a better future. There's another 10,000 points one that I believe you're also allowed to revive on, so. This is another foreigner enemy. We're just gonna throw more alter egos at it. We still got like 25 ley line stones. We can do just fine. Fucking Red Goku. do you not know how to move, buddy?
自分じゃないがよ
You're just standing there with no animation.
切れるぞ俺は
Oh, perfect.
俺一人で制御できるかどうかまあやるしかないかぶっ飛べ天国砲天国の連合いやし無償攻撃局地展開とどめろ
浅い邪魔ですよね。どうします？
おう
地面ごと浅い血ばかり邪魔ですよね。どこまでもプロトンの花が澄んじゃう。命の海に沈みなさい。アイラー型キルルサイズ。トロピアーこれで消えちゃえ。浅い
本気で行くぞ
了解。
Oh, Fuku tear free. Tear free. No phantasm.
去る楽天究極の位置我こそ最後の太陽ラストサンシバルバ
無量無限無変残暑を束ねて無給となす鉄拳無給三段
逆光剣切り札こちらの敵だプラガラス
俺としたことが
切り札こちらの敵だ読み込みと練り込みそしておいでみんなよろしくね命令しな放っておいてわかりました無産しますかターゲット捕捉そこ避けて しますか。私の指は世界黙っているですよね。どこまでもどこまでもプロテイン花が成長、命の海に沈みなさい。アイラーバターキブルサイズ。無賛しますか。地面ごとよろしくね。下がってめちゃくちゃにしてあげる。私一人で片付けるわ。わかりました。デスメドレーを聞かせてあげる。バラード、グルー、アンビエント、ぶっ潰れなさい。グレッドゼロ、エリデーメント。おてんばかな。でも楽しい。私の指は隠れわかりました。どこまでもプロテイン花が成長、命の海に沈みなさい。アイラーバターキブルサイズ。逃がさない。プロテア私だって女の子なんだ誰であれ隠れて戦う心があるのなら最大ダメージお任せください。わかりました。装填済みです。地面ごと神明東映捕獲。これは多くの道、多くの夢をする人間の証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。はあ、いた。
心パワーってなんだ？
拒否完了。
主起きて。ダメ？
わかりました。
俺一人で制御できるかどうか。ま、やるしかないか。ぶっ飛べ！天国砲！
地面ごこれじゃあ本気が私とマスター
Bruh.
は拒否完了。よしよし、シロおいで。みんなよろし
自慢
く
剤が
ね。
よく切れるぞ俺は。
望む。あと蹴散らしなさい。ところだ。シロ。はい。おてんばかな。でも楽しい。モンスターダンス。お疲れして。おきめって。逆光線。決着の時だ。読み込みと練り込み。破壊するターゲットロック。おいで。みんなよろしくね。下がっていて。私一人で片付けるわ。
任せてもらう。
命令しない。コンバットオープン。第1章第3戦の制圧完了の際にブレストゼロエリテーメント無産しますか。よしよし、白いね。破壊する。オルテナンス全機能解放。オルテナンス疑似リンク解除。
任せてもらう。
命令しない。神明東映捕獲。これは多くの道、多くの夢を背負った問題にし証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。
消しとれ。
無産しますか。パラドクスエフェクターセット。申し訳ありません。
はいよ。はいよ。消しとれ。逃すよ。煉獄のレイヤー。よし。なんて悪かったか。ああ、なんでもいいだろう。
ターゲットロック。
飛ばしていくぞ。
Bruh.
おう。任せてもらおう。はいよ。よっ。せっ。煉獄のレイヤー。よし。なんて悪かったか。ああ、なんでもいいだろう。自慢皿がよく切れるぞ俺は。任せてもらおう。セーフティーロック解除。 魔力タックスとフルドライブ。こいつが俺と主の手をだ。
Nice. Delight. Report. Virtual hero experience form sphere origin has been destroyed. Warning. Approach of foreign life form detected. Lost all records are being inserted into the space-time continuum. Paradox effector base conflation confirmed. Invasive star cell colony incoming. Origin of zone redefined to 4.6 billion years of observable universe. Orc survival is imminent. Fourth phase. Why is this happening? Are we just doomed to fail? No, that invader may be a variant that originated in this lost belt, but Chaldea still defeated it. The reason Order refuses to stay gone is that some part of it still exists, the sun. Please, let me handle it. This is the job I was meant to do. Or, invader from the void, you and I have long shared a mutual codependence. You consume the Tree of Emptiness to extend your life, and we use your heart to prolong the world's existence. Erasing you now would also mean erasing this lost belt. However, I cannot force the future Tezcatlipoca showed us at the altar of the sun upon proper human history. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Now, allow me to state them all as will. This is the end of Mictlan. And yeah, both of the orc boss fights that are non-raid have 10,000 bond each. So if you put Mash and a teapot in, you get a whole bunch of EXP. After 66 million years of raising life in this underground world, the answer we have arrived at is, this was a good world, but it was not the only way forward. We recognize that now. We recognize that we're halting the development of this planet's species. Extinction comes for everything. You are a living creature, and you are no exception, regardless of what environment or ecosystem may be. Now know this. This sun is your heart, and the embryo from which I was born. I am Kukulkan, the one born from the sun. I too am a part of you. And now, I shall return this body to the sun to finally destroy you. Interstellar engine heart, activate. The wind comes down from the heavens and the stars fall from the cosmos. Only Orc can defeat Orc. We have no right to feed on this planet. In the end, this is the end, Ultimate One. And so, with its role fulfilled, the sun was extinguished. The Tree of Emptiness Sea retreated to the realm of the Fury just as the dinos remaining on the plains were about to breathe their last. Ah, the stars. For the last 10 seconds of his life, the sage gazed up at the newly sunless underground. His entire world was merely a comic-speak fantasy, an extraneous period of time that was meant to have been pruned away long ago. Eventually, it will be gone from everyone's memories, forgotten. The dinos may have lived here for 66 million years, a staggeringly long period of time. They are part of an empty history that will leave nothing behind at all. Be that as it may, our lives were nonetheless beautiful. Even if we never got a happy ending, even if we were no more than fiction, even if we were no more than phantasms or fabrications, we were made, and so we will never truly disappear. Now that we have a dream, we will leave an indelible mark on the boundary. A mark that will endure on this universe forever and ever. Even if I no longer have anything left to read, even if I never have any made of anything of value, even if this passion should cool and fade, The sage cracked a smile, secure in the knowledge that what could have been was not meaningless after all. Oh my, I can't believe it. They still got the sun to pitch in and help them win? I never thought I would see a Lost Belt King end their own Lost Belt. If that's what you chose, I'm not sure where that leaves me. Why do you say that, big sis? Because you weren't much help? Are you blind, you nincompoop? Of course I was helpful. Besides, NFS service is never meant to be a star player. Our forte has always been staying in the shadows, helping people live their best lives. And that's exactly what I did this time as well. My client's survival is all I could ask for. And I still plan on having a great deal of fun with Chaldea in the future, too. Future, after all. Now I see, your merchant of death sure gets some nasty ideas. No wonder you're not sure where this leaves you. Yeah, you came out of the shadows even though your job was already done. But you know, you're starting to sparkle and fade away. Does that mean you're gonna die here, big sis? Not to worry, this is just me making my servant exit. I'm under no obligation to cooperate if it means dying myself. What about all of you? It won't be long before Mictlan disappears, too. Good question, since we're all in Chichen Itza anyway. We've got to get in one last Octa game. Since there's 4 of us left, we could play a 2-on-2 ritual until the end. We've always lived our lives so we could do what we want to do until the world ends, and we're not going to stop now. I see, that makes sense. A wild stallion can help but gallop across the plains to the end. Life is at its best when we're not under the yoke of another, but when we're pursuing our own joy. You said it. Anyway, we don't want to waste any time, so we're going to get going. Bye, big sis Totally. Well then, it seems like my work here is done. Oh man, I actually blew up the sun. It looks like I destroyed all the trees of emptiness in Mictlan too. Oh well, nothing to be done about it. Anyway, I know this Lost Belt's gonna disappear now, but that doesn't mean I did it to help proper human history. I'm a free-spirited alien. Don't go thinking of me as some friend of humanity, okay? You? A friend of humanity? Isn't that just a fact by this point? Yes, it is. You've never been our enemy, Kukulkan. Not for a second. It was amazing how you were completely on our side. You've been an incredibly helpful Lost Belt King. Oh? Oh, come on. Surely you must have wondered whether I was really your enemy or friend at some point, right? Oh, right. We didn't fight even a single time, did we? That's kind of a shame, yes? But I guess I just couldn't help be helped. After all, you once said, Kukulkan has a duty to protect Mictlan because she's the king of this Lost Belt. Determined expression. But she's also not the type to hate someone just because they're technically a foreign enemy. Even more determined expression. Right? Kadak told me all about it. So how could I go and attack someone who thinks that about me? Didn't know Kadak was such a blabbermouth. Honestly, instead of attacking you, I wish I could go with you, but I'm this Lost Belt's god. So I won't be keeping you here or accompanying you on your journey. I'm Kukulkan, this world's son and the god who created Mictlan, and the one that destroyed it. So now that my job is done, I want to stay here and watch over the sea of trees until it's completely covered in darkness. Still, that being said, I did just make a divine debut, so you might end up summoning me as a servant after you get back to the surface, yes? That's how proper human history system works, right? You share your intellectual property, regardless of what it is. And as a people, you both use and squander a ton of resources, all so you can eventually reach a final destination. I'll do my best. I got, like, 4 Maltese in a dream. Anyway, I better get going. Alright, almost forgot. The Mala may have all died out now, but I still want to pass on their last consensus. We will be rooting for you. This isn't because you were present for Mictlan's final moments. It's because it's only natural for living things to cheer for the people who are still in the middle of their journey. Alright, goodbye again, for real this time. May you all grow as much as possible and go as far as you can. And may your past be as blessed as you could ever hope. That was our dream back in the ancient past, and it remains our dream for the distant future. For the journey of life will continue forever and ever, shining with golden splendor. There she goes. Now that the sun is gone, gravity here is starting to fluctuate. The storm border is already heading up to the first stratum, and the surface beyond. It's a shame to part ways like this, but it seems like the jungle is... Senpai? Senpai? Mictlan, fifth son. Oh wait, is this raid 2 shit supposed to be... Oh, okay, that's what it was. Okay, so Ort actually is dead this time. What I was looking at was information about the flying saucer. Okay. So it's just Tezcat and then we're done. Where am I? I remember now, this is where I came before I woke up in that cave. I can't see a thing and there's no one else here. But I also feel strangely fulfilled. I think I'll go pay him a visit. According to one interpretation of Aztec mythology, the dead were sorted into those who died in battle and those who died of natural causes. Those who died in battle were guided to the 12th of the 13th heavens, a place called Tetocan. Tetocan's eastern region was Tutuilampa, the final resting place for warriors who died in battle and human sacrifices. Tetocan's western region was Tituilampa, the final resting place for women who died in childbirth. Tetocan's southern region was Huitzilampa, the bright and shining final resting place for dead children. And Tetocan's northern region was Mictlanpa, a zone of peaceful repose and quiet. Mictlanpa was the domain of Tezcatlipoca, the omnipotent god of war and death who demanded sacrifice. Meanwhile, there was also a separate subterranean underworld divided into 9 layers. This underworld subjected the souls of humans who died of natural causes to numerous trials in order to make them strong enough to return to the living world. That underworld was called Mictlan. In proper human history, it was the domain of 2 gods, the exceedingly cunning Mictlantecuhtli and his wife, Mictlantecuhtli. These were the only gods who dealt solely with matters of death. The Mesoamerican people thought of death as a close neighbor, thus every god has some connection to death, regardless of what kind of god they may have been. There can be no life without death. And the question of how to explain and overcome death was one each god can answer as they chose. In that regard, there was no god more inscrutable than Tezcatlipoca. As a god of war, he would seek warriors capable of winning battles, for he saw combat as the greatest height of which people could aspire. But the souls of warriors were not led to his domain. Instead, they were led to Tsuilampa in the east. Even though Tezcatlipoca would plant the seeds of war, there would always be another god who would reap their harvest. Mictlantecuhtli, Tezcatlipoca's paradise of peaceful repose and quiet. Even now, it remains unclear what might have resulted in the dead being guided to this realm. All we know for sure is that it was not a subterranean underworld like Mictlan or Sigabala. The best guess we have is that it was a domain for souls who had fought a great battle, and had earned a good long rest. There you have it, Tezcatlipoca. Chaldea has stopped Ort. Your vision of the future is no more than an illusion now. God or not, now that you've spoken a falsehood, you need to be punished. Let me go get Quetzalcoatl. I believe your domain was Chitulampa to the west, right? Damn, you serious? Please, anything but the bird brains Macana. That thing rattles my skull harder than a hangover. Besides, I didn't speak falsely, or did destroy a world, Mictlan. I just embellished what came after a little bit. It could have gone all the way if I had had a little bit more budget to work with. Anyway, we've got a guess. Looks like it's the one you've been waiting for, David. Hi there. I wouldn't say I was waiting for her. This is quite a detour, you know. I figured the odds were 50-50. Of course she was going to show up. She still has to get back to what she pawned. Oh, so you are still going to keep up the whole Master Gig fighting and all that, right, kid? That's right. I'm claiming my Master Authority and then going back to the living. Hang on, Scatly Polka. I thought she had already regained her authority. We both saw her summoning servants. Yeah, she was able to do that much. As long as she had her command spell, she could use the underworld boundaries to draw in the connections she's made so far. I gave those command spells to Camazotz, and she got them all right back from him. But I never gave up her Master Authority. That I've still got. I see, so it wasn't truly a fair fight after all. That explains why the woman who saved the world seemed so unintimidating. Alright, let's fight. This is Mictlan, the realm of neither life nor death. You don't have to worry about the debt you incurred to return to life now. You're in perfect condition, Master. The winner will be kicked back to life, and the price that was paid returned. In your case, that would mean regaining your command spells, your Master Authority. In my case, what would happen in my case, Scatly Polka? You come back to life with another chance. Hell, I could even return with you the moment you summon me. Make sure Ort destroys the whole planet this time. Of course, that means you'd have to face Chaldea a second time, too. So I would have to repeat that year, huh? All 525,600 minutes. No, wait. That's alright. It would only be around 30 hours. Why are you so hell-bent on destroying the damn planet? What a strange question. I'm doing this for the same reason you do what you do. It's not out of a sense of duty, it's just what I want to do. Pure self-gratification. Ha! You really are one hell of a berserker, fracturing the whole damn planet to amuse yourself. And that master there is cut from the same cloth. Alright, I'll banish whoever wins from my demand. That'll be the last initiation into Aztec mythology. Don't hold back now. I want you putting everything you got into this fight. Do that and I'll still respect the loser. Those who flee in panic hesitate to kill and second-guess justice are cowards, not to be recognized as warriors. You should shun death too much for my liking, but you survived this long while holding on to your principles, so you've earned my recognition. Master Chaldea, if you truly harbor the soul of a warrior, then I will respond as a warrior myself. I welcome all warriors, no matter what form they take. In Aztec culture, only victorious warriors can receive glory and acclaim, and I'm all for that. But in battle, there are losers as well as winners. The losers' efforts, courage, and choices never endure. That I can't abide. Everyone who dies in battle should be met with an equal reward. That is why my domain welcomes winners and losers alike. Every soul that fought with bravery, lost miserably, and was swiftly forgotten has a home here. I recognize their accomplishments and offer them rest and tranquility. So, which will you be? Will you be a loser and go off to the paradise over to the horizon to your eternal rest? Or will you be the winner and return once more to your own battle? Real talk, all of Mictlan is at stake in this battle. If you win, the 7th Lost spell will be truly finished. I will use the Drawing Sun, Nahui Olin, our 5th son, to bring Mictlan's story to a close. Show me your resolve. Now is the time to choose between life and death. Just because she chooses life doesn't mean she'll be able to claim it. This realm will be her final resting place. Chaldea has abused humanity far too much to be a match for the foreign god. Chaldeas, no, Marsberry, is not an enemy of humankind. He's the enemy of the entire universe. If I'm the only one who sees him for what he truly is, then I'll destroy this planet and stop humankind from becoming the greatest villains in the known universe. Their goal is to save the world. Mine is to save all of creation. We may both be humankind's best interests at heart, but given how different our approaches are, this conflict was inevitable. Now, get ready. Neither of us have anything holding us back here. I challenge you not as a creditor, but as a master. Win or lose, this is the end. Let's see how you compare to the simulation battles I imagined inside my coffin. Let's see here. What's the best way to approach this? Yeah, I know that much. What I'll probably have to do is... I don't think... Does he have invincibility bullshit? No, he does not have invincibility gimmicks. Probably be best for me to use Castoria, if only just so that way I have defense against him. I believe rulers have pretty short bars, if I remember correctly, so... Swap Yutsus out since at least she's arts. Mobility debuff immunity, so no point in swapping over to a plug suit. Alright, best shot we got.
死ぬことはなく、生まれることはなく、回帰することはなく、ここに人理の保証はなく、神は虚空にある。その名はカルデアス、異性の神、カルデアス。
粘りでないた温情はない。水のうちに白兵戦行きます。早炊きですカルデア。そうでなくちゃ黙って静かにして。私を悪魔と言った。その通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。嘆きクール。許しはない。やがて完璧に。
さあさあさあ、
真昼の太陽、注わうわ。テスカトリポカ。
テスカト
そうでなくちゃうるさ静かにして私を悪魔と言ったその通りよ原始の地獄に帰りなさい無色女神面白い許しはない現在手がけちゃ
いいな、とてもいい。
夜明けの太陽。
テスカトシュペトテ
参拝の時よためにありのように並びなさいこれが本当の私始まりは極小広がりは無限すべて我が心臓に収まりエビンシュグラクエーサーあれはいつか見た終わりの星どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのですさあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーンそこです
力はためてい
煙鏡ややうきテスカトリポカ
対終末対粛清防御始め静かにして最果ての島罪の都最後の竜は我が胸に集う円卓の守護者たちラウンド・オブ・アバロン目障り逃げ惑いなさい
明快であれば同じことだ。9つの地下世界12の恐怖を太陽のもと統合するヤオキテスカトリポカカーウェイカーウェイ
参拝の時よですからありのように並びなさい圧倒しますこれが本当の私始まりは極小広がりは無限すべて我が心臓に収まりエビンシュグラクエーサーそれはいつか来る兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょうアラウンドカリバーン輝き
熱くなりすぎたテスカトチェカト
ありえざる妖精の王ようるさ黙って最果ての島罪の都最後の竜は我が胸に集う円卓の守護者たちラウンド・オブ・アバロン切り裂かれる嘆き食い入る
おごるな黙って見えすいている思い出す呼び覚ませ始まりの世界ナウイ・オセロトルの黒い火をシバルバーチェカト
Warning for chat, out of the minute.
今のうちに運命をかけた戦いであれば 参拝の時をありのように並びなさい。信頼回避臨界始まりの領域花開く命のすべてひとときの夢のようなレディーシブラクエーサー。
さあさあさあカーメンカーメン黙れ黙れ。
誇りにかけて。
つまらんな。我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトー・ディフ。
そこです。
おごるな騙すな見えすいている。
耐えてみて。女神で見え
Might be the wrong choice, but whatever.
対終末対粛清防御始め。参拝の時をありのように並びなさい。再始めし罪の都最後
But I
の
decided to
我
go
が
with it to get the QID.
円卓の守護者たちラウンドオブアバロン。これが本当の私。始まりは極小広がりは無限。すべて我が心臓に収まります。レディーシブラクエーサー。
我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトー・ディフ。
We did it! I knew it. In a competition between masters, you have the upper hand. Still, why did you have to fight or servants all by yourself, Catlipoca? You're a god. Couldn't you have called in some subordinates or something? Maybe chain summon a few Jaguar warriors? Oh well, it is what it is. Now that I've lost, I best to be on my way. Was this really the only option? Yes, it was. I can't form a trusting relationships the way you can. By the time I'd figured out Caldea's identity when I was working on Team A, it was far too late to stop it. Caldea's was a complete planet by then. No one could possibly destroy it. I tried threatening Marisberry, hoping they could make it put a stop to his plan. Instead, he killed himself. He said that his choice was between his own life and his plan for the preservation of humanity. There was nothing to even think about. In that moment, I had no choice but to go along with his plan. No outsider could ever destroy Caldeas. The only ones who could ever have a chance had to be members of Chaldea. And that was your group. Me, I chose to remain a crypter. But fighting the old Chaldea as part of the new Chaldea has never occurred to me. Yovam Chaldea. That's an excellent name. David, wait! Knock it off. You're gonna deny him in a graceful exit too now? Just see him off. Mictlan Puz is a good place for him now. Don't worry, my paradise may be one hell of a dream spot, but it's not eternal. Once he's rested up, I'm gonna have him fight again, and this time he'll be on the winning side. When you get right down to it, this place is a rest stop. It's meant to help warriors prepare for the next battle. Hold up, I don't have my fucking authority back. Oh right, I almost forgot. Go on then, take it. This is the form I used to trade with you for it, so it's only right that I use this form to return it to. Alright, Alright, time for me to get going too. It's a shame we were on opposing sides this time. Then again, maybe it was for the best. I'm not much for self-restraint. If we had been allies, I would have wound up shooting you in the back of the head. As a rule, I lend my aid to everyone who's fighting for something, but I was really betting on David here. I mean, his vision for mass destruction was on a whole other level. I've watched entire nations die out more times than I could count, so of course I'm the kind of guy who gets my hopes up. But don't get me wrong, there's no such thing as a cataclysmic battle that destroys everything. He might have ended Mictlan, but he didn't destroy it. You heard how extinction happens repeatedly in Aztec mythology, right? Then you should have also heard that afterwards, some things always do come back to life. Even if a country or civilization falls or is destroyed, something will keep living on, something that no one can erase. Do you know what that something is? Records? Time. You people tend to see time as something to be measured, but it's really something that accumulates. That's all it needs to be valuable. Whether you die or your country is destroyed, time isn't going anywhere. Humans like to think of themselves as passengers riding in the flow of time, but it's really the other way around. The fact is, time is the passenger, humans are the current that carries it. Remember this, humans aren't the only ones marking the passage of time. There's the time humans observe, the time recorded by machines, the time for matter to wear down, the time for planets to cool. As long as any of those exist, our world will never die out, nor will there be any permanent end. Sure, some things will be lost, but even when everyone on this planet has outlived their usefulness, time will keep on marching into the future forever. Time for the last section. To the Antarctic. Oh, Senpai, you're awake. I just woke up not too long ago myself. Our battle in the 7th Lost Belt is over. After we both collapsed on the deck, we were both carried to the ICU and slept in there while they spent an hour checking our vitals. That's right, fortunately you're both in good health and I didn't see any signs of cellular damage from the cosmic rays. You can head back to your rooms now. Your belongings and Mysticoda are right over there. Oh, but make sure to stop by the command room first. Commander Gordolf wants to speak with you. Got it, thanks, nurse. Oh no, thank you. The only reason I'm able to practice my medical duties now. Well, the only reason the storm border is safe at all is you two. You should be more proud. Oh, but that's not me giving you permission to be reckless. You may be feeling better, but you're not yet fully recovered. So as soon as you're done speaking with the commander, bed rest. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for taking care of us. See you later. So you're finally done with your checkups. It seems like you're no worse for wear. Not that I was especially worried. I can't say the same for the staff, though. So before I get started, I suggest you say something to all of them. Nice try, Gordy, but who was it that was checking with the ICU every 5 minutes? I'm quite certain it was not us, since we can't listen to reports from the ICU whenever we like, you know? Kadak, was it you, perhaps? Oh, please, Karila I can understand, but why would I ever worry about her? You know she's just gonna waltz back in here like nothing happened. It'd be a total waste of my magical circuits worrying about her. And we're in contact with Nurse, so we don't have to open the line at all. Same goes with Captain, of course. Wasn't me. I don't even know how to use the damn gizmo. Besides, if Mash is okay, she's bound to be okay too, right? So I was just waiting for them to show up, like a boss, wasn't I, Bo? Bo, where the fuck have you been? Yes, I think we've got what they call a preponderance of evidence here. You didn't get so much as a nibble. Guess that means you were the only one getting all patient, huh, Chubbs? I can't believe you're all conspiring against me even now. None of you will even look at me in the eye. Drat, I guess this means I was the only one who didn't have faith. Not sure what you're talking about. I appreciate your consideration. There's still the matter of Eula Marie, who seemingly disappeared when she fired the ray proof, and the foreign god's true identity. We were always going to have to face these issues once we woke up, whether you like it or not. I was prepared for the two of you to be so distraught that you couldn't even stand. But here you are, looking like you always do. I'm glad to see our master is truly toughened up. It's not that, Commander Gordoff. The only reason Senpai and I are able to keep our heads high is because you're all still your usual selves. Exactly, so all we want is for you to wrap things up like you usually do. I see. Very well then, let's get down to business. The 7 Lost Bells trees of emptiness have all been purged, and the subterranean world is now normal ground once again. We have also confirmed that the readings for David and Semboid, the Cryptor, and his servant Tezcatlipoca have vanished. As such, we have concluded that the 7th Lost Bell is fully excised and our mission complete. Sincere congratulations on a job well done, everyone. However, even with all 7 Lost Bells excised, we still have faced a new conundrum. According to David, the planet the foreign god hails from is in fact Caldeus. So, to give us a chance to determine the truth for ourselves, the Stormboarder will be setting course for Chaldea, based in Antarctica. I'm sure this will feel like a homecoming for many of you, but I urge you to be cautious nonetheless. I have a hunch it's where we'll find the answers to the questions that still remain. For example, what purpose do the trees of emptiness serve? What is the Bleachers phenomenon meant to achieve? And what were former Director Mersbury and Nimbusfield's true intentions when he created Chaldea? Regardless of what these answers may be, our task remains the same. The future of proper human history still rests on our shoulders. It is up to us, Nova and Chaldea, to unravel the secrets of the original Chaldea. Yeah! That's what I'd like to hear. Seeing all of you so fired up makes me proud to be your commander. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I imagine you're all exhausted beyond belief from your all-out war of Ort. For my part, I'm just about at my limit. I desperately need a good rest for both my physical and mental health. So what do you say we all enjoy some long overdue R&R together? Health is wealth, you know? Alright, where's our cliffhanger scene? Okay, the Marines have all gone back to their rooms. And have set the Stormboarder to cruise around on autopilot for a bit. I think I'll go back to the captain's quarters and... Shouldn't you be in the cafeteria? I thought Mash and the others were already there. I know, but first... I want to give you this, Captain. What's this ball? Well, you see... I still have some preparations to make, so please go back to the border without me. I'll meet you at the castle gate. Even if I've never been past the 7th Stratums, I've never been past the 7th Stratum, so I'm looking forward to the adventure that lies ahead. Oh, and one more thing. I have something of a favor to ask you. Would you please give this to Captain Nemo? It's the Zocta ball I made for Marine. I was planning to keep it a precious memento of sorts, but there's a very good chance I won't ever come back here. I know I may have no right after how insensitive I was to him. But even so, I don't want to forget how he trusted me, helped me. Most of all, I don't want to forget how strong he was to the very end. So, for all those reasons, I'd like you to please give this to the captain. I hope it will serve as proof that, even though we come from different worlds and species, we were still great friends. Captain? It's nothing, don't worry about it. I think it might have just looked kind of pathetic right now, that's all. Okay, I've calmed down, so that's a gift from Takeo, huh? Of course I'll accept it. I don't remember why, but I do know the Marines love soccer. Now go on to the cafeteria. I'll join you once I'm done taking care of things here. Okay, see you later then. You bet I'll remember. Even if your world, or even this very gift, disappears along with your lost belt. I'll never forget your 66 million year subterranean journey, or that wonderfully peaceful paradise teeming with life. Goodbye, Takeo, and thank you for being my friend. Hi there, Gotea. Well, you're to see them off, Romani? If humankind actually succeeds in excising all 7 Lost Belts, then and only then will I recognize you as enemies. So, how are you feeling now that it's actually happened? I assume by enemies, he didn't mean your own enemies, but enemies of Chaldeas? That's right, I didn't think it was possible for those claiming to represent Chaldea to see Chaldeas as a threat, even if they learned the truth. Sweeping the darker parts of their organizations under the rug is only human nature, I suppose. But it seems Nova Chaldea is not the Chaldea I know. It would appear that they are a wholly new organization dedicated to the preservation of humanity, when that firmly stands against Mars Fairy's grand order. I see, that is indeed a grave matter. The plan using the foreign planet only accounted for having them exiled of the Lost Belt. I didn't think it was ever expected they would organize to oppose that plan afterward. It seems I'll need to hurry back and receive my next orders. What about the foreign god? Aren't you going to compensate for her loss? As far as I can tell, her spirit origin may have shattered, but there's some still remains. It would be a soulless, inferior thing, but you could technically restore it if you gathered up its remains. That's not my job. Personally, I believe she's earned a rest. But I also suspect that the Count will make a cruel use of her, especially since he's nothing better to do. Then I was right. There are 7 foreign disciples. 3 to supervise and guide the Cryptors, the Priest, the Atlas Killer, and the Incarnation of Evil. 3 to supervise and lead Chaldea, the Detective, the Professor, and the Count. And finally, the leader, the God. Though I doubt Ogla Marie ever realized that she herself was also a servant. She didn't need to know that. In the end, she was no more than an anomalous god born on a foreign planet. She was better off dying gloriously in battle, never knowing the truth. That's rich coming from you, who arranged the whole thing. Well, no matter. There are only 2 disciples left now, including yourself. Will you be able to stop Chaldea? Of course, why else would I let the ship go on its merry way? That being said, we won't be the ones to actually stop them. They'll do a fine job of getting in their own way. Unless they find a way to account for the sins, they'll soon find themselves on a trial with humanity itself sitting in judgment. Ordeal style reference. Ah yes, the singular Holy Grail. Ordeal stall. Ordeal stall.
朝フォーさんが先輩の頭ふと興味を覚えたのですが
Tapal looks basically unrecognizable in this fucking garb. At any rate, that's it for today, folks. Thank you for tuning in, and it's been like 10 fucking hours. Christ. At any rate, I'm turning in from streaming tonight. So, toodles.